Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the Saber-Tooth Tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
This is it, PUBG Mobile fans. We are about to step into the 2024 PMGC Survival Stage and Last Chance starting on November 20th. In the intense battleground that awaits, every team ambition ignites like a flare lighting up the sky, revealing the hopes and dreams of everyone competing. The remaining 8 teams from Group Yellow, Red, and Green will battle in a 3-day survival stage, where each match will test their skill and their resilience. Only the top 16 will rise to the last chance stage, where over 2 fierce days, the 6 strongest teams will secure the ticket to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals in London. For those who fall short, it's the end of the road, an abrupt descent from the heights they have strived to reach. The stakes are brutal. This is where we will see who truly has the fire to make it to the top. Who do you think will survive? From Group Yellow, Bigatron Knights, the powerhouse from Indonesia, and Vampire Esports, Thailand's superstar squad, entered the arena with everything on the line. Both teams demonstrated resilience in the group stage. Bigatron Knights, aiming to reclaim past glory, last appeared at the PMGC Grand Finals in 2020. Known for their technical skills, they barely scraped through this time, facing potential elimination in the first 3 days before a clutch chicken dinner on day 4 helped them secure that 11th place and a spot in the survival stage. For them, the journey has been a spark, a flicker now primed to flare into something more. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports ignited fans with 4 chicken dinners and a consistent top 4 finishes, leading Group Yellow in chicken dinners outside of the top 3 teams. Known for disciplined rotations, effective entry strategies, and expert use of throwables, they're one of Thailand's most respected squads. Yet the so-called Group of Death spared no mercy, as other teams surged with last-minute victories, pushing Vampire Esports down to 7th place. As 2-time PMWI champions, their mission is clear: survive, ascend, and seize a place among the final contenders. Will Vampire Esports or Bigatron Knights reclaim their spot on the global stage and keep their flame burning towards victory? In Group Red, teams fought tooth and nail for a place in survival stage. Pakistan's ASIA began the group stage strong, leading with top 3 placements in the first few days. Known for their powerful attacks, ASIA boasted the highest elimination count in their group, with 117 eliminations, marking them as one of the most aggressive teams to watch. Yet despite their firepower, they were narrowly pushed to 4th place by Enigma Galaxy on the final day, forcing them into survival stage to keep their London dreams alive. ASIA has never advanced to the Grand Finals, so this stage could be history in the making for them. And just ahead of them, IWNRX, the Turkish beast, finished Group Red with only 1 point shy of top 3, claiming 4th place with 171 points against 3rd place finishers Enigma Galaxy with 172. With star player Seawolf dealing over 10,000 damage and achieving 41 eliminations, IWNRX displayed a resilient spirit that they'll need in survival stage. ASIA and IWNRX came so close to the top. Can they make it this time in the survival stage? Over in Group Green, while they're not the Group of Death, all teams within this group fiercely had an equal chance to climb up the ranks. Regnum Karyabra Esports, the Turkish powerhouse led by veteran champion Sylas, faced a challenging start in Group Green, finishing day 1 in 13th place. However, with the patience and persistence, they clawed their way back up the leaderboard, securing a respectable 6th place finish by the end of group stage. Despite their rise, RCB struggled to secure a consistent top 4 finishes compared to their opponents in this group. To advance through the survival stage, they will need to bring something extraordinary to the battleground, especially against other teams just as determined to earn their place in the Grand Finals. 4 Miracle Vibes burst into the scene in Group Green with a jaw-dropping performance, setting a record-breaking 22 eliminations in a single match, followed up by a chicken dinner on day 1. Dog spearheaded this achievement with an impressive 8 eliminations in that round. No other team has matched this feat in the 2024 PMGC group stage. However, their momentum slowed down as the competition intensified, leaving them in 5th place by the last day. If they hope to conquer the survival stage, 4 Miracle Vibes will need to rediscover their early brilliance and deliver another miracle performance. The pressure is intense. Can RCB and 4MV make it out of the survival stage? The journey to the top is perilous, and as these teams take on survival stage, their ambition, skill, and drive will flare brighter than ever, visible to fans around the world. Tune in to witness every intense moment as each squad fights to make their dreams a reality on November 20th, 10:45 UTC. Hello PUBG Mobile fans, the highly anticipated Group Green has concluded. Come along as we recap the most thrilling highlights and history-making moments from this week's competition. Starting off with 4 Miracle Vibes, who achieved the highest eliminations for group stage. Their stunning performance captured the attention of every team in the competition. In day 1, match 2, they secured an incredible 22 eliminations alongside a chicken dinner, amazing a total of 32 points in just one game, marking a dominant opening to the league. 4MV Dogs' outstanding performance not only carried the team in the top 5 positions throughout the league, but also earned them the title of a weekly MVP for Group Green. On the final day of league matches, the battle for third place was intense, with 4MV, D+ Kia, and Thunder Talk all eyeing for the spot. However, an early engagement in the final match of the league cost them valuable opportunities to climb into the top 3. As a result, their journey to the Grand Finals will continue in the survival stage. Brute Force made a remarkable statement in this season's PMGC League stage. Despite a challenging start on day 1, they began accumulating points from day 2 onward, keeping that consistency, securing back-to-back chicken dinners with an impressive total of 49 points. Their performance was super consistent, truly deserving of their spot in the Grand Finals. This time, they will have finally achieved their long-awaited goal, turning last year's mistakes into success. Despite the setback in last season's PMGC, Influence Rage came in hot this season, showcasing exceptional consistency. Even with early eliminations in some matches, they managed to accumulate crucial elimination points and secure a total of 4 chicken dinners throughout the league, firmly solidifying their qualification to the Grand Finals. Thunder Talk Gaming showcased resilient gameplay in this Group Green battle. Despite a slow start on day 1, they found the rhythm and made a strong comeback on the 4th day of PMGC League stage. Thunder Talk Gaming delivered a standout performance, taking down D+ Kia and secured their well-deserved place in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. Regnum Karya Bra Esports, led by former PMGC champion Sylas, faced a challenging start in the first 2 days of league stage. Despite the setbacks, they fought back in day 3, earning a crucial 19 points in match 4 to steer clear of elimination. Their momentum continued with a solid chicken dinner on day 4. While they came so close to securing a direct ticket to London, they have demonstrated their abilities to deliver strong competition on the global stage. However, their journey isn't over yet. They will need to prove themselves once again in survival stage. Voing Donkey ID made their first ever debut in the PMGC this year. While things started off rough in the first 3 days of league stage, they turned it all around due to tactical changes from their coach. With 2 chicken dinners and some serious high elimination matches, they showed us what they're capable of, finishing off Group Green with a win. Their journey now continues in the survival stage, and their relentless spirit has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on everyone watching. DRS Gaming, the former runner-up of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, struggled to find their rhythm this season. Despite securing 2 chicken dinners on days 3 and 4 of group stage, they couldn't maintain the consistency needed to earn a spot in survival stage. This marks the end of the journey of this year's PMGC for them. We wish them the best and look forward to their comeback for next year.
Мы очень рады. Это первый финал PMGC для нас. Завтра будем праздновать и не знаю, как передать это словами.
Não tenho muito o que falar para os outros, foco mais no meu time, mas fiquem preocupados com a gente.
终于把心中的一个大石头终于放下来了吧。其实我感觉在打今天一整天的时候，我心态都比较正常一点，但是到了最后一把，确实很刺激。
Всем пока, увидимся в Лондоне.
Bye bye, see you in London.
我们伦敦见。
The action isn't over yet. Stay tuned for the upcoming survival stage where the stakes are higher than ever. Let's see who will rise to the challenge and claim their last chance ticket to the Grand Finals in London.
Whispers of the silent wind, soft as dreams in twilight sky.
Survival stage is finally here. Welcome back to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage, live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. In case you missed the first action-packed 3 weeks of the PMGC League stage, let me give you a quick little recap. In Group Yellow, we had none other than Team Spirit put up a dominating performance, being able to be the only team to surpass the 200-point mark, followed by DRX and our 2024 PMWC champions Alpha 7, both with 190 points. In Group Red, it came down to a nail-biting finish, none other than Navi, TJB, and Enigma Galaxy securing the top 3 spots, with 4th place just missing out by just 1 point. And on the final group, the most unexpected group out of everybody, as our viewers were saying, we had Brute Force. On top of that, Thunder Talk Gaming and Influence Rage secured the top 3 spots. But now, in survival stage, we have Bigatron Knights, 4 Miracle Vibes, Vampire Esports, Team Liquid. Just a few teams from Group Green and Group Yellow fighting to keep their Grand Finals dreams alive. Who will secure a place in Last Chance? That's a question for you at home and for our talents around the world. Let's get started.
Let's get started indeed here. I cannot believe we've made it all the way to the survival stage where only 16 teams can get out and make it to the last chance, where from there only 6 teams can go into PMGC. I'm your host Jason Kappen, joined by the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Maxman.
I knew it.
I was like, I saw Hot Jukes like getting up like, oh yeah, he's talking about me, and of course I have to, be me and not be nice and throw it to someone else. But we got Hot Jukes and Maxman joining me once again here on the desk. And Hot Jukes, good to see you back once again. But as we've been saying, things have been heating up here at PMGC, and it's only a matter of time until we finally do have all 16 teams qualified into the grand finals.
Hey, we're lava hot here at this point, baby. I mean, this is the true group of death. And you can just see, look at all these teams that made it. And man, it is going to get wild here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough time for all of these teams because, as you said, it's the group of death here for the survival stage. And you're going to have to qualify, make it out of the initial 24 teams, and then the 16 teams will be competing for those 6 remaining slots to head over to London for the grand finals. And Jason, from what we've seen so far, there are so many big names in the survival stage. Like, there's going to be some other bunch of upsets happening this week for sure.
We've had some teams just hit the ground running when it came to their individual groups. Unfortunately, just to fall short at the finish line. For instance, Miran Sejong here, D plus Kia as well. And they have another chance, a chance at redemption to potentially get themselves back into London. But of course, you can't put everything into just these first days. You just have to survive in the survival stage to get to that last chance. And honestly, right now, Hot Jukes, I could not tell you with certainty what teams will make it into the grand finals. There's just no way to tell.
Yeah, there really isn't, especially with how we saw the group stage go, right? I mean, we had some crazy surprises. One of them we saw Seven talk about earlier, Brute Force on top of the last group. And, other than that, it's just been wild here. I mean, look at who we have in the survival stage. I mean, we got IWNRX, Vampire, Bigatron, Team Liquid, Regnum, Karya, D+. There's 2 there. Every single team here are insane, Max.
Yeah, every group is insane. And again, as Jason said, predicting this, how are you supposed to predict this?
If you can, you should go play the lottery, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, I feel like it's almost the same in terms of ratio of how lucky would be to predict every 6 team that's going to make it through survival and then into the last chance. But yeah, we'll have to see, of course. After that, it'll be the grand finals in early December. But I am so excited to get into the games, Jason. There's so many conversations. You've got teams that improved a lot in their groups, teams that unfortunately disappointed us a bit, and maybe drops are going to be moving around here and there. So I am very, very hyped for today's matches.
And before we do fully focus on the survival stage, we do have to quickly talk about, obviously, the teams who did qualify already through to the grand finals, like Team Spirit, DRX, Alpha 7, Navi, TJB, Enigma Galaxy, Brute Force, Influence Rage, Thunder Talk. I think the biggest surprise out of all of that was EMEA dominating first place in each group, Hot Jigs.
It's wild. It's wild. John is grinning ear to ear at this point, man. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it because that is the name of the game here, you know? So, you know what? Screw MEA. I'm just kidding. Like, you know what? When it comes down to it, it's all about what we're dealing with right here and now, right? And that is group green versus group yellow. My eyes are locked on to see which team is going to be able to get it done here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about EMEA. I'm really looking at South Korea. Sure, like DRX did qualify, but Miran Sejong, D plus Kia, they got in 5th and 4th position respectively. We are this close, Jason, to having all the South Korean teams that joined this year's PMGC to qualify into the finals. 100% win ratio for the South Korean teams. And I can tell you, after the disappointment of their respective groups, they're going to come in swinging today, hopefully, to make it in that contested top 6.
Gentlemen, I have to throw something back at you, though, if you're talking about South Korea, potentially 100% participation rate in the grand finals. What about SEA, currently sitting on 0% participation in the grand finals? There's a chance we don't see a single SEA team make it into the grand finals.
Let's not talk to Wolfie, Jason, after his predictions.
Yeah. I mean, well, so the reason I bring it up, right, I think it's unheard of to not have an SEA team make it to the grand finals, but also we've been talking about how SEA is one of the strongest regions in the world consistently throughout the start of PUBG Mobile Esports. And for them to not have a single team to potentially qualify, I think would be one of the biggest upsets we would have seen this year.
For region, too. I mean, Hodgix, I think that there are some SEA teams that we're looking to maybe make in top 6. I think we're looking at Vampire, your Deke Xavier, etc. There's a bunch of big names, but like, imagine none make it. That would be the biggest upset for SEA ever, I would say, in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, hands down, especially considering that we're now like at the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports, right? I mean, we're getting surprised by certain squads because everybody has just leveled up so much. But for the longest time, I mean, SEA has just been reigning champion. So to see them fall, it's been pretty tough.
Well, not to mention also CSA has no teams in the grand finals either, so I have to kind of keep that in mind as well. Yeah, it would be quite a surprise, Max, since we've been covering them all year, to not have your Falcons, your 4MVs potentially make it through, and obviously a lot of other teams in there as well. But as we do start to kind of focus in here into our groups, we do have to also talk about the fact that they're getting to play on one of the best devices out there right now. They're learning to play like the pro, even if they're not already pro, but they are already pros. With the Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS and 7 telling you just to go pick one of these bad boys up with 144 hertz AMOLED screen. You're going to run out of pictures, Max, I'm telling you.
No.
No.
I'm definitely not. No, I've got different ones. I got Paraboy in the back also. That's my typical, our normal, everyday wallpaper, Jason, I'm using.
You see this face, Max?
Just a goat.
You know what this means? It means I found the picture from season 0.
Oh, no.
In the green room with all the boys. And that's going to go up on my Infinix device
guys,
a little bit later on.
If he uses it, it's Photoshop. I'm just saying.
It's not Photoshop. Also, make sure to check out all the social media channels here, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok here for PUBG Mobile Esports. On top of that, we still have tickets available over in London currently for you guys to pick up between the 6th and 8th of December. Make sure you guys get these as well because they're going to be flying off the shelves as quick as possible, and you're not going to want to miss out on the activities. Not to mention the energy in the arena as you see our champions being crowned. And on top of that, make sure you guys are searching over on TikTok for PUBG Mobile with PMGC 2024. All these great videos are being posted behind the scenes. A lot of great dances as well by the TikTok admin, as she coins herself. And not to mention, on top of this, gentlemen, I swear I've been talking for like 10 minutes straight. We have the face, the Frozen Fury. The 3.5 update of Ice Mare Frontier is here. And Max, I did hear about you were not able to get the dragon.
I did in the end. It's just I did a game, Jason, and I kept getting third party by teams that were waiting for me to do 90% of the damage to this bloody dragon. And I kept playing again and again and again, but I got him at the end. And you know what? He dropped me an MG3, so thank you, dragon. That is very, very cool of you. It's my favorite dragon with my favorite weapon, with an Aurora Borealis on top. It was great.
It's just all of your favorites. But as we take a look here at our favorites and more importantly, our teams to focus your hot jukes, I see Bigatron on your list, Major Pride, and Team Liquid. Why is that?
That's right. So I've been really blessed to be here since the day one of the esports journey, right? And there's one thing that is consistent, right? And that's the best teams in the world do not change drop locations, like almost no matter what, especially during mid-tournament. So I got a chance to talk to a majority of the coaches here that are going to be playing today, and I got to see kind of like the agreed drop locations, and I was keeping an eye on who was the big changes, right? And one of the major ones was Major Pride, right? They are actually going to go from Ferry Pier to Farm, and that was Team Spirit's location. Since they qualified, it's wide open. They took it. So that's going to be a big upgrade for them. I'm interested to see how that works out. Team Liquid, they're actually going to be changing their secondary drop location away from North George on over to South George. So that's going to be fun. And because Miriam Sejong is actually going to be taking that away because Alpha 7's gone. They're not here. So other than that, Bigatron. This is one I really want to talk about. Yeah. Bigatron are leaving Rosshawk. Why? Because Regnum Karya, right? They're in the lobby now. So they're not moving away from Rosshawk. So they're going to move on over to Milta. So these kind of changes, Max, it's big, especially to be able to do in such a tournament as important as this one.
I mean, you've been chatting with everyone behind the scenes. I have a big question for you, Hot Jukes, actually, that I'm very excited about for Miramar. Have you heard if Inco or Stalwart are going to change their drop from Picado? Please tell me yes. Is that a thing?
Look, Inco don't give a damn. Okay?
Oh, no!
That's what I'm talking about. Inco gonna do what Inco does, all right? So I'm interested in seeing some of that. That's actually what I'm really looking forward to.
I'm not looking forward to that, Jason. We've had too much of that this year.
You know, I'm actually... Oh, well, first of all, yes, I agree. We did have a ton of Picado drops. But I'm really happy to hear this, Max, because I feel like when we were covering CSA for the watch parties, we got so angry looking at like 52 up against IHC Northwest Island Sanhok, seeing Not Noobs up against Stalwart and Picado. I mean, there was a ton of different hot drops that happened, and we kept asking ourselves, like, why are we seeing this? Like, this is not going to be allowing you to get to the next stage of the events or to improve as a team. It's just you being stubborn. And to hear teams at this level be like, okay, you know what? We respect that they're going to take this drop location. We're going to change our position because, you know what? PMGC Grand Finals on the line here, and we can't afford to make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you might say, oh, it's just Miramar. There's only 2 a day already. Who says that? You crazy person. But like, it's so many points you're potentially going to be missing out on. And we mention it every time, right, Hot Jukes, that you as the special hot drop specialist right here. Sure, you might win the hot drop versus X team in your compound or your city. Great, fantastic. But if you lose 1 player, 2 players, that hinders you so much for an opportunity to then get a good game, to then win your skirmishes and reach the late game of that match. So I hope it doesn't happen, but it's Stalwart and Inco, the two most stubborn teams in this lobby, I'd have to say. So it might be happening. Even though it's Miramar's at the end of the day, but it's something to keep in the back of our minds.
Yeah, for sure. And I put agreed drop locations in air quotes because you never know what's going to happen during this tournament, right? But you can see all these players. They have a good idea. Look at this, man. A good misty. You know, a good misty.
It's getting sweaty in here.
Just getting moisturized, ready to get in the game.
You got to stay hydrated, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Because it is definitely going to get sweaty.
Well, as we do, obviously, focus in a little bit more, Max, I noticed your teams to focus. You had Regnum Karya, you had Mirin Sejong, and you had D+. You and I both matched you when it came to South Korean teams, but maybe talk to us about Regnum Karya.
Yeah, Regnum Karya, for me, I have 2 teams that have significantly improved towards the end of their respective groups, Jason. I had Voin Donkey ID, but I had to pick just one of the most improved teams, and I went with Regnum Karya Bra. Their rotations, Jason, just from the first 2 days of their group into the last 2 days of their group, night and day. They're so quick to rotate. The IGLing of Sylas is absolutely top tier. Sure, would I like to see maybe a bit more fragging potential from Wild and Loxy? I think Blank echoed that sentiment in matches. Yes, for sure. I think that maybe would have pushed them up in the top 3, but there were late bloomers in a group. And I just think, Jason, if they maintain that kind of playstyle they had in a group at the start here on day 1, hopefully, of this survival stage, I think RCB could very easily cruise through the survival stage and who knows, maybe make it into the top 6.
Just to quickly correct myself, you didn't have D+, you had 4MV, which we both had.
Oh, yeah.
I had D+, Samir and Sejong in there. And 4MV, man, Hot Jukes, I mean, I think the question is, like, they still perform well. Doc was still the MVP of the group. Have they been able to reel in Doc a little bit more and play together more as a team?
Look, my question is, are they going to reel in these dang circles, dude? Are we going to see another shooting range, you know, like lock? That'd be crazy. But that's going to be the big question because Doc's performance is kind of what pushed them to victory. But at the same time, it held them back. And hopefully they made those
blessing
changes.
and a curse. Yeah.
That's what it is when you are a player like Doc. Will it be a blessing or a curse for the team today? Well, let's find out as we drop into Sanhok.
And it is time. The survival stage starts here. Every single team looking for their opportunity, their chance to show they've got what is needed for the grand finals. And of course, a couple of regions still without representation in those finals, looking to prove it for their region too.
Yeah, and to be fair, like that's to say, it's absolutely madness that we have 3 groups that all end with EMEA on top.
Which
I think that hasn't. We are just that good. That just hasn't happened in such a long time. It's great to see some EMEA representation. And to be fair, that region has been pushing and pushing the boat out in terms of skill, in terms of performance for a very long time. But now is the time for some of our teams that we saw up towards the top try and get in towards the end game. The last chance to get themselves a pickup over towards PMGC. But you're right, starting off with a hot drop between Xavier as well as Stalwart.
Vietnam trying to take this fight on, seemingly starting out quite well. Spray down from Critter, though, evens the scoreline. No flush just yet, so still possible to res it, and Xavier may have the angles to get it. It depends on this fight on the inside. The Micro Uzi versus the Tommy gun there, swapping out the weapons. Xavier, everybody trying to get in position, but with Nadeti down, they need to try and keep this position under control for Xavier. They've got the parapet, though. That's going to make it harder for Xavier to move around. Low ammo counts on the outside, and two players from Stalwart bearing down on Lamborghini. The swing out wide from Critter, but he can't quite connect. There he goes with the second peek and finds that second knock over towards Xavier. This time it's a flush.
Yeah, he's the barrel as well. Absolute demon of a weapon. Xavier, though, trying to bring things back just a little bit. Two players now left for Stalwart on the high ground. One gets knocked down. Looking for the last as Paragin searches for Critter, who has been a real big problem for Xavier so far. But only one flush so far for the team. I think there is some players in the wings as well. Miran Sejong actually peeking in towards this fight.
And Loops are starting to poke their noses through too. I mean, you hear this third party. This is prime real estate to now move in to pick up a flush on that off angle. Miran Sejong going to chime in. You can see those high ground shots coming on through. You don't want to get too stuck in, but you know this fight's going pear-shaped now. Xavier on three players. They've taken a knock. They're going for the res. Stalwart with the last player alive, and that will be the end of Stalwart. But Xavier now have Loops to deal with out on their east. The circle's gone up towards the north, so teams will be rotating through this area as well.
It's a viable area to stay for a while now, which is good for Xavier. If they had to immediately move, this would have been a much worse situation. Miran Sejong, I respect it, honestly. I think that their biggest weakness over in their stage was the fact that they lacked a little bit of aggression here and there. In terms of their mid to late game performance, it was absolutely exemplary. In terms of their rotates, like their 2-2 splits were the thing that defined this team. But they just didn't have that aggression where it was needed. You come to the survival stage, you're looking to get into that top 16. There are 24 teams here, so 8 will be going home. If there's opportunity to pick up some eliminations on a fight in Paradise, you absolutely go for that. So I'm glad to see that from Miran Sejong.
Trying to extract value. Loops and Miran Sejong now, both teams looking to third party in that position. Sewol is in danger here, though, really put up against the road, but fortunately Loops are all on one side of him. If they had the angles, he'd be down right now, but he's not going to wait at all. He's just going to get stuck straight on in. Sewol going for the fight against 3 players from Loops who are right next door. The rest of Miran Sejong, they haven't responded, they haven't moved in yet, and now the off angle's coming through for Loops. This is crazy power from Miran Sejong. They just can't quite find it, and Sewol goes down in a bold push against Loops.
Yeah, not entirely sure what Sewol's game plan was there. I think he had to pick up the initial knock on the vehicle, and then he could have maybe extracted himself. I think when it came down to it, he knew that if he stayed out in the open, that was it. He was done for. So he had to make a crazy play happen or just go down. I respect the fact that he tried to get up towards the buildings anyway, but Loops will pick themselves up a elimination off the back of that. And Miran Sejong go down to just 3 players, which is not ideal considering they started up in Cow, moving down towards Tapmok, which is an ideal spot to play, to be honest with you. They do have a outpost over down towards the southwest in Jasuk, which they can move over towards if needs be. In the meantime, it is other teams that need to get over towards this position. With Vampire over towards the eastern side, relatively safe for the time being. No one really pushing through them. There is Voin Donkey over in Hatin, who has a big amount of work to be done over in that region, considering they've got a lot of teams to maybe hold out on Hatin Bridge.
Yeah, Major Pride being one of them, a team that people are looking at as a qualification team. I think almost every one of us who've made predictions over on the talent side of things have put Major Pride in their top 6. So definitely a bit of a threat to deal with. The question is, how good is their crossing over on that north side bridge? RCB, they moved up there now southwest to Paradise Resort, in between that and Boot Camp. In comes Major Pride. They're going to make their move, but they're all in the same vehicle. BTR may be able to find a pick out or two.
Lepar With BTR, there was a lot of complaints about how they were a little bit too passive in their matches. And in terms of positional game, they actually had a lot of times where they could have made those crossings, they could have made those aggressive rotates and been in a much stronger position towards the mid game. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case a lot of times for this squad, where they just hung back too much, got themselves pinned over towards the edge of the blue by the time we got to stage 6. So hopefully that's something that they can maybe look to improve. The Vicious moving across. Very good team, actually. Did have some circle look over in their stage. Didn't really carry all the way through to getting a top 3, and they slowly fell off. But overall, like, the mechanics are there. The skill is there for that squad. I think that they just got outclassed by some of the other teams that were in their group of green.
D plus Kia are on board now as well. And I think this is, again, another team that people are looking at as a potential qualifier. However, their fall off in the last days of their group stage blank made it really difficult for me to trust them. And they have to rebuild that trust for me over the next 2 days if I'm going to pay them any mind. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to do anything from the southeast side. Rocking the cream color player banners there. It's a color we haven't seen in a while, I think, on the mini-maps, but there we are.
I think for D plus Kia, it's unfortunate. I enjoy the group stages big time, but I think 4 days sometimes is a little bit much. I like that we do have 4 days of play because in a way it does get rid of a little bit of that varies when you hit that 24th game. But at the same time, I think for teams like D plus Kia, it's slightly unfortunate for them because in terms of tactical play, they're very good in terms of rotations. And by the time that they'd got their points bank going, a lot of teams have already read into it. So I think 3 days might have assisted them, but that's just not the way we do things here in PUBG Mobile. And I think that you absolutely do need to have aggressive players, strong players on the squad that can pop off. And Upsal is one of them. He just somewhat was diminished in performance towards the last 2 days of Group Green. So D plus Kia, I think they are a very good team. And I do think that they could absolutely get themselves into the top 16, let alone maybe qualify through last chance. But yeah, we'll wait and see because I have seen stranger things happen in the survival stage. It's brutal.
Yeah, with only 2 days per phase as well, like that variance can go up and up, especially, well, for the first 2, right, you need top 16, as you were saying, to move through, but then the scores reset, you go over, that makes it all the rougher. Now they have their first chance to show us if they can come back into this one. Osal goes down around the rock, but him and Nolbu are able to handle the forward 2 from Inco. This is all the way near Camp Bravo on the east, so they've still got a little bit more ground to cover, but D plus Kia have already lost chips as well, so a not perfect rotation situation on the east side, but they'll carry on nonetheless. Loops, they took a knock over in the lumberyard before. Now it looks like they're taking another on that regroup. And DX Xavier, they've got a 5th elimination on the cards here, Blank.
Yeah, DX Xavier's really starting to ramp things up in this game. And again, for Paris Resort, they had a strong position to play off the back of, but they weren't happy with just that and have moved out over towards the northwest. So well played to them. In comes Zeus. Is our rookie team of the year, I would say. I think a lot of people would be quite happy to agree with me on that note. And I think for Zeus, they came into the tournament scared, I'd say. I think they felt a little bit timid, and that's fair enough, right? You're on the big stage. It's a terrifying prospect for them. There's a lot of young players on that squad, but they turned things up towards the last 2 days. That's the most important part of the conversation we're having right now, is that they didn't start strong, they ended strong. And I think that that really bodes well in terms of their momentum. But it has been a while since their group. So you wonder, how cold are they going to be going into this? Or have they been practicing in the meantime every single day?
There's also that mental game. So coming into the PMGC as a whole, right, as a rookie team, as a rookie roster, you're thinking about them and they're thinking about, oh man, these guys, they must be so much better than us. They've got the experience. Well, Zeus qualified as well. They're pretty bloody good too. And now that they have realized that about themselves, even if they are a little bit cold, hopefully they can get a faster start.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because there's ups and downs to it. Because for Group Green, it's the best group to be in if you don't make it to the Grand Finals. It's the worst group to be in if you make it to the Grand Finals. For Group Yellow, on the other hand, it's the best group to be in if you make it to the Grand Finals, but it's the worst group to be in if you make the survival stage because you have so many days off. But you do have a lot of time to it's a give and take, right? If you're in Group Yellow, you get those 3 weeks to analyze every other team in the lobby and really figure things out. However, if you're in that final group, you have so much momentum going into this week because you're just coming off the games from last week. You're feeling pretty fresh going into this. It's an odd one, the way it all goes around. So I think for Group Yellow, the most important thing is have these teams done their homework.
Such a shame that Brute Force qualified first place in Group Green because we've got a cow circle finally. It's their stomping ground, and this time it will be taken up by Loops and Vampire from the northeast side. Loops in the lumberyard, Vampire in cow, but the hills out to the west of it also a major factor. And I think Voin Donkey ID have a lot of control. The bridge crossing yet to come on through. Loops in the lumberyard though, having a pretty tough time staying standing right now because they've lost a second player, and DXavier pick up yet another point.
Yeah, it feels like Loops at the moment just don't really know what angles they're meant to be covering, which is a weird one, to be honest. DXavier realised this as well. They're like, look, these guys are absolutely hurting. Let's just go in. They want to lose one player for it, but already now up to 7 eliminations for DXavier. What a result for them. I was considering putting this team in my top 6, but I ended up not doing it. I wasn't quite trusting after what we saw over in their own group. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong to doubt them. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Major Pride, Evo Station, Elementrix trying to take on BTR, but it's nice to see BTR taking the initiative on this fight.
BTR trying to move Major Pride out the way. We've been in a standoff on the island. The first and the second knock go the way of BTR. These nades flowing out of Hut Tin, effective. AZ really nowhere to help this one, and Major Pride just get cut in half here. That is really, really rough, as Beck is already on the far shoreline, though. They may be able to hold out BTR, even only with 2.
It's a weird one because from Indonesia, those type of squads, they like to sub quite frequently and figure out what the best roster is to work with. And I think that they've done that quite a lot towards the end of their group. And I don't think even they were quite sure what their dream roster was. But I like who they're fielding here. 77, Becca, found by AZ from Major Pride. That is an unfortunate pickup considering that is a solo. Or one of the solos coming through from Major Pride. Becca over in that compound down towards the south with AZ over on the west.
I've just taken a look at the map and seen D plus Kia right in the middle as well, Blank. So that's a mysterious apparition in the middle of the circle right now. They've managed to sneak their way through past Tapmock and Cal to get a decent chunk. 77, they played into the circle very, very late, which is why we're seeing them try to go for this bridge crossing. They weren't in that standoff on the northwest. They played on that southwest drop spot early on in the match, and now they're trying to make their way across, but there's a bit of a roadblock in the way. Major Pride's duo, Zeus on that south side, as we head on up to the north, and D plus Kia have managed to come up looking great on this, and so have Voin Donkey ID.
Voin Donkey ID, probably one of my favorite teams, actually, so far, inside the survival stage. It says their improvement, like, I think it was like 3 chicken dinners on the final day that they're able to pick up. It was wild. It was wild what they were able to do. And they were really feeling themselves. But again, that's a team coming into this one with so much velocity from their group. They're going to be barreling towards a lot of these teams. With D plus Kia, once again, doing D plus Kia things. Like you said, ethereal in their approach up towards that north side, able to find themselves a strong position. DXavier, I don't even think are aware that they are here. Mirror and Sejong, on the other hand, with only 3 players, do not have that same kind of rotational capability.
A cow conclusion necessary here for RCB and for Vampire, but one of them is not going to have the ending that they want. Vampire take first knock, but it's answered as well. A step around the side, and again, 2 knocks. And there's third parties coming on through. That's from 4MV. That's from the remnants of Loops over in the lumberyard. The crossing, Wild can't control it. Steps out wide. Danger from 4MV on the south side, so needs to be careful. Vampire are losing players thick and fast. Trying to dodge around the side here. Both need to go for the reload as Wild managed to restock on the ammunition.
Finally.
And that will be the end of the Vampires. Looking for that res, they'll play on as 3.
And Wild had some great movement there. It was very difficult, but you can tell just how skillful both those teams are. It was not easy to make happen. Zeus making a roll up towards the shack, and they just keep on going. Darkin's left behind for the time being, but that will be all she wrote for Zeus. They are not likely to get out from this position.
I mean, they've gotten rid of a lot of major pride. Mir and Sejong are in the compound, but they're flexing out over the hill. You can see they want some of this. They want these points, and rightly so. They're on 4. If they can rack up 2 more, that would be brilliant. Becca's across the way for major pride, the last player on the roster. But they all are going to have to move a little bit further in. If Mir and Sejong can control the south side of this curved hilltops on these rice fields, Blank, this is going to be a great spot for them, but they have to move further up.
Yeah, it's a nice spot to play for Marin Sejong, honestly, being able to wrap around. Becca being found by Zeus there, so Aaron up to 4 eliminations. This guy is absolutely killer inside the lobby. Nobu, spotting one player up ahead of them, will take down Wild and Loxy. 6 elims now for D plus Kia. Really good start for them, but we've seen this before, John. We've seen a very good start for the South Korean squad, and it fizzle out on their next couple of days. Luckily, there's only 2 days to play here. We can work with that. Hoxie, feeling a little foxy inside of this lobby at the moment with 4 elims, the only elims inside the team at the moment, actually. And now looking for more on these nades that look fairly decent. Cooked a little bit long on that one.
Ooh, a nade finds Mir and Sejong up on the high ground from the Vicious. They are closer to the circle. They're in their little divot, their little ditch, and they're trying to hold out on it. They have to dig in harder than that, though, because Mir and Sejong are bearing down upon them. Jaso now also falling, and they are starting to turn this one around. Reyes moves up into position. It's just final left, and the nade up high to the rock goes to the wrong side. Knows now that there's no one there, and this next nade might be able to find the mark. Reyes, is he going to get eaten? Yes! He's found a nice little bobble over the top, the bouncer.
It's a ridiculous nade, actually. It goes over the top side there. I wasn't thinking that was going to hit, but... Little bounce makes it happen, but Mir and Sejong are now in a sticky spot. 6 teams remaining at 17 minutes, stage 5. It's been one hell of an aggressive lobby, and you can understand why. These teams only have a couple of days to put up the points that they need to stay in that top 16. They do not want to be in that bottom 8, so the spread in terms of elims is very high because teams are no longer looking for those. They still want consistent games, but they're looking for any kind of elims wherever they can find them, because this is a key part of the tournament right now.
Yeah, top 16 being the bubble, it makes a lot of difference to your playstyle, like you've highlighted there. I think that's something that we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of, and it's kind of pretty good for us, I think, as viewers, as watchers, as fans of PUBG Mobile. We're going to get a lot more action. It's going to get hotter over the next few days. With the 3 days we've got to play here, each of our teams only plays in 2 of them, which just exacerbates that problem. It's a really interesting dynamic. Voin Donkey ID currently with 3 eliminations. They're going to want to sweep through and get a lot more, but DXavier leading the charge on 9.
Yeah, DXavier's had a really good start to this game. And somewhat feel like the strongest so far. But with Parajun going down on that, over on that east side, things do get a little bit tough for them. 4MV, though. What is going to happen with this team? Is Doc down? I think he is.
Yeah.
Max is not happy. I already know he's not happy. I can hear him screaming in the background.
All the way from France as well. That's crazy. Goodness me. He's a loud man. Yeah. He's got a set of pipes on him. Hopefully 4MV can pipe up in this game too. They're on 3 eliminations, and they've got a move to make from the southeast side from the Lumberyard. Made over to final for DXavier, and they're holding a little ditch right now on the top of the hill ridge. But a knock sent their way. That's going to make it a little bit easier for the teams to move around them, and it's Mir and Sejong who will profit the most from this. David on the back line for the Vicious, still trying to get on in, but the blue zone may just take care of business for them. Not going to get the point, but Mir and Sejong have a thorn removed from their side.
I do not think that Mir and Sejong can pick final back up again. It would be really tight for them to be able to do it. 4MV walking inwards. It's just completely open ground. Apex should be the next to fall fairly soon. 4th place, not horrible. I like that everyone's made this exact same push. It's not worked 2 out of 3 times, but they're going for it again.
Surely way different.
Top, but yeah, Fabian will make it happen though.
Yeah, D plus Kia on the north side, able to keep things on lockdown a little bit. The Nolbu on the back line is going to get rezzed here. It's all up to Fabian to keep this position held. Potato from Voin Donkey ID crawling up closer. And right now, looks like we could be in for a little standoff between Voin Donkey ID and D plus Kia, because DX Xavier, actually they've managed to move Levi's down into a decent position here. A flex out from Voin Donkey ID to maybe try and deal with it, but Levi spots it there. Nolbu able to get that knock, and it's just one player for DX Xavier left on the high ground, but they have got 12 elims. They're looking for a 13th as well. Unlucky for some, but that is one happy team to be able to get that amount of points in, but 2 players roll up from D plus Kia, and you've got to imagine that's the end of him. Indeed, DX Xavier go down. Voin Donkey ID now looking to control.
Fantastic plays from D plus Kia. Really good rotates. I mean, Fabian on this angle, he knows he's got a huge amount of oversight going on, but Potato could be a problem. Getting real close up towards Fabian now. Does need to back off slightly. Razor off in the distance for Voin Donkey. Could easily be a Voin Donkey win if they play the cards right, but I don't think D plus Kia is going to let this one slip.
Want to keep them firmly in the driver's seat of it. Potato pressured out by Osal. That smoke over towards the other position, but Fabian gets spotted. Razor does get traded off though, and Nolbu means takes them down into a 1v2. Unlikely you can res that for D plus Kia, so it is just a pure 1v2 here. Potato trapped in and the nade over the top for Nolbu. Needs to try and isolate one of these angles. Cannot take a 2v1 with multiple peaks at the same time. Osal trying to drop down. The nade goes long onto Potato, but out into the open, it's just not going to work out. And it is D plus Kia to add another Sanhok chicken dinner to their tally. Will it be enough?
This is what we wanted. I mean, will it be enough? I don't know. It's first game, John. Come on, give him a little bit of credit on that one. I mean,
no, they're good.
Yeah, this is the idea of momentum that we were talking about earlier. They were fresh off from Group Green, but they look good either way. And it feels like they have fixed some of the mistakes on side and trusting a little bit more on those off angles. It did feel like it came down to a point where it was like Osal was sort of the only player on that team really pushing the limits of that squad. But it's nice to see Fabian back off on an off angle.
Well, the hope is for D plus that this isn't a one and off, and this isn't a fall down from what we saw in their group back in Group Green. We had them in top 3, I feel like, for the majority of the days, but when it came to the final day, they just couldn't keep up, and they eventually fell down the leaderboards and netted themselves here into the survival stage. But a good start here at a D plus, Max.
Yeah, very good start. I mean, we also have to keep in mind, Jason, they lost a player instantly upon phase 1 versus Inko. They were down to 3 and understood, okay, taking fights head on, not going to be quite the play. We're going to avoid all of those fights near Cowl, send it straight in the center of the circle and just try and survive. And then when we do have circle control, when teams are forced to come our direction out of these strong POIs like your Cowl, like your Tap Mox, that's when we're going to start getting involved in the conversation. That's when we're going to try to get as many limbs as we possibly can. And Hodrix, as we see right now, the amount of control they showcased at the end of this game is absolutely incredible.
I don't know how they do it, dude. I mean, it's ridiculous. I can't express just how insane this team is on Sanhok. These guys drop docks. They drop in docks. And they move all the way up into the zone and are able to get so many eliminations. Noble as well. I mean, even at the end, that 2 push onto D Xavier to just clutch the victory. I mean, these guys are starting off so strong. I hope they can just replicate that in the other maps.
I mean, we can't forget about the fact they did win 2 Sandhawks in the respective group as well, which was kind of funny to see, right? And then we had DRS obviously take one later on. But yeah, I mean, Nobu, like normally we talk about Osal as being a standout player here, but Nobu with the 977 damage done here, Max, are really stepping up when they need it, because they obviously won the game, but they had to defend up against an RCB crash with only the 3 players alive.
Yeah, it's mostly thanks to the off angles that Fabian was able to offer Nobu and Osal, and that just allowed them to go absolutely crazy in these fights, Jason. They were just sending it on everyone. As you talked about that third party, especially Hodrix or Voin Donkey versus DX, that was an incredible 2-1 push, keeping the angle in the back, making sure they can play that ridge as comfortably as they really want to. And yeah, then you just see the numbers come through pretty naturally because the angle enables you so heavily. So yeah, D+. I just hope, Jason, we don't see a little bit of a fall off like we saw in the group stage, but this is a similar start. And I gotta say, their third party, their timing was absolutely on point, and I love to see that from them in the first game.
Well, not only them, their brethren, Mir and Sejong here, Hotchicks, having a fairly decent game as well here, playing from that south side.
Yeah, I mean, Mir and Sejong, they land right where this circle pretty much ended up on, right? So, I mean, this should have been, I think, a little bit more of a solid match from them. But, I mean, for the first match of the day, I always have, like, I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card. I punch it for everybody for game one. You know what I'm saying? Because Sanhok, you know, new group, it can get a little bit sketchy, but MSJ to be able to put up some good eliminations is a great start for sure.
We actually, talking about the teams that reached the late game, we have to bring up Xavier, right? Like, let's not forget, they were involved in a hot drop like in Paradise Resort versus Stalwart and completely just swept the floor with them, to be completely honest. Like, they just completely destroyed Stalwart in that position, then initiate the transition point and take control of that high ground north of Mir and Sejong, Hodgix. That was a great transition point for them, and then they can just exude as much control on the lobby as they really want to. And off the back of that, they are going to be the top fragging team this game with 13 points. GX coming in to play.
Going that full IHC route here, like we're talking about. I mean, the aggression of Xavier is phenomenal, but can they maintain it when we get obviously into these other matches? You know, 4MV coming in from Kao too, getting some 7 points for themselves. They ended up having to deal with loops, and RCB were there as well, but RCB ended up rotating into D+ instead. Zeus getting some good eliminations. RCB got some good eliminations here as well. But another team we're going to have to talk about that it was kind of confusing in terms of what they were doing. We were a little bit, you know, disagreeing with each other on what were the reasoning behind this. But Bigatron on that Northwest Island, I know you spotted this out first, Max, if you can talk us through it, but Hans was kind of playing away from his team.
Yeah, so the rest of the team of 3 of the players were playing the Northwest Mountain, as the team that typically drops there would do. But Hans was just scouting the northern coast, and I really thought for the longest time, Jason, the idea was, we're going to find a boat. If it goes over to the eastern mainland, then we're just going to do a quick boat take before any team has the chance to react, before any team has a chance to get control of strong positions in the circle near the coast, and we're just going to claim that position first. I thought that was the whole game plan. I don't know if they just didn't find a boat or whatever happened, but that scouting really didn't give them too much in the end, which I think is a bit unfortunate. There was a really good opportunity to pull one of the best boat takes outside of the Team Spirit one that we've seen this PMGC.
I mean, it's kind of hard to top that one. But if we're talking about rotations, Hot Jukes, also 77 has to be brought up here. I know we were looking at this and Max was getting furious about them. They're dropping over in Same, but they rotated through Northwest Island instead of going towards mainland.
Hesitation? Like, I mean, it's wild because 77, we saw them go on over. It looks like they were gonna do like this boatate in like late circle 2, and instead just are like, oh yeah, by the way, if we attempt this, we're like 100% dead because we're gonna be so late. All the main edge areas right there on the side near Cow are already gonna be taken right now. So they just say, you know what, forget the boatate, let's go ahead and drive super late into this circle, and then they just got obliterated. So yeah, 77 just got, I think, too much in their heads, and instead they should have just, you know, slowly just crept in, and you got to just battle it out sometimes, you know, those little sneaky D+ Kia rotations are just not available.
I think looking at 77, Hodrix, there were 2 good options. It was all the early boatates, which as we saw did not happen, or going to the eastern mainland. Going to the west, you're forcing yourself to cross 2 bridges that you know are being gate kept by like not 1 team, not 2 teams, but at that point I think it was 4 teams look in your direction. So 77, sure, it's only 1 Sanhok a day, but the next time, hopefully they go for a little bit of an easier route, because I think they just tuned the game mode to hardcore for themselves this game, and they could definitely have made it a bit easier.
Yeah, obviously adaptations are going to be very important. I mean, I think you look at this in paper and it's like, as long as you're not a bottom 8 team, you get into last chance. But this is PMGC. Like, all these teams are insanely good. I'm looking for this adaptation. Stalwart, are they going to go boot camp again? Or sorry, Paradise. No, it was Paradise, I believe they dropped, right?
Yeah.
Paradise up against Xavier, or are they going to adapt? Are they potentially going to be finding a team in Picado later on? You can't be hot dropping in 50% of the matches here and try to avoid bottom 8. So I'm really curious if we're going to have those adaptations going into these future days.
I hope so. And that's why you see these teams. You can see the little pictures there down at the bottom. These guys know where each other are going to drop. They want to avoid those hot drops pretty much at all costs, and especially in Erangel, because we got 3 of those maps. It's the big chunk of it, and that's honestly why I'm so concerned, right? For one team in particular, and that's Team Liquid, right? I think Team Liquid have a lot of things going against them in this one, because Erangel was their slowest map. We heard Knight talk about it, their coach, saying that, hey, we're the kings of Miramar. We gotta fix Erangel. And just unfortunately, they were within. Well, they're gonna do it now. That's the big question.
Oh, we'll find out with 7, who actually does have Team Liquid on the stage.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one is going to be in regards to Team Liquid. Before we get into Erangel, this was a team that actually struggled massively with Erangel. They were averaging about a 13th place finish right up until the last day when they decided to switch it up in Erangel, and they started averaging a 6th place finish. A much better improvement out of this team. I got a chance to talk tonight even a little bit more, and they said that they went back all the way to the early spring PMSL of Americas, and on top of that, they went back to look at PMWC, the first stages of group, because they were performing so well. They wanted to see what they were doing right and compare it to what they were doing wrong. So we should be seeing a much stronger Team Liquid. And another team that I want to talk about is going to be none other than Boing Donkey. Boing Donkey told me that they're not going to be landing Primors because Vampire Esports is here. So a lot of changes happening here at Survival Stage.
I find that interesting. Actually curious to your thoughts here, Hodrick, since you're just talking about Team Liquid. To go looking back to like spring, to look back at PMWC to see how you were playing well, I find that kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're going back, and going through the playbook to figure out like, hey, what do we got to fix here? And it's going to be a lot, watching them change their secondary drop location. It does show a sign of weakness to me. I got to be honest here, because the biggest teams in the world, they don't change no matter what, right? Secondary or whatever. So Team Liquid, they have that going against them. And even worse, they're in group green, guys, right? So they only play today, tomorrow. Group yellow and red are going to know exactly how many points they're going to need to pass them up. So Team Liquid have to hit pedal to the metal right here, right now.
And only 2 days to play here to really make your stand, to get yourself the points you need to maintain a top 16 finish. Let's head into our first Erangel 3 of the day, once again here with John Allen and Blink.
Each of our teams has 6 maps on Erangel to play, and this will be the first go-around. From Primorsk over towards Kameshki on the plane path, it looks like, certainly up towards Stauber. We're not going to see 2 teams drop in Primorsk. It's only going to be the Vampires taking up residency on the southwest point.
Which is fair enough. I mean, we were talking before about this, John. I wouldn't want to fight against Vampires either. They're a pretty chaotic team when it comes down to it. And when it comes to chaos, that's not something you really want in survival stage. You'd rather something a little bit consistent. But if you can get third parties like we saw versus DX Xavier earlier on, that's certainly something teams are definitely looking for at the moment.
Vampire going to be staking their claim to the southwest side. We'll see if there are any more snafus in the early game to kick things off. Who's going to take the military base? Who's going to take control of that bridge crossing as well? Without CAG Osaka, a 4MV going to have a better time getting across? Like, what's happening there?
It's actually a funny thing, because I was going to say the same thing in terms of, look, CAG Osaka not being in the lobby might be the most happy thing right now for 4MV. Question is, are Boing Donkey going to take up that same kind of control? Because currently they're playing towards Very Pier. They do have an outpost over towards Gatka, John, though. So that leads me to believe that they're not going to go for something too crazy. With the circle heading up towards Severny, might be a chance for 4MV to maybe head east.
I feel like that would make more sense, right? Because you've got dropping out on that low west side rather than on the low east side of the map. And in general, with this circle, you're not going to see too much stock in those positions like Milta, like South Coast Farm. Major Pride very likely to leave there. Boing Donkey could be just hopping back to 4, it could be a vehicle and then a regroup down south, but with this circle, it's you want to regroup a little bit.
It's hard as well, because with the way that we saw the plane path go through from Primorsk up towards Stauber, there's now that question in your mind of whether you want to rotate on the western side of the map, because that is a hard place to rotate from as well with the amount of teams in that area. But it is the Vicious coming up against Zeus, losing Rita as well. And Rita, although not always the strongest player on the squad, he is a very reliable squad mate to have. A lot of times playing that backstop, and we know from watching teams like Twisted Minds, you need a reliable backstop, and that is what Doran kind of set himself up at. So losing Rita, that's really quite not good.
Yeah, and for Zeus as well, for Zeus up on that northwest side, they are already in Severny, so a team in a central position, losing that player in this central position when you need to be strong on the defense now with the circle is a really inopportune moment. But the Vicious lose 1-2 over in Yasnaya, so a 1-for-1 trade coming on in, or trying to figure out who got that elim. Looks like, yeah, it was from the high ground. A pretty solid hop out there. It felt like Rita kind of forgot to take that final shot.
Yeah, David was very low. It's very, very low. I feel like he should have gone down there. Maybe Rita was just out of ammo. But yeah, an unfortunate trade for them. Considering now you do have Zeus up in Severny, that's a fantastic spot to be in a lot of times. With only 3 players, you do lack a little bit of control in that area going forward. Now, I'm curious not only about Zeus, John, I'm also curious about RCB going forward. Max on the desk was praising them earlier, and so he should do. Some of their rotations was absolutely phenomenal going into Group Green. I am curious to see if they can pull that off here, but I don't want it to always be Sylas leading the charge. And I think we did see that in the final game of Miramar, where Sylas went down. The rest of the team was like, we have to step up. This guy has been doing so much for us, and we really need to rally around each other and not just Sylas every time.
Yeah, they need to back him up a little bit. This guy's a world champion. He's got the chops for it, and the rest of them do too. But they needed to realize that, unleash their inner Sylas in them all. They'll be able to. They'll be able to do the same here in the survival stage. But again, back to that point about what is survival stage. You just need consistent mid-level points, right? If you're putting up 6 points a game, it is quite likely that you're getting to the last chance. Right? That's where you need the big breakout performances. So we'll see if those playstyles get adjusted to that.
With the 6 points per game, you're absolutely right. In terms of getting last chance, that'll do it for you. And I think it'll be the first day for both the groups that are having their first day of play, right? At the moment, for Group Green, specific do need to have a really big breakout performance on their first day, which is why you are seeing teams go for some very high. Might not always be advisable at this point, but you can give yourself a little bit of a buffer going into tomorrow so you can see yourself ahead. That will be ideal. Like Jukes was saying, it's a good point to make as well in terms of, group red and yellow. They'll both know the exact margin that they need to hit. So some of our squads do want to really pump those points up on their first day, and they do that through third parties, which is very doable over on Sanhok. Slightly less doable right now in these stages, at least on Erangel, with this circle going so far up towards the north.
Our teams have crunched into that north circle as well now. Loops into the shooting range hills. RCB trying to find their footing nearby. Maybe able to split off a little bit of the difference. RCB with the position up in the buildings on that east compound, the west compound going to Loops. So they should be fairly chill right now for their current position. The next circle will give them some trouble depending on where we shift out to.
Yeah, it's a hard place to find a home for us at the moment. And I think that with Loops finding that crossing, now they're out in the opening. Like you say, well, the next is a case where for us it could get troublesome because they don't quite have a compound to play, and it's likely going to either a crash or maybe a D plus Kia rotate where suddenly you're in the center of the circle and no one knows how.
Yeah, it's just, you just appear there. It's a play PUBG Mobile, all things considered. Just getting a central spot immediately. Who could complain? Team Liquid, they currently yet to get off the mark. Them and Vampires, the only 0-point teams right now. And they will position fairly central as well, just up the hill from those two positions that we saw from RCB and from Loops, but maybe still trying to joust it out on that shooting range hill. Goodness me. Stalwart coming in for a river crossing fairly soon. Some teams still coming in fairly late. 4MV still on that military island. So going to be trying to find their way across quite late on in this circle. Won't have a position to play around, so scouting very, very necessary. And the good news for me, Blank, is that Doc is at the back of that approach.
Yeah, they sent him right to the back of the queue there. Look, you will not be lining up. You will not be the first, right? You're our backstop. Or it could go a completely different way, and Doc just never regroups. All right, he's just going to stay in Sosnovka. But it does feel like there's a bit of Sosnovka trauma here for 4MV in terms of when they're rotating, how they're rotating. They're quite scared of Lighthouse at the moment. They did all the way up until just the ending of stage 1 before they made this. Fair enough. I think they're very, very worried about getting taken out early here. They're a team that plays phenomenally well when they have 4 players up. like as a group towards stage 5, you're like, all right, 4MV is going to get a big game. But it has been so many times in the past where we've seen stage 2, stage 3 for 4MV be the worst times for them, where they'll lose 1 or 2 players and that's it, the game's over.
Yeah, they just get shredded apart like a bag of cheese, Blank, and then sprinkled over the rest of the lobby's point scorings. It hasn't been illustrious for them, but they will look to repair. Vampire also on a bit of a late rotate, this time over in Georgia Pole. So they are going over that West Georgia Pole long bridge to get up towards the north side. I think this is a wise rotate from Vampires at stage 2. You can survive the blue easily. And pushing in from the west side seems to be fairly uncontested. Stalwart may try and jump up in there as well, but an open bit of ground for them and probably their most viable approach. Over in the meantime, we've got the Vicious, who I thought they lost a player earlier, but I think they just had a... Oh, yeah, because he got sprayed down super low. Was super low on the ground. Major Pride crashing on into the middle and having a bad time of it. Losing Elementrix. That point goes over to Loxy. There's Limbo Boom. He's got to oversee Zadira getting down off that hillside as well.
A bit of a rough rotation for these squads, to be honest. It does shift hard up towards that north side again, and Cardozen goes down early for Team Liquid as they move up. That was towards Zeus, and now they look to face off versus Becca, a lone soldier inside this building. They haven't quite spotted him on the stairs just yet, though. This could be a sneaky pickup. Firstly, for Team Liquid, they just want this to be a clean fight for them. They don't want to lose a single player, but it's a good return fire for them.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there from Becca. Jumping at the opportunity a little bit too quickly. And Major Pride, again, losing 2 at early points in this game is going to be bad news. We talked about 4MV getting cut down. The same is true now for Major Pride, 2 games on the trot. So they'll need to find some repair on that one for the next games. They've also still got 2 players in this one, so how much value can they extract? Zeus still up on that north side, allowing teams into the south of Severny, Blank. I mean, with 3 players, it seems like a not terrible decision, but what it does mean is that you're locked in to fight them when the circle pushes you out of it.
I think for Zeus, there is that capability to maybe move up towards the north side. With how north the circle has gone, we have like half of the circle in the water right now. There is some positions to move up, but you're right. In terms of leaving, there are so many side of Severny that there is likely to be some kind of fight going through. So I think for these teams, they're hoping for more of a center. The Vicious losing for nose into Dog on a very long here. I think he took some extra tax too. Should be a flush if they play their cards right, but they're going out that way, including smokes. But now it's the time for 4MV. I don't think they can stay in this area for too much longer. They've been spotted. Doc takes a fair bit of damage. And again, stage 2, stage 3, do not want to see players going down.
I could hear Maxman tensing as well as soon as taking damage from the off angle. He stayed there too, praying too much, and probably that criticism is still valid even if he doesn't get knocked. Another hard shift on this northwest circle, though, is going to mean that 4MV, again, on the long side of this, are going to need to figure out their approach. Vampire, their approach from the west flank has worked out very, very well.
Yeah, it's hellish for a lot of our teams over towards the east here, because there is that problematic crossing into the circle where Severny is a wall right now in terms of squads, in terms of teams. But Mir and Sejong, I'm curious to see how they play this one out, because they absolutely do need to hold face versus Voin Donkey. Is a fantastic spot to be in.
Ooh, a nice shutdown off to the off angle there against Voin Donkey. Final hops out, and Voin Donkey do fall entirely. 16th place, no elims. North side, there's a roll up now from Loops. Back on into the fight. Mir and Sejong looking to try and defend, but they've already got 4 elims. How much more value do they want? Can they get Final down first, and the roll in for a little bit of Arias? Nino does fall. Coutinho on the outside. Neil as well on the off angle. Does it just leave safe? They find the frags. The Loops lose 1, but the approach is still good.
And he got his approach. I mean, I don't know how he got through that building. Now, how is there no off angle on this one? Finds at least one. Say we'll find another knock and into a second. There's someone upstairs. Look for the fight. Elims off the back of it. So for Mir and Sejong, although didn't look great, 7 elims on the game off the back of that. I don't think they'll be too unhappy with how disastrous that fight was for them.
Team Liquid sideline nades onto the engagement here between BTR and Zeus. As Team Liquid get value from these as well. Big knocks being found on both of these squads, and Team Liquid have just managed to pick themselves up a fantastic situation. They need to capitalize on it now because a lot of these knocks haven't been confirmed. Move on in, find these wounded players, pick up these points, add them to the tally. For the Brazilian team, it's now or never to pick up a big game. Well, they've got a couple more opportunities, but this is a great one for them. Satar on the inside, trying to handle Mythic on the swing, but it's not going to work out. Team Liquid keep their players alive, and they're looking for more. Hopping over to the southeast side flank at 77, trying to make their way on through. They have Magnum knocked, they've lost Limbo Boom, but they can get back to their feet.
A massive amount of action around the map at the moment, and this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of that wall that was Severny. That wall has been broken down, but it left a lot of casualties inside the lobby with 5 teams going out at the moment. Absolute insanity over towards that eastern edge in stage 3 as well, no less. Massive amount of elims going through, but for Team Liquid, a very good start for them. 7 eliminations in a fight between 2 teams. That's what you want to see from Team Liquid. That is the sort of we're expecting in their group, but we just never were able to see it come through for them. In the meantime, though, RCB do make that rotate. Talking earlier about how, you know what, from looking for this squad. Northeast shift on the circle. RCB actually have a fantastic point to play from.
Ooh. Difficult shots to try and deal with as it's now the southwest side flank that is starting to heat up. Can they move towards RCV? After concluding this one, Inko losing 2 on the position against Critter, but a third a little bit too much. Vitali into the position to look for these reses. If Inko can get 4 players back alive, they would be laughing, but they have got a difficult rotate ahead of them and still looking to disengage as well.
Stalwart attempts to get away from this one. Inko lose a fair good amount of players, but should be a reset for them, I'd imagine here, right? Surely. 15 seconds on the circle coming in, though. It's a bit of a struggle for them to maybe move out. With Stalwart getting ahead here. Is Sanchez down and only Fearless left remaining. DXavier having eyes on over towards his position as well. Somewhat of an isolated fight between this position on the western side with Major Pride, Stalwart, DXavier, Loops, 4 and B on a very, very big wrap for themselves over towards the northwest.
On that position, the DXavier are now in. Blank RCB actually left the position we were talking about and they went into Severny. Which I was wondering, where are they gone? Why are DXavier able to take this spot? Well, they've actually sent all the way in and actually not taken any casualties either. DXavier taking a knock onto Lamborghini, but it should be covered off enough to get a res, maybe. But no, there's danger afoot. There's Inko trying to roll on in too.
There's so many teams in Severny right now, by the way, John. The Vicious just rocked up. 77's trying to hold on. Inko aren't doing a bad job, honestly, from the position they were in. I did not expect them to get too much further into this lobby. And now it's down to Paragen. You just take a couple of tags there from Vitali. It is sent back their way, but Levi's on that front line that absolutely had to stay alive to give that position a bit more strength for DXavier is down. Now Inko can start to work the problem.
Nades over, shots back and forth, and first blood drawn against both of these 2 rosters. Nade from Juancho. We're going to try and open it up. There's a rotate around through the back as well. So I think is that Vampire trying to chime on in? Inactive. Going to be taken down first, and DXavier still on 4 if they can get this res. But the nades, they're going to make that all the harder. Levi's flushed away as Vitali gets some value from it. For Inko, Lamborghini nade to the back line. A lot of damage sent to Nenebete as well, as they continue to layer it on thick. And that is a nice little pickup there for DXavier. They are in control of this one, and a second knock found.
Yeah, really good nades to hold back the tide from Inko, from DXavier on this fight. Now just 1 player left remaining in Vitali, who has been quite sick with it, actually, for Inko here. Almost made it work versus DXavier, but they're playing it safe here with the nades over the top. Should finish it out, and DXavier with 5 more eliminations, taking back the top spot inside the lobby. They'll pop their teammate back inside the vehicle and potentially try and drive out of here. Here's 4 and V. They only had 2 players left remaining versus Major Pride's 2. Apex last left alive for the squad of a player knocked. Vampires, I respected the play. They saw the fight between DXavier and Inko, John. They were like, we're going to roll on past.
they're in an interesting spot right now. The danger of it, I mean, with the circle moving away, it's going to be a Severny scrap, I think. But the danger of it is as soon as that ridge line to their west gets occupied, they're done for, right? They're absolutely done. Unless the teams in Severny protect the ridge line for them, right? And that's really what you're banking on. So dangerous position, but as a solo, probably one of your very few options that you could do successfully. And they're going to have to move up north now. The coastline looking pretty appetizing, but the fact that we're into stage 6, Blank, and we're looking at 40% water here is crazy.
It is a wild situation for Loops. Neil's going to stay outside the water, you know, try and live this game out as much as possible. But you're right, we're likely heading over towards the scratch of any between 4 squads at least, with Team Liquid, RCB, The Vicious, as well as 77. 77 in a slightly weird scenario as they are on that eastern side. They do have to work their way around, but if they can get control over towards those north buildings, they have a lot more positioning to play in and possible loot to work with too. Major Pride sends out into the water. Do they know Neil's here?
They should be aware of it now. Nades being cooked. Danger here. You can't take shots back if you're out in the drink. Neil's going to spot them. Spots that roll up, and AZ goes down first into the boat Evo station. Looking to be a turret on the water here. Danger from the Severny. That's going to be the end of it. Immediately attention is drawn, and Loops pick up a point. Major Pride eliminated. Team Liquid get one too.
I am the mermaid. Me alone. Mermaid Neil on the case. Yeah, good shots. Really, really good shots, actually. I wasn't expecting to immediately get the knockover towards AZ, John. That's not always, like, we know, because we've seen a lot of games that taking shots out into the water is not the same as shooting a guy out in the open. Sometimes those bullets will miss, sometimes those bullets won't go far enough, but that was one of the quickest knocks I've seen in terms of just a pop-up into a knock, and then he sat inside the boat. Immediately, Team Liquid's looking over towards that location. Loops is very fortunate that their Brazilian friends inside of Severny do spot that one.
Trying to get the clock to tick down on the players on the outside. Everyone in Severny desperately wanting to cling to this. Again, another elimination game for DX Xavier. But they are on the outside right now. The only team really with any presence on the outside, which means they have control of this ridgeline, but the blue zone will push them off of it. Do they have anywhere to go in front of them?
DX Xavier now looking over towards the southeast side here. Towards Stone, who is likely to go down. For DX Xavier, essentially for this team, they're likely going to have to go for some very much ghillie-style plays over towards the eastern side and just try and remain out of dodge for as long as possible. Good pickup from the Vicious over towards Zadira, though. That is a big pick-off. The fact that Zadira goes down early like that as well, John, is very bad news for 77. They had so much control over this eastern side, and now with Vicious being able to push up a little bit further, David and Diminor, both very strong players, could potentially overtake 77.
Oh, that's a cruel circle to DX Xavier, but how much further can they go? As Loops do lose Mermaid Neil. The tail's not flipping anymore, unfortunately. There's not going to be too much more they can do about that. DX Xavier now could move out to the coastline feasibly, but there's just so little ridgeline to play around, and you're super exposed exactly where you are.
It's so open. So unbelievably open for DX Xavier on the western side, John. I feel really bad for them, honestly, because I don't think they've played a bad game whatsoever, and their control over towards this western side has been very, very good. Unfortunately, you're right. Likely in the near future, they will be going down. A lot of the teams of Severny just making sure that this is centered in Severny. There's no other teams making their way in because RCB, The Vicious, 77, Team Liquid all know where one another are playing. They're trying to get rid of those outside chances. The things that might cause problems in the near future.
DX Xavier sending up to that coastline, that low ridgeline, really their only bastion to try and hold. That loot crate is in the circle. Paragin leading the charge. The vehicles could be impromptu cover for them, but down behind it, there's suppression back from the ridgelines as well as a second player from DX Xavier falls. A third, Lamborghini. He's made it into Severny on a corner. Let's see if 77 handle it.
It's the outside opportunity I was talking about, the anomaly of the lobby. 77 were able to take a shot over towards the Vicious, but unable to confirm on that flush. And now they know that there is a player in the wings. Out comes a couple of our players from 77. They will finish off Nadetti. That's Lamborghini down. So good stuff. Good stuff overall from 77. But the fact they went from 4 players in a very strong spot on the eastern side, now down to 2, is a very unfortunate situation for them.
Yeah, losing out, but they've got 7 eliminations already, so if they go down here, it's 7-7 with 7, which I'm pretty happy about. Maybe 7 can interview them about it. And RCB from the southwest side, they're playing in with 4. Team Liquid, a high-value game. That's what they found on that scrap between, I think it was BTR and Zeus. They were able to extract a lot of points from that. They're up to 10 eliminations already, so this west side, if RCB want a good game, they're going to need to take down Team Liquid here.
I'd quite like to see RCB take this match as well, because for them, this has been a really tough crossing from the south side and Rozhok. There were so many teams ahead of them. We talked about how they were out in the open earlier on. Luke's been able to take up those compounds ahead of them. So I was actually somewhat confused they were able to get into this position, and something that I hope that the desk is able to enlighten me about, as I was obviously distracted in that moment. Yeah, very, very good game from RCB so far in terms of control. Obviously, don't have the same amount of eliminations as Team Liquid, who are trying to extract everything that they can from this lobby, so they can continue on to last chance.
And that's the thing about this survival stage is 2, 3, probably, I mean, 4 good games are what you're looking for here, right? But if you get 3 on the cards, that can basically see you safe almost just off the rip.
Yeah,
this shift over towards them. To be very happy with it for Team Liquid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In terms of like 3-4 good games, that might be all you need. And if you're able to do that now and give yourself a buffer on your first day, that's the most important thing. So every single one of these teams looking for a strong match here. A chicken dinner would be awesome. But with this circle moving over towards the western side, that somewhat cuts out 77 and the Vicious. They'll likely conclude their engagement on the eastern side. But again, it's such a shame the 77 with 4 players has now gone down to 2. You're unsure of how it's happened. You're unsure why it happened. But there you go. 77 have made quite a few mistakes in the past. It was only up until those final moments in their group that we started to see them play to the potential that we expected them to be at.
Nades over RCB, looking to push up, get rid of Team Liquid here. 4 players still for RCB, but damage going to be sent their way. Chief and Ayala out on the back wall here on the compound. That may catch RCB by surprise. Chief launching a long nade down the edge, but RCB retreat. Don't take a knock just yet. The nades to follow it up, and RCB flurry into the building to try and get a little bit of cover against them. Now that wall position has been spotted, it will be known. In the meantime, 77 managed to eliminate the Vicious on the east side, so they can get into the next circle, maybe get up to a second place here.
Yeah, for 77, there's actually a high likelihood they'll get a second place, because this fight most likely will conclude before they even get across. I am wondering how many nades both teams have left on side. You're almost wondering whether RCB were trying to take that initial engagement because they know that they're fairly decent when it comes to meds, but I would be wrong there too. Level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, 0 first aid kits. Dear me, for RCB, starting to get real rough.
And with 3 limbs, even with the placements, I mean, it's a decent game, but it's not a big game for RCB. It's not one of those good games that we were talking about that can see you safer. Not able to check that box off just yet. I mean, this fight, they're probably aware. I mean, RCB retreated from this. They made the call. We don't need to go for this right now. We don't need to conclude this fight. Let's just keep these placement points coming, because getting into second place worth 6 points minimum. Maybe they just want to force 77 to take that step forwards, guarantee that second spot.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they'd be absolutely delighted to see that happen. I think both of the squads on the western side are like, we don't want a second place. We don't want a third place. Let's just wait out 77. We can take our fight afterwards. So for 77, it is unfortunate. The only way that this changes if there is somewhat of a wild knock that comes through from RCB onto Team Liquid, in which case I think that they would push it, John. But that might come off the back of Wild's nade here on RCB. But yeah, I do think this is going to all slow down up until stage 9, most likely.
Nobody wants to make that move, least of all 77. They are starting to establish smokes. or while they're thinking about it, you can see both Magnum and Shifu. They're just going to have to put out as much smoke as possible and hope that one of them gets across. And even if they do, Ayala's waiting for them. Team Liquid have such a strong barrier to come up against. It's going to be a miracle if they can make it.
It's all slowing down. I don't really want to see Sylas use this nade. He's only got one in the back pocket. I think he'd be better off used later on versus Team Liquid, as they are all in the 1 stories. Fairly easy to nade out from. But you can understand why he's going for it though, John. The fact that you might be able to pick yourself up 2 eliminations off the back of this. We'll see what happens. As we are just waiting now 7 seconds. 77, 7 elims to make something work.
They managed to rack it up to 9, so they've ruined the Rhine, but they've got a reason to go for it. Magnum actually moving forwards first. Shifu going to be moving around in the building as well as Magnum crawls across Ayala. He's going to spot this. Surely he's going to spot this. He's going to know exactly what he's dealing with and immediately goes for the spray down at Shifu, though, to take the majority of the damage as Magnum continues to commando crawl back through. Will get spotted, and that will be the end of it. Second place now guaranteed for both of our teams on the western side, and they can start to go for the fight.
12 elims on top of the 4 coming through from RCB. That would be a 16 plus a chicken dinner 26-point game, which would be massive for Team Liquid coming into this. But RCB, they have that manpower. They've got the man advantage on side. That's one of the very few nades that RCB has. And it does absolutely nothing.
Loxy on the wall. Could be first to face Team Liquid. With the 12 elims have locked down a good game already, but RCB want to put more up on the card. Getting a chicken dinner here would be great. It would put 6 elim chicken dinner, a 16-point game would be great for RCB, and the team from would be happy to achieve that, but right now they just haven't got an opening to move towards Team Liquid.
Chief. This guy, it all depends on Chief right now. He has so many angles to work with, and he has to call out on this left flank when it's coming through, so Mythic can potentially take a shot. Lovely angle we get here. Looking over towards that top side. Loxy getting up towards the car is a really big deal. That means Kimmers can make his way up too. All slowing down.
The staircase. Chief still holding the off angle. Numbers advantage still there. I think Team Liquid are at nades as well. But it's go time. Smoke up the corners. Smoke up the corridors. The sight lines. Loxy low but not down. As Kimmers, same story. Out on the inside, needs to get the healing before the blue zone touches him. If RCB can make this crossing, it's anybody's game. It's their chance to make this one work, but it's only bandages for Loxy. Mythic goes down first. 2 players now stand in the way. A pump action from Sylas. He doesn't have the meds, but he's got the guts. And he goes up the stairs with it. Wild finds Chief, and now it's only Ayala to stand in the way, and Turkey take it down. From the south, they roll on up. And it is an amazing push over to Team Liquid.
I mean, it's a dangerous push as well towards the rooftops. I respect the fact they went for it and they weren't happy with just the 2 elims and letting that go down to the play zone. But very, very well played from RCB. Really good pusher from Loxy, though. And I think we talk about Sylas a lot, but Loxy being able to get up towards that car on the eastern side, that was such a huge pickup from him to give the rest of the team an opening to move in versus Team Liquid.
Good way to start off our spree of Erangels here as RCB take home the first chicken dinner of 3. And I mean, Max, you were kind of talking about it right before we came on air. A very risky play for them to go up the staircase for that.
Oh, Sylas, you absolute crazy man. The staircase and the door hot troops is smoked up, and my man's like, I'd win. He got knocked, but you know what? They did win the game at the end eventually, so it was definitely a successful push. But RCB, so many good rotates, Hodrick, from the initial rotation of Rozok, and I know Blank was interested in how they moved. They kept just being slightly ahead of the teams on the edge, so like not quite edge, but barely in, and they would facilitate their transitions at every single circle shift to then play the edge of Saverni. Hodrick, that was just such a good rotate, passive rotates, but it gets them to the late game, and as you see, they just pop off with the shotguns and get the win.
Oh man, what a beautiful win indeed. Sylas with that clutch pump shotty there at the start. was able to get that done. And I actually don't mind that push towards the end, because I think he knew that we were so ahead in manpower. I'm just going to push up this roof and make sure that we could secure this with the blue zone that's about to close on them. But I mean, it was very risky for a second because they almost did go 1v1v1. But man, a good chicken dinner from Regnum Karya. But I will say a more impressive performance from Team Liquid there. An insane amount of eliminations, dude. But could you imagine if they just had like 1 nade or maybe 2 left? That would have been so huge for them.
I have to say, Hodrix, looking at this game, Team Liquid and RCB, sure, of course, RCB ended up winning the game, but Team Liquid put on an absolute clinic this match. Like, realistically, we were saying it all the time in their group. Oh, they're only doing well on Miramar in the last game of the day. Haha, funny meme. Haha, very cool. But, man, this is... It was hilarious. It was a good running gag. But this is the way you play City finishes, Hot Jukes. The amount of control, especially, I want to highlight one player, is Chief. He knew the weakness of their position was to get wrapped around the wall. He was holding that for literally 5, 6, 7 minutes at the end of that game because he knew if he goes down, the team goes down. So he was holding it as long as he possibly could.
I mean, there was an opportunity for him actually probably to have won the game if we think back to it, right? Because Chiefs, you mentioned he was holding off on that angle along the wall, and RCB did sit 2 players alongside the wall towards him for 1 nade. If he threw it maybe 3 seconds earlier, he would have caught out potentially 2 players, and maybe that would have been the go time for them to actually take out RCB. I mean, you have to really give him credit, obviously, with playing that kind of anchor position. But also Kimmy's. He was also playing an anchor position off towards the side, Hot Jukes, preventing Chief from spotting Sylas on top of the building.
Yeah, dude, beautifully done there. I mean, that last play execution, it just comes down to who could hit those shots. And you could also go to see if Mythic was able to hit that shot on that one player from RCB while he was running across. That would have evened up the fight. But at the end of the day, you know, you just got to look at it and be happy with what they got. And, you know, one thing that made things even more impressive, at least in my opinion, was looking at the plane path, right? This was actually a pretty, like, awkward plane path for Team Liquid because it went right pretty much dead center in between Shelter and South George. Those were their 2 drop locations. So they had to make a decision, literally a coin flip decision. Where do we go? Do we go Shelter? Do we go to South George? And instead they decide, you know what? Let's just go to that secondary drop. Let's head over that way towards South George. And it worked out perfectly for them, considering that we had a northern circle.
It allowed them to just get ahead of this lobby when it comes to the speed of their rotate, get access to the northwestern side of Severny, which, you know, always when you have city finishes, you want to play the edge of those cities in case it moves away. It just ended up centering on top of them. So that definitely helped them quite a bit, though. Jason, can I have a Max Man Wants to Complain segment? Can I have like 10 seconds?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into our Max Man Complaints here live at PMGC 2024.
Thank you very much. RCB, hold on to your bloody nades! You don't have to use the nades if you don't know where Team Liquid are. I think that if they lost that game, it would have been because they wasted nades without any info on Team Liquid. They could have waited maybe for the blue to push in and then get some really educated guesses on where the players were and then easily wrap up the game. It was close, but nades are too important, Jason, for the end. Thank you very much.
I was expecting a little bit more complaining and a little bit more trash talking, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I could have. But no, I'll be nice today.
Okay. Well, Marin and Sage, they get themselves 7 points. I think that was Say Woo almost able to pull things off there. 7 elims, though, massive for them, considering how, you know, things were playing out, I should say, in the last match. But speaking of how things are playing out, D+ off the back of a win on Sanhok get themselves 0 points. Bigatron also on 0 points. Voin Donkey on 1 point. A little bit rough here for some of these teams, but also something you have to keep in mind is you're not going to play these same teams, well, at least half of the teams in the lobby again tomorrow. Things are going to be changing, which means your drop locations might have to change, rotation is going to have to change. And honestly, Hot Jukes, as we talk about the top of the show, it's got to be a massive headache for any coach, analyst, and also player to keep that in mind as you go day per day, everything changing on you.
Yeah, it's the worst. That's why I was stressing on it so much at the start, because when you deal with a survival stage like this and you're dealing with two different groups, you do have to make adjustments. And that's why I'm a lot more confident in those teams that don't change at all, right? Because regardless, like Regnum Karya, they're taking Rozhawk. I mean, everyone's going to respect them there, right? And, you know, teams like the Xavier, IWNRX, you know, they're not changing. So the other teams that have to, they got an even more difficult one. Now, for Team Liquid, you know, going from North George to South George on their secondary drop isn't a big deal so much, you know? And I think it's very fortunate that they didn't have to deal with people on that stretch for this one. And I said it, since they're in Group Green, they have to deal with playing today and tomorrow. So they're going to be stuck watching literally on day 3 to see if anybody's going to pass them up. And for them to be able to start off so strong, I mean, that's how you got to do it.
Well, we can see here over on our overalls, it's going to be extremely close in the beginning. Obviously, the top of the table is semi-important, but it's really about the bottom of the table that you have to keep an eye out on here, because you do not want to be bottom 8 at the end of day 3. Obviously, we still have Group Red to come and play. That'll be starting tomorrow, and they'll finish up on the last day. But at the moment, not sure how Vampire go up from last place in 16th.
Yeah, 0.
I didn't know there was a 17th place there, but they obviously give themselves the 1 point. But Bigatron, Vampire, Stalwart, Inco, Major Pride, like these are all teams we're looking at the moment of potentially being knocked out.
Yeah, right now that could be the case. Of course, it's just 2 matches in, Jason, so we'll see how it goes. But I want to take it to the first place team right now, which is Xavier. They have 19 eliminations. They almost have twice the amount of the second place fragging teams, which are D plus Kia and Team Liquid with 12, and you also have Mira and Sejong with 13. They're putting on a clinic this game. They just start fighting everyone. Hardrix, Xavier, I think, that came in with a plan compared to the group stage where, like, eliminations are going to be so much more important than just, you know, getting placements like they were doing in their initial group phase. So, man, so far they've been completely popping off, and I wonder if that's going to continue throughout the entire group, the entire survival stage.
I mean, they're just playing their game, right? The Xavier landing right there in the dead center of Pachinki. The plane path was pretty much right on top of it, so they looted up quick and were able to get moving fast. One team I feel bad for in particular in this match was Major Pride, because that plane path went right over Ferry Pier. That was their old drop spot. But now, since they switched on over to Farm, which was Team Spirit's location, you know, instead they had to kind of find vehicles, you know, rotate on over to Farm. There's nothing worse than having a spot you know and love and just want to drop and take loot and go. But now you got to stretch out a little bit. Your rotation's a little bit behind. Those little adjustments at this stage, Jason, man, can it throw you off your game?
I think I'm actually happy you bring up Major Pride, because I think if we look back at Group Yellow, they were the biggest surprise in my eyes almost through every single group max, considering what we saw when it came to CSA and our watch parties. I did not think they would have a chance to get top 3, and yet they fell short by 6 points. I'm wondering if Major Pride can keep up that play from Yellow here into survival.
A lot of people, Jason, on our predictions were like, oh, they don't know about Major Pride. I'm like, nobody knew about Major Pride before this tournament. So, like, I mean, if they can be the surprise again here and make it through the top 6, that would be another surprise for Major Pride.
Well, we'll see what surprise will come out of this match here as we head into our second Erangel of the day, once again with John Allen and Blade.
It's time for round 2 here on the grassy pastures. Over from Georgia Pole, we're going on a very north-leaning plane path up towards Stalbert again, blank. 4MV backup drop, maybe? Could be on the cards. We'll see where that ends up going.
I don't think we've even seen a 4MV backup drop in such a long while, always going down towards Sosnovka. Even if they drop out early, get some vehicles, still down towards Sosnovka no matter what. But we'll definitely see some variation in terms of drop spots, because some areas are a little bit harder to get towards, especially in over Repnoya. But I think right now it is only 4MV dropping in Sosnovka towards military base.
Yeah, without ASI-8 in this lobby yet, there is no direct competition for it. It'll be interesting to see that clash when it comes on through. You see, they're dropping out and potentially still looking to go for it towards the southeast side. But a lot of teams, you can see that southern front of players in the plane path dropping out in those parachutes, trying to get more south than everybody else. See if there is any kerfuffle around the vehicles. Xavier may try and challenge for that east side of 4MV's position.
Yeah, pick up those vehicles nice and early. I think for 4MV, a lot of those vehicles are probably going to be gone, John. So for 4MV, a little bit of a struggle, maybe heading down towards Ferry Pier, but a nice central circle. Just lean a little bit over towards Sosnovka, though, John. So maybe heads down there in the future. We'll wait and see. Major Pride, the desk we're talking about them, John, for a little while. And, you know, I think that I would agree. A lot of teams, a lot of players didn't really think that they had too much in them. We've seen this squad before under different banners, under different names, and they are good. Somewhat of a rising star team where they've never quite hit that zenith quite yet. But maybe they can do it here in the survival stage.
Always looking to try. Well, I mean, the best place to peak is when qualification is on the line, right? So making sure that you are moving up to the top point of your performance when it matters the most, you can't complain. At the moment, Xavier top of the tables, 27 points. They were able to get a big elimination game in Sanhok. They're looking to repeat that here in the second Erangel, where they were able to capitalize from that western hillside position in our last game.
I think 4MV have actually decided that, you know what? We can't do it. We actually can't go to Sosnovka. We're going to go sit in the fields.
Reefus,
where else do they go?
Reefus, what are you He's literally burying his head in the hay. What's going on, Reefus? Come on.
We can't go to Sosnovka.
It's not that bad.
Guys, it's over. Hide in the hay bales.
I am just a horse now. I shall eat this hay. That is all I shall do with myself. Come on, Reefus.
Imagine chewing on hay because you can't go to military base. Not good. I think one of the players do find a vehicle, though, so maybe potential being able to get out of the way here. Dog running.
4MV are down
Guys,
horrendous.
you need an alternate drop spot, please. In they go. I do think it's only Potato inside this compound, though, at the moment. This is the north side outpost for Voin Donkey.
I wonder if the majority of 4MV actually have weapons. Apex has 2, so they've certainly got it. Yeah, Potato's just away. He's not going to try and hold this one out. They will give up a little bit of ground, certainly until backup arrives, though, from that south side. Voin Donkey looking to try and regroup towards their teammate. A spray down, Apex. He spots him, and he's turned his tail. They're back up, but they do have 3 players now for Voin Donkey ID. Oversight onto this position.
They continue to run it down. Like, they're not giving up early. Going in. Zeus also sent away. Darkin sending out a shotgun shot. I don't think that's going to really repel too many players, but go for it anyway. Let's go extremely low, but can get away from this one. I think so many teams are put out by this playing path, John. No one's really having a very good time. Major Pride, though, being able to play over towards Team Spirit spot in farm. And that should be a good position going forward.
On that south coast, they'll have a nice stronghold to be able to keep a hold of that and maybe actually stagnate a couple of these rotations, force just some direct approaches, radial on the circle, straight to the center, rather than allowing the free flow of movement on that south side. Still the possibility to loop around through the military base, and I mean, 4MV, they're slowly getting closer to it. I wouldn't be surprised to see them on that military base soon.
They might head down. I mean, Voin Donkey currently still holding that area. I think I'm quite curious about how BTR is going to play out this game, because they will have to fend off from a lot of squads. And there is opportunity to take shots towards teams who are trying to find sanctuary in Sosnovka. There goes 4MV. They're finally there.
Oh, man. That's crazy that they're going there this late in the game and not, like, dropping Severny or something, which was completely open in this lobby. And then they go. Over the hills and far away.
They're in. It's just a weird one. I mean, Reefers has got no vest, no helmet. We're halfway through stage 1. I mean, sure. I guess this will not fly in PMGC Grand Finals. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh dear. I mean, what we said earlier and what Max is now pointing out, with I8 also so hell-bent on dropping towards military base no matter what, this could be a firecracker of a position, right? And 4MV, if they don't readjust around it, or if ASI8 don't readjust around it, one of them's going down for 50% of their games here. And if you're cutting out 6 of your 12 matches to being a bit of a coin flip, that could be disaster for these two teams. Fortunately, they're only going to play one of their days against each other, which means that 6 games will be against this hot drop.
Yeah, which is not going to be fun. It's really not going to be fun. So I think 4MV needs to figure something out before then, or I8 is the bigger man in this situation, and they might head to an alternate drop spot for themselves. BTR getting themselves tucked in over towards the south side, just underneath Inco, who are towards their northern edge. We're in Sejong late to the party, though despite Mir and Sejong sometimes going down like towards stage 4, stage 6, they're still on 16 points. They've not been having a too terrible a day here. And a lot of those points are not through placements. They're more through their eliminations, which is a positive sign, I would say, for Mir and Sejong.
Getting stuck in, that's what you want to see. These early games in this survival stage, I think, is a little bit of a limit test phase, and we're seeing teams be more aggressive with it. Grabbing 4 or 5 eliminations on a match could be the difference between you qualifying and not. So, rolling up your sleeves and getting on with it. That is the way to go, certainly for the earlier parts of these games. Stalwart, shots over towards the Vicious. Oh, well, angles at least. Maybe not able to lace the shots through, but Fearless. He spotted a backpack. Rare's in danger. Can't quite get it through the window, though. Tags a couple of shots into it, and that's not going to get the full damage.
It's a bit of a standstill right now inside the lobby. A lot of teams just waiting for this stage 2 because it is uncertain, right? Could head down towards the south into those Notka, in which case a lot of teams do need to get a move on. Or head back up towards that north side, in which case 4B is dead.
There it goes.
That is... I guess they could play Novo. They could play Novo. They could loot up Novo right now. But there is a high likelihood that they will have to move through the Eastern Bridge. So do they wait until the end of stage 2? I think they would. I think that's the smartest decision to go for. You wait till the end of stage 2 and then wrap around from the western side, hoping that Voin Donkey has left by that point. We'll see. I'm not sure how I feel playing the eastern side, and that's what they're going to do.
I wonder how aware BTR are that teams could be coming from the South Bridge. With this hard of an eastern shift, though, it may not be unexpected that teams actually go through and just rotate through that military island, not actually go out and loot there initially, right? So maybe they're a little bit more wary of it now. 77 as well. They know 4MV's tricks from the group. They'll try and hold that out. As we hop on over to some of the positions that sit right in front of that bridge, a lot of teams making headway in. You've got Inco there on the northeast. You've got DX Xavier in the middle. Everybody piling on through. Major Pride, they're bringing a hovercraft with them. As slow as it may be, it's a nice block of cover. Very chunky in its presence.
Not a bad thing to bring with you in terms of cover, at least, going in towards that end game. As we are rocking up towards, I wouldn't say it's an area that has little compounds to play. It's just an area that does have some weird sightlines in terms of high ground. There's quite a few hilltops around this area, a couple of 3 stories to play as well. The teams will be looking for those types of positions, those types of buildings. 4MV looking to cross on the Eastern Bridge. Why is Voin Donkey doing this?
Well, this is what I was talking about, right? With the possibility of teams actually going through Military Island to go for a rotate. You know, everybody's moving in from that west side, so there is a bit more of an opportunity maybe to find an opening there and get a successful crossing. It's a risk, but they might find 4MV for it.
Yeah, they might do. I think that when I was looking in terms of the circles, I was curious to whether Voin Donkey would go for a northern wrap. I mean, you could play off the back of Prison, potentially. I feel like it is somewhat of a death sentence right now for 4MV to be making this crossing on the Eastern Bridge. I don't know. We'll see what happens, because Voin Donkey will absolutely annihilate them if they do head over towards their south side.
Reefer spray down towards the beachhead, but that position super exposed from the back, and as soon as Voin Donkey ID get close enough, they will take those shots. They'll take them down. Out to the east side, so everybody in the west further condensed now. Mir and Sejong with that spread out towards Milta, the Milta Peninsula. Really, really powerful in that hold.
77. Shifu sending nades over the top. That looks pretty good over towards Doc, actually. Does lay him very low. Question is, how many more nades does Shifu has? 2 more to work with. Has a good general idea of where 4MV is. Especially Doc. And the circle heads down towards southeast, John. Real cruel circle, but Miran Sejong's made a good wrap, as I was saying, on that northern side, and been able to head over towards Milta at least. That's a strong position from them going forward.
Yeah, Miran Sejong is probably the best of it here. Zeus at their back may challenge that. 4MV's fight with 77 on this bridge mouth is in the next circle blank, but Voindonkey ID are now going to have to move through it, which means that 4MV, if they're not aware of this, will just get barreled down. The question for me, though, is do Voindonkey ID actually want to stop, or do they want to just try and get through that fight and not engage with it whatsoever, because they need to get into the circle?
Yeah, they could just fly on through. That might be a decision to make, but actually having this circle shift down towards the south side actually makes things so much more difficult for our teams that need to cross the bridge, because it means that a lot of our teams can stick around in these areas, continue to hold out squads. Like 77, their position becomes even more safe over on the western side, cutting out a lot of those sight lines over towards the east, John.
Spray down from Nolbu. Does get caught, but not taken out just yet. Hits the deck just in time. Felt like that was just a little bit lucky on the dodge, but the nade and the shots find chips as well on the off angle. D plus Kia losing another. There is a trade-off from Fabian to try and keep them in this one, but D plus Kia now down to one player alive. Nades flying over his way, and vehicles as well. Critter moving on through, trying to get that scouting done. Another one up on high, not quite fully on target there. Fabian launches one in response. Doesn't quite get the knock or the flush, but does slow down that approach. First aid available. They're going for the res instead. Team Liquid, they rock up onto the backline of third party, onto the high ground on the north side. Stalwart getting moved aside, but Mythic is down. That may slow Team Liquid enough to find Stalwart's reses.
For Team Liquid, they're not too unhappy with this either, because they know that they've breached an area right now and continue to push in. I think the main difficulty right now is for D plus Kia. Can they extract any value out of this with the two players they still have left on site? Currently in third place on the rankings with 22 points. It's not bad, but you sort of want maybe 1 to 4 eliminations on this game with the two players you have remaining in this area. There's definitely a chance for it. D plus Kia head out on the outside, and saw what's actually going down. One player underneath for them. Fearless trying to make this happen. Sanshir goes down. He's incredibly low, and he will be taken out by Team Liquid. Did D plus Kia get any more points off of that? Just the two. Just the two.
Team Liquid got 2 as well on that one, so not great, but they stay up as 4, which is brilliant news. Voindonkey, they went for a swim, or actually on some vehicles, either a hovercraft or a boat, across the water. They are now on that Milta Peninsula cliff face, so they'll try and make their way on up, which means that there is no backstop to that fight for 4MV now. So that position changes back to 4MV just trying to push in, as if there was no team behind them. However, they have lost a player. It is not Doc, though. So he is still in, but they're on 3 either way.
It is astounding to me that they have survived so long on this south side. I don't quite know how they've done it, but it's been incredibly passive. Next target will be DX Xavier towards their northeast. Really unfun circle, I would say, especially with the big amount of field towards the center of this one, John. A lot of teams having to play it on the outer edge, and it's mainly Milta that is becoming a real hot spot for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, a lot of teams on the inside of the urban environment. Those fields out to the east. Max is going crazy. He's like, oh, they're playable now. Let's go. New Milta finish. And he's going to be breaking this one down, I'm sure. So pay attention to the death segment after this one if you want to find out how the pros are playing this area. 77 sweeping on the north and actually finding a little leg on Team Liquid. Able to find that first opener. Cardozo from the low ground wants to stop 77 from sweeping, but easier said than done. They continue to move on up to this high ground, and Cardozo will be fairly exposed pretty soon. As soon as 77 get up towards that high ground area, he's taking some bold shots here, but they do manage to find that answer over towards Shifu and Zadira as well as the Vicious chime in.
I think with Team Liquid, they have to take bold shots out this way. Realistically, their position is a little bit shaky. So for them to be able to take down 77 as they come in, they can start to look a little bit further down towards their south side, not have to worry too much about their north. That would be the ideal scenario, because there is still going to be teams making those northern wraps going forward. 4MV starting to push on out now versus BTR. Apex got dropped out the vehicle straight away. Good step up from one of the players, but is it too little too late as Doc goes down to 1 HP?
Doc with the nade, doesn't care that he's only on 1 HP, knows that he just needs to win these trades time after time. Zuxi, nade from the backline, Molotov to reposition, and again, Doc cooks the nade, but the shotgun's there, and there's the roll-up we feared. There's the roll-up we were delivered. 4MV finally cut out of the game.
The fact that he was still priming nades whilst on 1 HP is somewhat interesting. I wasn't expecting that one coming through from Doc. Could have maybe gone for the first aid kit, but I guess he was just looking for a chunky nade to come on through. Xavier, Vampire, all in the same location. This lineup off towards the western side of Milta. A very, very fun ending indeed that we're going to be seeing here. The craters over on the field on that eastern side going to provide a little bit of cover towards these teams. Mir and Sejong actually picking up that spot. One of the few teams to do it. Again, Mir and Sejong, one of the few teams that I can confidently say knows every single map like the back of their hand.
Ooh, going straight on top of Milta, though. Vampire tried to get that crash into the west side of Milta. Major Pride got one. I think it was Xavier who got another, and now they've lost all of their players. Eliminated. A difficult crash to make. Not too many options for Vampire, but that is unfortunate that they are now down again low on the tables. They've only got 2 points total. It is not a good start for them.
Zeus off towards that east as well, John. Struggles bus position. They'll have to push on in. Mir and Sejong decide, with that shift over towards that western side that you were talking about, that they're going to move over towards the buildings set on the eastern edge. There is a little bit of staging in terms of the high grounds we set over towards the north side. Currently, I think Major Bright controls those warehouses, which are a strong spot to play in, actually, going forward. Curious to see how a lot of our teams on the north will play this one out. Limbo Boom goes down. That's to the play zone. Team Liquid will move on with three eliminations in the bag.
The conversation of the northern sweeps right now between 77 moving up, taking a Team Liquid player down. Now Team Liquid again flexing out, taking some of 77 down, but there's still more threats abroad as Zeus start to move up into these hills on the north side as well. Will they be able to sweep through this as effectively as they maybe have denied 77 and Team Liquid the opportunity to be? Magnum spray down towards Zeus. Zeus on 3 players alive, but they cut through the last of 77. Magnum will be felled. 1 elimination for Zeus, but they do get a little bit of control. However, downhill still necessary for their next maneuver.
The Vicious up against Major Pride. Starts out well. David moves into the building. Becca's down. Elementary goes next. 3 players still up for the Vicious and Major Pride, with 1 player left remaining. And nowhere near close by. Nate goes in from Evo Station. Elementrix might be able to be picked up here, John.
I think they could get this res. It depends on what the aggression comes on through from the Vicious, but they're going for reses as well. Zeus crash into the north side, have made landfall, but Darkin is spotted. Loop's able to get that shot. They retreat away from it, though, so not confirming onto this flush just yet. Instead, priming the nade. That should do the trick, but Eren may be a little bit more concerning for them. A nice nade from Maniac, but it's immediately answered by Neil, leaving 1 player alive for Eren on this crash. And Zeus with the 1 player. Loops on 4. It's a tall order, and it won't make the money. Zeus out, 10th place.
It was always going to be a tough time for Zeus. And the fact they're even able to make this crash over towards Loops was pretty awesome in the first place. The Vicious, though, with a very good spot. Being able to take that off the hands of Major Pride, considering the Vicious were on the outside edge. That's really good stuff from them. Currently sits them in 7th place. But things are going to slow down going into stage 6. Again, another urban finish, which is very unlikely, considering the amount of times we have not seen urban finishes over the group stages into a back-to-back here in the survival stage. It truly is a test for a lot of our squads to get to last chance.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it, but it is hellish for them. And big elimination counts can start to get racked up in situations like these. And once more, it's DXavier who, again, have a position on an off angle, and they're looking to pressure in from the edge. But they have 5 elims already blank, and the top of the tables is looking good. We were saying it only takes 3 or 4 good games to see you safe into the top 16, right? And DXavier, they've started off with 2. They're looking to put up a 3rd.
Voin Donkey down towards the southeast side. Right on the edge. Like you say, though, DXavier actually pushing in from this western side with 5 eliminations. And they're feeling very strong going into this tournament so far. It was a hard circle for them last time here on Erangel. They're looking for another difficult crossing again, but doing it with style. And with 5 eliminations, all players on full HP, looking for some decent shots. Levi's now peeking the angle. David thinks better of holding on to that one. Understand the play zone likely going to be the thing that causes the most problems to DXavier going forward.
DXavier have now managed to crunch in all 4 players into one building instead of having that wide sweeping hold on the west edge. So playing together now. They're going to have to move along the south side of the road, most likely. Crossing the road in Milta is a death sentence, Blank. So we have 2 separate games going on right now.
Pretty much. It's all over the place. Miramar Sejong do take a knock, but I don't think that is unlikely to be res back up again. And Miramar Sejong over on this eastern side, and they're pleased about this eastern shift on the circle as well. But a massive amount of fighting about to break out over on this western edge. Loops has a forward vanguard here. Scouting out, pulling out the binoculars, looking at what's going down. DXavier being harassed by all sides now.
It's probably the most dynamic part of this circle, right? The only team that needs to push forwards, and they move into BTR. Look at all the smoke cover they have. Satado on an off angle needs to be dealt with, and down they go. 2 players sent in to deal with that off angle. They get away scot-free, and the roll-up as well is working on the forefront. Levi's does go down, unfortunately, but 3 players still alive for DXavier. They can continue to move through BTR. With a knockover, they launch the nades to try and flush, finding not too much damage, actually, and the long-range nade goes on in, catches Lapart. Brilliant find there, and BTR now just 1 player alive. The blue zone's pushing. They can get this res. Just Zuxi remains for BTR to hold out on the southwest side of Milta, but he's got the nade. Looking to put it over towards DXavier. Is it going to connect? Looks like it's on target, but doesn't quite get the knock or the flush. Parajin steps up, and Zuxi has to fall back yet again. No more nades in the pocket.
Zuxi looking to get it done here for BTR. Rest of the team has suffered. He's going to back off. DXavier's still in the fight, though, John. I don't know how they're doing this. Up to 7 elims already. They've had a real tough approach to this circle. They were able to isolate a lot of their fighting down towards the south side, though. And I think that was the smartest choice that they made here. Good scouting from that team. Loops, who have been on their bellies, snaking their way in. Oh, come on. Gonna hit those shots.
2 players for Major Pride playing off the boxes is up to Elementrix now. The weapon swap, the Scar can't quite connect, and 2 reses possible for the Vicious, but 10 seconds on the circle. They need to be fast. They're prioritizing the first aids. I feel like that might be a misplay there, but they should have enough time just about to get these players back up. It's stage 7, 8 teams remain.
Stage 7, 8 teams still being up is remarkable. By all standards here. Again, that's what urban finishes will do for you. So we move further towards that eastern side. So a big chance now for Miramar Sejong. The team that had it all going for them in their group, only for it to come all crashing down over the last few days. Now is a good opportunity to pull those point scorings up. They find the nade over towards Team Liquid. It's the Vicious versus BTR. Zuxi somehow still alive on the balcony as the Vicious make their way through. Looking to fight against DXavier. BTR have Zuxi just as an onlooker.
The wall still stands somehow on this building, but Zuxi out the balcony has been spotted from an off angle, has to wage into the fight, but 2 players from the Vicious are down. He could do real damage here. Dimidor is low, and Reyes is down on the back line. Zuxi stays alive just a little bit longer, but DXavier will win out the fight. However, there is still so many more teams in their way that they have to try and push aside, but the muscles are starting to tire now. DXavier Xavier. 8 elims and just Paragin remains. He'll fall down. And with a bombastic blast out on the southwest side of Melter, 3 teams fall.
There's just nothing left in the tank there at that point for DXavier. Fair play to Zuxi, though, who's like, look, I'm going down regardless, so I'm just going to try and send this to the limit. Actually gets a fair few eliminations off the back of that one as well. Mirin Sejong taking nades for themselves and Team Liquid playing over on that northern side. There were some nades sent their way from Mirin Sejong. A couple of knocks, but no eliminations found so far for Mirin Sejong, despite their good positioning inside the circle.
We were talking about the dynamics of this lobby, right? A lot of teams looking more for that elimination focus. If you can extract value from placements when everybody else is more bloodthirsty than you are, there is still some value in that, but that will be noticed. Teams will take advantage of that in due course, so we'll see if they can start to leverage now because we are into stage 8. There are still quite a few eliminations left on the board for them to try and pick up.
Team Liquid likely to be the next to fall. Southeast shift on the circle here, John, does provide Team Mirin Sejong with a lot of advantage. Team Liquid, though, struggling on the outer edges, but still top 5 finish. Not bad for them, considering they're playing in through from the fields. Now, they need to pick these ones up. Can't let them go to other teams, other squads.
Definitely a worse result for them, but they are starting to add to their tally now. Loops on that northern side. I mean, moving Nino out, I'll still really question that maneuver for them. They sent him over to the beachhead instead of keeping him with the rest of the team. Having 4 players on this position would be so much better for them, but now they've lost another and they're down to 2 on that northwest side. Loops going to struggle here, but RCB potentially in for another good game if they can sweep this south side clear of Voin Donkey ID.
Yeah, RCB coming just off the back of one urban chicken dinner, now looking for a second potentially. Seiwu steps up. Maybe another elimination stolen away from Mirin Sejong, despite finding the good shots through. Only 1 elimination found. Final. Looking for the 2 players here from Loops. Nades going in. We'll find Vitin. Just Rafina left now.
Mirin Sejong moving forwards. This should be the second elim. If they can find the chicken dinner, it would be 12, 13, 14 points in that sort of bracket. Would still be a good result. They've managed to put an 8-point average up in the first 2 matches. So we'll see if they can keep this one going. They've already guaranteed quite a few placement points and a decent result. Rafinha around the side for Loops. Looks to do damage to Mirin Sejong with the DBS, keeping him suppressed. They know he's only got that corner to play around with. From the south side of the road, though, the light up comes on through, and it's RCB with 11 eliminations. Far more bloodthirsty than Mirin Sejong, the team to try and take them down. And it may be from north to south, from Saverni to Milter, that Turkey starts to make their ascension.
I just don't understand the play there from Mirin Sejong. Expose you back like that to RCB, it felt like a huge mistake. Like, they had strong buildings to play against versus RCB into the future. They don't find a lot of value off the back of that. Now it's just Seiwu and RCB looking to take this game home.
Ooh, a nice knock from Seiwu, though, and there's smoke cover to go across. We'll see if there's damage to be done, but no. RCB unwrap Milter. And a gift for them on the south side. There is nowhere that these guys cannot make it work.
The commander tosses the phone to the ground. It's as easy as that for them, and RCB pick themselves up the back-to-back here on Erangel. 2 urban finishes, and these guys are the Urban Warriors on the road.
I think Urban Warriors is definitely the proper name to be given. Regnum Karya Bros, they take 2 wins back-to-back in city finishes. Well done by them, but let's be honest, guys, and I heard Max. I even have to have my headphones on to hear him screaming about Mirin Sejong and that push onto Loops.
No, the casters echoed it at the end of that game, but really, why were you so committed on eliminating Rafina? Like, from Loops, I get that it was a little bit of an issue, Hotjukes, but sending 2 players were initially behind the wall. They were safe from RCB. Yep. A little bit, literally 2-3 meters too far. You make yourself vulnerable. 2 players instantly knocked, initially by a spray, then by a follow-up grenade. If they don't do that, maybe because of the smokes they can win the game, but yeah, I don't think Rafina was worth losing 2 players for Hotjukes. It was not worth it.
It's that tunnel vision, baby. You know what I'm saying? You just have an elimination.
You want that
know
point.
it's there. You gotta get it. You gotta get it. You know, and it's a tough situation because, you know, it sucks whenever you're at this stage and you see so many teams not make it by one single point. You know what I'm talking about, Max, right? So, like, at a certain point, if you're MSJ, you see that free elimination, you bite it off, but it just turns out that, you know, Sylas and squad is just waiting for you. I love watching Sylas just throw that phone down, like, be like, back-to-back chicken dinners, baby. We got this. I love it.
If that wasn't an Infinix GT20 Pro, it probably would have shattered. So smart by him to know that.
That's true.
But, yo, Max, you talked about top of the show. You want to see more out of Wild and Loxy, and guess what? You're getting it.
I can't take credit. Like, Blank is the first one to have brought it up eventually.
It was you.
No, I think it was Kalaris.
No, it was Kalaris.
that mentioned
Yeah,
it. It's
that's
Kalaris.
right.
Yeah, thank you, Kalaris. No, but it's so good to finally see Wild and Loxy in that fragging role. Of course, Kimiz has been a great support player, Jason. He's been great with that utility, the off angles, especially on the first Erangel today over in Severny, while Sylas is just eye-gelling the team moving around. But Wild, 7 elimination, great conversion from that almost 900 damage. And I would have to say the most important fight this game, Hodges, that we've seen from RCB was very clearly when you had that skirmish to the west of the city. I think you had Xavier, you had BTR, and you had a push or so from the Vicious. They're all fighting, hoping to survive. And you just have RCB waiting. We'll just pick up whoever survives. And we just get full Southern control off the back of that. That was the clutch play that allowed RCB to compete for that win.
They're just like, come on in, come on in. They just let the welcome mat off and then pulled it right out from under them there. It was beautifully done from RCB. Another team, though, I kind of want to talk about who had a good, solid rotation was Voin's Donkey, dude. Honestly, that was so crazy to watch them go all the way down that bridge, following behind 4MV and sneak their way into Milton. Worked out pretty good, man.
Actually, I agree, but also don't agree, Hodges. I think that maybe staying on the mainland would have been an easier time for them, because if you have to cross that bridge or like the water is always going to be somewhat risky, especially if it goes hard north. If Milton's not in play, Void not out completely, but
that's true.
The moment they decide to go to Sanhok Island, I think they did the better play, Hodges, which is to try and rotate and avoid the bridge, which is not what 4MV did. So they're just like, oh, 4MV did not do the best rotation to escape Military Island. Let's just do it ourselves. Yeah, and it worked out.
I mean, we talked multiple times about like the way the zone shift and trying to play around that. Because it kept shifting east, you knew there'd be a grouping of teams towards the west. So I kind of agree with you there, Max. Like going towards east side with the rotate ends up helping them drastically to get into the later stages of the game. And you guys were talking about how Void definitely one of the best improved teams across the group stage when it came to them individually.
With RCB, I would say Hodrix right now, especially when looking just at Group Green, but even all the groups, RCB and Void Donkey ID for me are the two most improved teams from the first half of their group to the second half of their group, and it's been so far looking like that is just the case now. They're just able to maintain that momentum going into the survival stage, and from what we're seeing, Hodrix, I think that's going to keep going because it seems like it's not even forced, it's just a natural kind of playstyle they are getting used to after that initial group stage.
Yep, they're adapting, baby. They are adapting for sure. As we take a look at the match rankings here, yeah, look at that, 24 points. These guys are setting themselves up to be rock solid. I mean, all they got to do is make sure they're not in the bottom 8 of this situation. Sure, we have another group playing tomorrow, but back-to-back chicken dinners here, they definitely got to be feeling comfortable.
They got to chill, still, man. You know, save some of these for last chance where you got to be top 6. Like, don't use all your wins right now.
They want two city finishes too. Like, what is going on? Two cities.
You know what? RCB third place in this game, right? Why not? Just slow it down a little bit, put some points on the board, yeah, and save some of those chickens for later. I agree, Jason.
The Incredibles, right? Towards the end, when the kid's like racing and his team's telling him, or his family's telling him to slow down, let someone else, catch up. But Xavier again, 8 limbs, 10 points, 2 placement points. It seems like Xavier just taking a page out of IHG's book from last year.
No, they just listen to you, Jason, say, oh, no SEA teams in finals, and like, let me cook. We'll make it, don't worry. I don't know what happened with Xavier compared to the group stage. They just turned on the fragging machine they have on their squad, and they're just engaging so many squads. And also the fact is, when they take the fights, they are good engagers with utility, getting some solid angles, and just completely destroying teams. Of course, it didn't work out at the end because I think there was too much jukes happening at once. You had 3 teams fighting them at once, so you're going to falter eventually. But yeah, Xavier, if they keep getting these kind of points, it's an easy access into last chance, and if they can even survive a bit longer in the game, may be enough to be top 6.
Well, that's one of the advantages and disadvantages to playing in the first week, right? They played in our initial group of Group Yellow, means you have 2 weeks off, technically like 3 weeks off until you play again. So you have time to really refine your gameplay, really look at how the other teams are playing. Whereas if you're in Group Green, you only had 2 days off and you're back into the mix here. As we take a look at our overalls, though, RCB going to be rocking the #1 position, but only by 9 points, even though they do have 2 chicken dinners, which I think is a testament to how well DXaver's been playing still.
Man, DXavier is just crushing it. Not to mention, DXavier is in Group Yellow, so they'll have some time to be able to know like exactly how many points they need to make it into the next stage. They're big chilling. And Ragnarkaria, they're in Group Green, right? So they're doing exactly what they need to do here, Max, because they have today and tomorrow, and then they're just going to be sit back and watching, hoping that the points that they made are going to be enough to hold on here. Oh,
what?
But
Vampire?
look at the, I mean, that's what just like, it's like a stab in the stomach, dude. What is going on with this team? Ooh.
I kind of want to analyze Vampire, but Jason, the thing is, they haven't survived even long enough in these games that I feel like I can't really even say anything about their games. But yeah, 2 points over the course of 3 matches. Vampire, currently, I mean, definitely the biggest upset in survival stage. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't remember if I put them in my top teams to qualify in our video, our predictions video that we did, Max. You can check over at Pandemonium_news. Maybe I should kind of go back and revamp it because it's not looking too good here for this team. But also, I mean, 4MV, I mean, I don't want to be too critical because it's only been 3 matches so far, but you almost have to start being critical of some of these teams, especially like you mentioned, Hot Jukes. If you're a team from Group Green, knowing that you only have today and tomorrow to play, and then your fate is going to be decided on how Yellow and Red play out their matches.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta really get it going here. Team Liquid's another one of those teams. Boing Donkey's another one of those teams in Group Green. 4MV as well. And 4MV, I mean, we're seeing the same mistakes we've seen before, and that's what I think is really crushing me, because I think that we're noticing some big changes from a lot of these squads here. You could tell the people who've done their homework, and 4MV are like, nah, dude, you know what? Doc's gonna go solo. We don't have a secondary drop location, right? We're just gonna make it happen no matter what. And look at what's happening.
Yep. I think the cast also talked about it. When IA joins the fray, also, that is going to be a tough time for those groups.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, we do have to head to a short break where we get things ready to go for the second half of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
lot of momentum is currently being carried by this man in his squad next to me. Is none other than Sylas and Regnum Karya, bruh. You guys are being able to carry that momentum from the last day of your group stage. How are you guys feeling?
Valla grup aşamasındaki ilerlemesinizi bu survival'a kadar getirdiniz. Şu an takımınız nasıl hissediyor?
Vallahi şu an mükemmel hissediyoruz. Her yere vurup geçiyoruz yani. Çok iyiyiz şu an.
We feeling really good. We see we shoot and we kill. And we feel really great for this day.
Yeah, he's trying not to smile too much, okay? He knows that back-to-back wins, that's definitely going to secure even more the chance of you to make your last chance. Now, this last win in Erangel, I felt like for you it was a little bit easier. You guys were able to rotate early on. You were able to hold that compound. But I want to go back to the first Erangel win. Walk me through what was going through your guys' mind there at the end.
Valla şimdi bu üçüncü maçta Erangel'de rotasyon tuttunuz, kompanyon tuttunuz, nasıl yaptınız ama ilk Erangel'de yani bu ikinci maçta biraz zorluk yaşadınız. Anlatabilirsiniz zorlukları.
Birinci alanda bizi çok zorladılar. İkinci alanda kalmayı tercih ettik. Üçüncü alanda da çoğu oyuncunun tecrübe edemediği yerlere gittik. Oradan da önümüze fırsat çıktı. Onu değerlendirdik. İlk alan çok zorlandık.
The first zone was quite hard.
İkinci alan yerimize kalmayı tercih ettik.
In the second zone we stay put in our location.
Üçüncü alan hareket oyuncuların tecrübe edemediği yerlere gittik.
The zone was a bit hard for us because it is not our used rotation.
Yani diğer alanlarda zaten önümüze fırsat çıktı, değerlendirdik.
And then for after that the zone was we got the opportunity and we took the opportunity.
Right on. Well, hey, now, before I let you go, with the mix-up here that happens between the groups at survival stage, what team do you think might cause you some trouble?
Hangi takım bu sizlere zorluk çıkarabilecek yani?
Bence Vampire ve DX'in çok güçlü bir takım olduğunu düşünüyorum ikisinin de. İkisi de bize zorluk çıkaracaktır.
I think the Vampire and DX, one of the strongest team that we have a lot of trouble with them.
All right, well, you guys have been fighting Vampire a lot today. Thank you so much, Sylas. Can't wait to see what this team's going to be doing for the next 3 matches. Back to you guys.
Interesting that Vampire is the team being called out by Sylas there, considering at the bottom of the table. Maybe it's because Regnum Karya is just mowing them down every single time.
I think it was a little bit of a meme. I'm not going to lie, dude. What is going on with Vampire? I mean, this is ridiculous for them to be this low so far. I mean, they're a third of the way through their group and all their matches. They got to start playing this like it's the PMGC Grand Finals on steroids at this point.
Sorry, I just pulled a max there and I had to calculate in my head if this actually was a third. I swear, Max, it is becoming harder to do
quarter plus, you know?
But yeah, obviously, talking about DXavier, I feel like that seems to be pretty legit considering how DXavier have been playing, just very heavy limb focused and really starting to pop off and look like the DXavier we saw last year, Max.
Yeah, this is definitely way closer to that. I like especially what Paradine is doing. I think Paradine has been very important in the fights that DXavier are tending to initiate, and his angles are just very, very important for them to win those engages. So, yeah, I mean, DXavier, I feel like they just have these moments, Jason, where at some point in the year, they just start popping off in PMGC, and they always are in the conversation for like a top 4 position in the finals for recent memory, at least. And as of right now, DXavier, if they keep, again, getting these kind of elims every game, they're cruising for top 6, I'm just saying. But as we know, when we get to last chance, Jason, it's going to be a bit more complicated to get that consistent elims every match.
Okay, well, okay, 7, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, really? So 7 actually just reported to me that Peregrine actually gives a big thanks to their success day was the Infinix GT20 Pro. They learned to play like the pros here with his 120 FPS and 144 hertz AMOLED screen. You know, it's funny, Max. It should be him strumming a guitar, though. The way he does it, I don't think he's ever held a guitar in his hands his entire life, considering a guitar is probably the same size as him if you put it from ground standing up.
A guitar for him is a bass.
No, it's a ukulele. That's what a guitar is for him. We'll take a look here at our teams to focus. And for me, I more went towards some teams who will be playing back-to-back today and tomorrow who need to really have a glow up here. And of course, Major Pride I added in because they have been a little bit of a letdown considering the pace they set back in the first group.
Yeah, Major Pride's on my list too, because I mean they are dropping now in farm. That should be a dominant location, especially when you have a mill to finish. They get a really solid position, but then the Vicious just rolls up to them and just straight picks them apart here. So I mean they got to start winning these fights, Max. I mean to lose against a team like Vicious when you have a spot like they did, it's got to hurt.
It's rough, and especially it was a really successful push coming out initially from Vicious. They're able to just claim control of the northern side of Milta and start sweeping, and Major Pride. Unfortunately, Jason, looking back at the group stage, and I think because we covered CSA, we were like, oh wow, this is actually popping off. This is not what we expected after CSA. I would have been really impressed if they were able to maintain the kind of results going into this stage, but this is maybe a little bit more aligned with my initial expectations, which I know is rough. I know they did great in the groups, but unfortunately, I'm not too shocked, but there's always still room for comeback. There's only 3 matches in. There's still a bit of time.
I think it reminds me of, like, was it chat back when we did PMGC group stage last year, and they're like, oh, they don't know about 4MV. Just wait, you'll see what 4MV has to offer. It's kind of similar with Major Pride from chat, but it's like this time, no, we saw Major Pride throughout the whole year, and they were not a good-looking team. Then flash forward here into Group Yellow, and I was amazed to see their pop-up performance, but I completely agree with you. Like, to maintain that level of play here, if they were able to do so, I would definitely push them to be like, this team always plays better at internationals or global events versus local play. But they're not the only team we have to focus on here, Hot Jukes, because again, like 4MV, they are starting to have a struggle here in our first day of play with a third of the matches now done. But there's a lot of other teams out there that we have to keep an eye on. I mean, Stalwart, Zeus, BTR, Loops is ahead of BTR in the 9th place with 16 points. So it's a little bit of a gap there of 7 points. But I don't know if I should be so harsh considering we're only 3 matches in. I don't know how you feel about this.
We have to be harsh. I mean, yeah, 3 matches in is I just redid the math. Yeah, it's a quarter of the way through. The next game will be a third. Okay, so once I mean, that's how short we have. I mean, it's just 12 matches here, guys. So like every single game lost, I do the excuse card for game number 1, but this is in group stage where you got days to be able to play against each other. You got to get it done right here, right now. So I mean, for 4MV, you know, Major Pride, everybody on the second page, I mean, you got to start crushing it quickly here, Max.
It's not a lot of matches, Hodrix. Like, so far, as you said, as you properly calculated, we are a quarter of the way through for some of these teams. When you're done for today, if you had a bad first day in the survival stage, your chances of making it through is going to be tough, because I can tell you the teams from the other group that has yet to play, they're going to come in swinging, and they're going to know what the kind of playstyle they have to take is going to be, because they know what the cutoff point is going to be at that point. So I'm telling you, if you played especially your 2 first days and you had a bad time in the first day, you are going to be stressed as hell.
You go from group stage where you're playing 4 days of games to try to get top 3 or top 11, to go into playing 2 days to being top 16 out of 24, to going to 2 days to being top 6. Like, it is insanely hard to go through survival and last chance. And these teams, if they really want to make it into London, if they really want to make it into the grand finals to be the best team in the world, they got to start showing up right here, right now, and maintain the momentum over the next days. Speaking of momentum, 2 men who never shy away from momentum and continue things going along here as we head into our last airing of the day. It's John Allen and Blaine.
The ball just keeps rolling. That's right. We conserve momentum, much like the rules of the universe. And it will continue to be the rule of the universe that momentum is going to keep our teams at the top. At the moment, Group Green vastly outpacing Group Yellow and coming off of their week strong. Hopefully, they will be able, well, if you're a fan of the Group Green teams, that is, hopefully they'll be able to keep that one going. At the moment, Group Green total is ahead 48 points over Group Yellow.
And this is what we're talking about in terms of being fresh going into your final stage here in survival, right? You know, you've just come off the back of some games just last week, so you're feeling fairly strong. A lot of our squads kind of figured things out in Group Green, I would say, towards the ending of their group. Whereas Group Yellow, it's been a while. It has been a while.
They have taken a little bit of a breather, so hopefully they will be able to repair. Ooh, late drop for Inco. Are they going to go and challenge 4MV on the military base in the south side, or are they going to go over towards Novo? I think it's more likely they are just going to go out to that east side of the military island. Don't really want to get stuck in with 4MV. You know what they're like? Rabble rousers on the Sanhok military base. Ooh, unfortunate little roll down there. Wrap back around. Zeus lose a player. And a nice little pickup coming on through. I think that was DXavier who were able to pick that one up. I think, yeah, they managed to get an early point again. DXavier keeping themselves towards the top of the tables, nice and tidy over the last few games.
Yeah, they're pushing things even harder now, and I think the DXavier, they've done very, very well. First place is RCB, though, with 46 points, and another Elim potentially going through. That's on a completely separate team. They are taking shots towards Zeus and now Void Donkey. So both squads down to 3 players early on at the hands of DXavier, who are really striking out towards the top of the tables here, John.
And as we said before, right, it's about having 3, 4, 5 really good games. It will just see you straight into that last chance stage. DXavier, RCB, they've both kicked off with 3 good games, right? Getting 37 points, now up to 39 points on 4 matches. Getting a 10-point average in general is phenomenal. But in general, you're only looking for 16th place, right? Out of a field of what is it, 24 teams, right? So you definitely don't need to be getting up to 10 points a match, which reduces that boundary. Getting over 50 points today would be monumental and may on its own be enough to see you safe.
For RCB, it's a case of, you know, they get maybe 5 elims for the rest of the day. They've had a fantastic day 1, and even if they just come into tomorrow and get 80, 90 points, that's probably going to see them more than safe towards the top 16, which is somewhat surprising to think about. But I don't think RCB is going to stop here. If they can qualify on day 1, or at least as close to as possible, that's just going to make your life so much easier going into the rest of the stage here in Survival. 4MV, though, currently sat in 12th place, 8 points. Fair few of our teams have tried to get things done, unable to quite work the issue, though, with Vampires being on 2 points. I think the boys on the desk will point this out as well, which is not a good position to be in for Vampires. I would like to see a step up from them because, honestly, in the past, they used to be the undisputed champs, right? They were strong. Even in PMGC, they would bring things up. But with PMWC, that was their stomping grounds. It was taken away by Alpha 7. I don't even think they even really had a chance over in PMWC in the first place. So I think for Vampires, there needs to be a step up now because they are a strong team. They're a very, very good team. They often perform quite late, though. And this is about as late as you can leave it.
Yeah, I mean, we say the same, or have said the same about teams like Team Spirit in the past, and to this tournament, they just found their footing, and they had an awful day 1 in their group, it has to be said, but they absolutely just came back storming, and they sped up very, very quickly, which is an excellent fix to be applied to them. Vampire, they don't even have a day to do that, right? So they absolutely need to be moving as fast as possible. Limboman doesn't quite make the full launch up to the rooftop there, but with only 1 player on the inside of the building, you've got to wonder if he can hold off, and Magnum sees to it that he can't. Vicious losing a player on the Heaven compound.
A lot of single elims going out early on in the groups. Dimonor, really good player, but instantly sat down by Zadira. Finally, we get some strength coming from Zadira as well. Long shot on the UMP. Not an easy one to hit with, especially on the headshot from that distance, but well played. But yeah, for Zadira, he hasn't had the greatest of times. It has been Shifu propping up the ship. And it's kind of interesting to look at because during PMSL EMEA, it was pretty much Zadira all day, every day for that squad. But nice to see that, you know, they always have that member in the backlines of Shifu who can bring out a good performance no matter what. Right now, for 77, currently sat in 6th place with 17 points. All in all, not been too terrible. I think that with DXavier and RCB sort of reigning on top right now in 1st and 2nd place, it has been hard to catch up to them.
Some excellent early games. I mean, DXavier doing it without getting those chicken dinners, I think for me, whilst it's impressive that RCB have been able to do it, for me, DXavier's performance is almost more impressive here to be able to achieve that, not being necessarily into those late games, getting 2 points early on this match as well. A good sign for them, although that's less to do with skill and more about winning those early drops. And, well, you have to be skillful there, don't get me wrong, but it's not that macro style that has profited them so well over these first 3 matches that we've seen from them. Everybody trying to rotate in, again, fairly parallel. Find your little slice of this next circle to the southeast side of the Yaz Fields. It's really, really tricky to move, though. And RCB looking to try and control from the west side this time.
Now, RCB actually not in a bad spot on the western edge. Pretty happily play from there for going forward. Loops over on our north side starting to make their way in. They are heading slightly past BTR, who haven't really taken too many shots over towards them, so Loop should be able to make a crossing inwards. 16 points for them in 9th place. That is sort of where our boundary is right now. The middle pack sitting around 17, 16. Head up towards that top side. You've got 25 points apiece for Team Liquid, D+, and Mir and Sejong. And everyone else is really scrapping for some points just at the bottom of the lobby because they just have not been coming to them. And that is typical of urban finishes where the majority of points do go to one team.
Yeah, one or two of those teams in those final segments of the circle. Obviously, that roadside splitting the game last time around in Milta. So a really, really tricky finish. And two teams majorly profiting off of that. Mir and Sejong not really getting a lot of those elims. Those were taken away by the teams around them. You would have expected them to be able to get a lot more out of that game, but it was RCB who completely dominated the south edge. And you may have expected a little bit more profit, but still good results. And it is, again, about making top 16 here, which can definitely play into the playstyle that teams will be bringing to the table.
Again, odd game from Mir and Sejong, that last one. I mean, we mentioned it, so did the desk. It's just, why would you show your back to RCB in those final moments? All for one elim onto Rafinha. A real odd one. And not what I expect from Mir and Sejong, because usually they're very cool in terms of the squad, very calculating. In that moment, it felt like they just threw caution to the wind at a critical stage in the game as well, no less. Unfortunate, to say the least. Eastern shift on the circle. It's nice to see more of the eastern side of the map. I think we've been mainly looking at the west and the southwest for the majority of the PMGC stages. So it's good to see, you know, more of Yaz, more of Milta. A little bit different.
We've had our fair share of the shooting range hills as well over on the north side, but you're right. The east coast has been neglected so far by the circles. It seems like we're getting our dose here in survival stage, so let's see that one come back on through. I will say, I feel like, just going back to make Mir and Sejong feel even worse about themselves, I feel like the call may have come through. It felt like a call came through. We need to prioritize eliminations now, right? In the midst of it all, they realized, okay, we're very low on our tally. Let's prior getting eliminations. They saw one that they could get, and they were like, the call's been made, so we're doing that, right? Whereas, in general, it's more profitable. It's difficult to make work. But, oh dear, RCB may be going down for their first poor performance of the tournament in the survival stage. 4MV may be the ones to take them out of it. Top spot now up for grabs.
Yeah, really good cleanup, but good steals coming through from Team Liquid. 2 elims found from that one. Realistically, it's 4MV doing the majority of the heavy lifting inside of this fight versus RCB. But yeah, that's our first place spot down early on in the match. But they've got a big buffer, so it's kind of okay for them going forward. The Xavier might be able to catch them up, though. They're down towards that south side, and it is 77 to find a shot over towards Team Liquid.
Looking for the shots down to the southwest side, 77. Put the screws to Mythic. Front axle 2, the rundown with the buggy. Able to confirm that one. Ooh, Vampire losing players on the north side as well. 4MV on this southeast point of Yaz Fields. They are going to make it so tough for these teams down to the north and to their west to move around past them. There's difficult terrain in general in Yaz Fields, and there always will be. That Heaven compound for 77 may be all the better. Vampire still looking to make their crash work. It's just Nuzi to remain, though. And Mir and Sejong, they'll get 4 elims this game. Won't be low on that count this time around.
Still, losing final earlier does hurt, but getting rid of Vampire in that fight is really nice because they carved themselves out a little bit of the lobby over towards that northeast side. Team Liquid still pumping those points out, though. Find a shot over towards Sanchir. They should be able to clean up on this one.
Need hope. Stalwart trying to make their way through, and 4MV, they're up to the hill ridge that sits to the north of Team Liquid right now, but very little that they could do. A nice hop out from the bar on BTR. Spots Hoxie on the roll-up. Not getting past. The barrier's down, and BTR wants to man the barrier.
A lot of aggressive pushes coming through at the moment. For a lot of our squads, Mir and Sejong tried to take this compound off of BTR, but only sending one player in. Somewhat understand it in terms of scouting positions. Like, if we can pick this up, there's no one there, perfect for us. But BTR take themselves a bit of a split here, so taking more ground, than potentially Mir and Sejong thought was available. And we do shift over towards that eastern portion as well. So 77, good spot for them, and this might be a great game to get some more of those points on board and shift themselves a little bit further up inside the lobby.
With the crash, and Voindonki already with an outpost on the northwest side of it. Nenebete looking for the player out the back, but not going to spot anything. Inko trying to regroup, so a Voindonki ID'd. Again, another aggressive push from both of these teams, trying to get into the central area. In comes the hovercraft. But Juancho on the off angle there, but not going to dive straight on into it. They know Voindonki have control on that side, but the spray downs, the off angles, the nades are there. Zeta not quite finding what he's looking for either. Couldn't stop Nenebete from getting up to the wall. The rest of Inko putting pressure on from the opposite side, but up the stairs they go, and Voindonki lose one. The second is answered, but the flashes start to come on through.
Yeah, very quick reaction there from Voindonki, but in comes the rest of Inko. Juancho's down immediately off the back of that one, and somehow, some way, Voindonki's holding on to this.
Ooh, that's a nasty nade from Nenebete. Potato now, the last stand for them. Low HP, cooking the nade. One player upstairs. He's going to try and drop it, force Nenebete into the fight, but he steps into the fire.
No way.
Disastrous for Inko. And that'll burn him away. I wonder, wait, who dropped that Molotov? It was him. He dropped his own Molotov.
He threw it down the stairs to stop Potato from pushing up on him, and then running into that is a real question mark of a play. 4MV, though, still going strong on this western side. They pick up a shot over towards Magnum. It's going to be great news for 4MV being able to push in through on the west and cross that roadside. But yeah, a lot of teams going for a huge amount of pushes, a huge amount of crashes, because they know there's not a lot of compounds available in the lobby. But Stalwart with a nice nade over towards DXavier, finding 2 pickoffs.
DXavier still just continuing to try and profit, but that's made all the harder with that drag down from Stalwart on the back lines. They've already got 2 elims though. On the south side, they may just be able to find a little bit of peace, but I don't think Stalwart are going to let that happen. Paragin, Levi's both have vehicles available. They've got their little divot, they've got their little dip. Does Stalwart want to try and run this one down? It might be a risk. You've got D plus Kia out to the west side who could third party it if you get stagnated on the approach. So dangerous, and maybe if you're Stalwart, you're looking at the compounds out to the east side, scouting them out, getting that info. Stalwart now, awesome. The shots out to the west over to D plus Kia.
I like 4MV's lineup here. I mean, it's likely going to get pretty rough going forward, but they've already been able to punch a hole into 77 earlier on. But Shifu steps up towards that roadside. There's a good amount of damage. Actually takes down Doc in the process, and that's a terrible timing for one of the players to go down here, John.
Can he get the res? Apex is there. Getting Doc back up. Don't worry, it's resable. Doc on the off angle. Limbo Boom. In the meantime, trying to hold the ground floor here. Mir and Sejong. Not a lot of health to deal with. And Zadira able to find Jae Suk, the last player from Mir and Sejong. So third place now also up for grabs, but D plus Kia, 77. They're going to have to push a little bit further. 6 elims for 77. And on the west side, they should be fairly solid here in the super strong Heaven compound.
Yeah, honestly, quite a few elims found. The only team that's really causing problems so far has been 4MV, and they're all the way over towards the west. So their hold has been pretty damn good, all things considered. D plus looking to take shots over towards 4MV. This is a bold move, and a crash onto the vehicle to pop them out of it. That is some quick thinking coming through from Nolbu.
D plus Kia handling the flex out from 4MV. That's going to leave them on 3. Now the question is, do they want to double down and try and get through the rest of D plus Kia as 3? I don't think you do, but where do you go from there? You may push into 77. There is only one team currently in that Heaven compound, and we know that there are those 2-layer positions. You can force 77 to take that high ground against you. It's a little bit of a stagnant standoff, but Shifu doesn't want to let them have access even to it in the first place. They're gearing up for it, though, and I think he's going to have to regroup. I think they have to allow 4MV in, given that there are only 3 players.
The second time Shifu's made this move, by the way, John, as well, moving out towards the roadside and just making it very difficult for 4MV to make any moves. And with the circle starting to close in, yeah, this is going from bad to worse here for 4MV. It's a real good cutout by Shifu, playing as a solo there. A dangerous play from him, but realistically, it only needs to just keep showing up, taking some pot shots, then leaving. And that makes it so uncomfortable for 4MV to move. He's basically done everything that he needs to do to clear out this western side.
Nolbu with the oversight onto this approach for MV. With Apex down on the forefront, going to continue to get cleared through. D plus Kia. Their win earlier today on Sanhok. A good start for them. And a lot of those points coming from that win as well. D plus Kia want to put another one up on the boards. 5th place right now, and they want to keep that one going. Shifu's flex out, I mean, this guy just has aura on this western flank, right? It's insane what he's been able to do.
Pretty much. I think that's the way I describe it as well. He's just expanding his zone of influence, right, you know? 4MV consensus Reiatsu from the western side. D+, though, attempted to make their way in on the southwest. But 77 just have oversight on a lot of this. And with Shifu returning back into the fold, now he's going to take pot shots down towards the other team that might be trying to assault their position. Yeah, although 77 on 3 players, they are technically on for a good game here.
And it's mostly because of Shifu, right? That distance traveled, as Jason was pointing out in the chat, or was it Maxman? Maxman, I'm not sure, but it's going to be insane, right? He's been wrapping around, he's been moving so much for them. And it's an interesting, novel way to 3-man that heaven compound position, right? And they're reading this circle very, very well on 77. A macro sense, the rival the best.
Yeah, the whole point there is just to delay teams to the point where they could never crash into heaven in the first place. And it's worked out really well because now he has both D+ and 4MV right on the edge of the blue. Stalwart looking over towards BTR, already finding Lepar as the star, one of the star players from the squad on BTR. Luckily, there is at least one knock, but we're into a 2v2 now. That was very important he got that knock from Zuxi.
The step up for Zuxi, but he needs to do a little bit more heavy lifting here. Stalwart, 2 players bearing down upon him. There's the regroup. Loops are also on the northeast side for a third party, and it's up to Satar, but he's the last player to stand. Can these reses come on through? No, Loops are here to play. Nino, Neil, both far forwards. Fearless going to commit to the res and get 3 players back up in an action, but Neil's going over the top. Nino's there to back him up, but the first goes down, the second as well. Is that an off angle? No, I think that's just Loops. Falling to the shotguns from Stalwart. A brilliant hold by Stalwart, and they're going to get a lot of points from this.
A double knock from Octagui. Like, I think that the fact he's able to pick that up in that moment is so important. And Stalwart hold a really difficult location there versus a lot of the crashes coming their way. Loops don't go for a full crash on it, which might have been the better idea. But at least this way Rafinha lives to tell the tale. You can see him taking some pot shots over towards Zeus right now. So towards the western edge, who are currently embroiled in an engagement between them and the Vicious. But that is now Zeus out.
Octagui gonna get that final shutdown as well. And what a hold from this man. 4 elims now. And a big shot at this game. Donkey ID, major pride from the compound to the south side of it, and actually DXavier moving their last player up to this ridgeline. D+ Kia going to try and crash on this angle as well, and Paragin looks to hold Zadira with a spoiler nade, and D+ Kia can get this res, but Limbo Boom being down, it's going to slow things out, going to make it a little bit troublesome. 4MV push up finally into the compound with 77. This hold can no longer be sustainable. Shifu's aura now dialed down a bit.
Yeah, definitely diminished. It was a matter of time. I mean, honestly, for 77, they're doing a great job. It all started to crumble a little bit once D+ got a nice knock over towards 77, and they had to double back. They could no longer take shots out as frequently. They do get a full reset on the squad, though. Everyone's fairly healthy here. But yeah, 4MV have moved up alongside D+. 6 teams remaining at stage 6. It has been an incredibly aggressive game once again here in survival stage. Everyone's gunning for those elimination points.
Chips going to try and get away from his teammate there as Osal goes up in smoke. Off-angle Fabian there on the back lines, trying to stop the flex out from 4MV. who have managed to keep 3 of their players alive. Just Fabian though stands. Not really much he can do to stop this one going through. 77 suppress his position. In the meantime, does actually answer onto Doc. How did he get that peek on through? 77 not going to be able to take the shots out that way. And now Fabian has to push forwards. Apex is down in the meantime, and 77 still hold. This is a brilliant position for them. 77 with 11 eliminations, and on the north side, the wraparound. Stalwart here, as Reefus tries to joust with Fabian. Will run him through, but now Stalwart are in the wings.
Yeah, it is a ridiculously good hold here from 77. I don't know how they've stayed alive for so long, but just little bits of chip damage coming through for them. Now they have to fight up against Stalwart, who are moving through. Major Pride have wrapped around. They control multiple areas of the map down towards the southeast. But again, Limbo back up against a wall, but not done yet with the fight.
And with Stalwart in, they are fresh from the other fight on the northeast side. The wraparound from that north flank. A heads-up rotate in the Heaven compound. Dominant on this one. Critter looking to move 77 off of it as well. They've held it for so long, but they still yet to get through the Aura Master himself. Shifu stands.
77 Zadira, Limbo Boom. Still up and kicking. 6 elims for Zadira, and again, that is what I wanted to see. Been a long time coming that this boy steps up for the squad because he is fantastic. It's just been really lackluster inside of their groups, and it can't be all down to Shifu. I'm glad to see Zadira actually putting up a massive amount of limbs this game at least. Looking for a second place though, John.
Do Major Pride win this? I feel like they're definitely in the stronger spot now with the outside control. They're up. They've got great cover with that hovercraft. The backline angles can take shots out their way. This is a risk leaving the player all the way out there. Don't think there's too many more options though. Still going to be locked in on this fight in the compound.
There's not really sight lines that can see over towards Becca and Elementrix. Similarly though, Becca and Elementrix is not having a huge amount of impact on this fight, and I think the reason they're holding over towards the eastern side is because we're still in stage 6. Right, we're not that far into the game. This could easily move back out towards the eastern side. So Eva Station and AZ basically just having presence up close. And we're anchoring, getting ready for that pushback towards the east, just in case the circle shifts that way.
Okay, they don't want to wait. Eva Station AZ up the side of the ridge. I mean, they can go for this, right? They've got to be aware that 77 is a little bit knocked the wind out of there by the approach from Stalwart. And the player count in the lobby, they know that there's at least one team not full. So you can peek these ridge lines. This hovercraft, I mean, this is crazy bold from Evo Station. But his position here is going to allow Becca to move a little bit more comfortably. He can hold that left side ridgeline, AZ moving into position. You can see the circle moving into Major Pride's favor.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they wanted. I think the difficulty is for Becca is that his position is very open right now. Luckily, he's right on the edge of the circle, so it's not going to bother him too much. This should be a Major Pride win, easily, off the back of this.
But it's another game where we're seeing high elimination counts across the board. We've got, I think that was 13 on Stalwart, at least 11 on 77. Plenty more still to get. Major Pride, not too sure how much they've got here, but finally Stalwart making the move forwards. They have to move in, and immediately Limbo Boom put down Sanchez, surges in. The Molotov actually catches him pretty nasty. It's clipping still. The spread on that one is nuts, and that's from his own team. Zadira does go down, but big nades in from Major Pride, and Stalwart start to fall. 15 eliminations, but they are on the back foot, and Major Pride move in, immediately sending forwards. Becca flying high up in the sky, going for the launch play onto the rooftop. Fearless, not going to get crunched underneath the vehicle, but the hovercraft for Evo Station is still under control, and they are surrounded, fighting with their backs to the wall. Can they make it work? Fearless on the inside, cut through for one, and so does Critter, just the last player to stand. Og Tarugi trying to make something happen here, but he's caught, he's swapped around, and Major Pride fly up to the Heaven compound for a chicken dinner.
It was a crazy game overall. Major Pride happy with that one. Becca flying over the rooftops. But yeah, for Stalwart, it's a ginormous match for them. 15 eliminations and a second place. They'll be hella pleased with that one, as will 77 off the back of that game, because in terms of performance and holding other teams out, they were second to none.
Great result for all of those teams in the final three. Many more points earned from it. And of course, it is the top 16 goal for everybody in these survival stages. A brilliant turn of events for them all. And again, it's getting pretty bloody here out in the survival stage.
I believe I can fly. Woo! I believe I can touch.
Yeah.
If I'm in heaven, I am back. Yeah, dude, Stalwart. Oh my gosh, bro. These guys, what were they on this game?
I don't know. I mean, Becca was in the sky. My man got zero
eliminations.
You know what? He wins with the style points, okay? My boy came in swinging. He's like, I'm just going to flex on you all. And yeah, MVP of the game is Becca. Hodgix, do we agree?
Hands down. Yes, hands down. 390 damage.
Shifu, let's be fair, right? We're talking about car action. Becca, yeah, he got his car, 200 meters into the sky, but Shifu really put the mileage on his vehicle.
How much fuel did this guy use? Like, how many canisters of fuel did he even have? Shifu, I'm not even joking when I say since phase 1, phase 2, has been driving constantly north and west of heaven, just gathering information, but also doing like some cool little tricks. Jason is doing like 360s in the fields. He's having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, even Taylor Swift is like, wow, this guy's carbon footprint's going to be horrible. I mean,
he's got private buggy.
Yeah, he's got some private buggy there. But honestly, this game had so much to talk about, especially towards the very end here, because we had 77 set up on top of Mansion. We had D+ push into that plateau from the south side. 4MV comes in from the back side of 77 to potentially share the plateau. And then Major Pride also joined in with the hovercraft. So it was insane the amount of action we had happen in that one position around the map. But one thing we did see was a ton of eliminations here for quite a few teams.
It felt like a fever dream, this game. It was like, I don't know what's going on. I am very confused by a lot of these plays. But
oh no, Netevent saying Molotov himself as well. So this he missed through the nade into the wall, right? And he tries to run away, and he runs into his own Molotov, and that's what causes him to eliminate himself. Does that count
why?
One elimination for you, or does it count like towards -1 elim for you?
You lose the point.
Yeah, you lose the point.
You know why? Why you got Molly?
Wooden floors.
Wait, that was not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a way different sound effect than that.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Yes, because wooden floor, it spreads the Molotov, and it made it a little bit rough, and so the nade forced him down the staircase, and he got completely caught off guard. But though I was a little bit... I was kind of questioning Hodgix for a bit of time. I thought the Major Pride were getting a bit too close to heaven. I think they should have stayed away a little bit longer, wait for the fight to start, and then fully commit. But you know what? The third party, at least the timing, was on point towards the end. They really knew when the teams were just the most wounded, when they could wrap it up and get the chicken dinner. And off the back of that, they are securing an extra 17 points on board after we questioned them just before this break. So they are coming back swinging.
I think that was the right play, though, 100%, because Major Pride, if they didn't do that, they risk like allowing those players to go out to blue, and they need every single elimination they can get, especially considering how much of a rough start they had. So, I mean, Major Pride clutching up the a good solid amount of points here. Man, did they need it.
Man, if we're going to talk about clutching up, we got to, forget Vampire right now. We got to talk about Stalwart, because my lord, like they were up against Bigatron. They win the fight, which is Fearless, Noctaguri alive. And then Loops comes in, and yet those two players still hold on and get the limbs and the wipe on the Loops and gets the full reset. Like that was insane, because also, Max, Stalwart was another team we talked about before going into this match.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart were looking really solid. By the way, GG AZ for the MVP.
No, he's not MVP. We agreed it was Becca.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I mean style MVP is Becca. But Stalwart here, looking at how they were playing this game, I think that Riley or Oxagui, goes by two names right now, able to hold off that initial push of Loops was very important, because it enabled Fearless to go for the res, and then, as you say, Jason, able to get the full reset and then play from their position. And we see even after that fight, Hodgix against Loops, where they're successful, massive wide rotate to the northwest into heaven to third party, the 4MV 77 D+ Kiar fight. Like, that was an amazing third party that I think you see many teams in their spot, they would not survive, but that play alone keeps them in the race for top 3.
everything was just going right for them this match. I mean, you couldn't see it any other way. I mean, they get that fight with loops done, and then they just go for that beautiful rotation, catch that third party at the perfect time, win those fights. I mean, before they even got into that, they already had 9 eliminations. So they already had a good game, but they were like, no, we really, really need to make it happen, because at this point in the stage, fellas, like, so many of these squads have already burned through every bad game they can afford, right? At this point, it's all about popping off, and especially for Vampire. Oh my goodness, dude. Like 2 points in 4 matches. We're a third of the way through this officially, guys. Like, we're now going into Miramar. These guys have to pop off.
Oh my god. Well, Vampire, just close your eyes and think it's PMWR. No, just think that. And you'll put yourself in the right mental like space, and you'll work out. Yeah, 2 points. The thing is,
what's the average?
0.5 right now. It's not even over a point. Realistically, we said already, the fact that you have 2 days worth of play for survival. If this keeps going this way, are we going to have to say, well, Vampire, unless you have an insane second day, are you out? Like, realistically, that is how bad a day they've had so far.
Man, I mean, they could make it. They could make a comeback here in Miramar with like 2 solid games, you know. But like literally, like what I said earlier, they've literally burned through every bad game they can afford. And I mean, I don't know what's going on with this team. I expected a lot better from them. I put them in my top in order to be able to go into the next stage. And yeah, these guys, man, I don't know what's going on with them. I'm looking at them. They're losing really simple fights. You know, they're landing in Primorsk. They're getting their drop locations without any kind of like issues at the start. But man, it's been troublesome.
They actually dropped Zaki this game, so they did change it. But even though the plane path was actually decent for a Primorsk drop, I think they were maybe scared of your Stalwart, your Voin Donkey ID. If they would stretch their drop a little bit, that they would maybe clash and lose some players early, so they just went for Zaki instead, which I don't hate it. I'm not against it. But I just look back also on the field of the games for Vampire. I'm not seeing enough scouting done as of right now, and because of that, they actually clash with Mir and Sejong north after they rotate south of Stolber Mountain. So right now, I would have to say the big issue we're seeing for Vampire is lack of scouting, and then just getting completely caught off guard in so far almost every game today.
Well, one upside for Vampire, because obviously I think we have every right to be harsh on them having 2 points in 4 matches, is that they're going to have tomorrow off. They're coming in from Group Yellow. They'll be playing day 1 and day 3 of the survival stage, so they'll at least have some time to figure some things out. But to know you pretty much have 6 matches to get yourself out of the bottom 8 is going to be pretty damn difficult. And I don't know what it is with Vampire. Max, you're giving some thoughts into like scouting and the information game, but I find that hard to believe, just because Vampire, they've been together as 4 for such a long time. They've won major global events. They should know about scouting. They should know about the rotation. So I don't know how I feel about that as an excuse for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, I'll say something worse, dude. Like after looking at that last match, I think they did scout, right? I think they noticed that, you know what, this is a building that we're gonna just full send on, and it's a high likability that whoever's here is going to be split up. And that was true. I mean, it was 2 players of Mir and Sejong. They just lost the fight, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, they got held off long enough for the other 2 players to group up and just got torn apart. So, like, that is super demoralizing, especially for it being the last Erangel of the day. So, like, for Vampire, they have to really, really rely on Miramar. They're not out of the running yet, folks. But, like, if they have similar performances in these last 2 matches, I mean, they might just be.
You know, from what I'm also seeing here, assuming this info John is giving us is correct, or at least I'm reading it the correct way, is that we're seeing right now Group Green is out-eliminating Group Yellow by 30 elims. And hopefully John can chime in if I'm reading this correctly. Also, Group Green has 3 chicken dinners compared to Group Yellow's 1 chicken dinner. And we looked at Group Yellow, we said it was a group of death. Now, a group of death doesn't necessarily mean it is going to be... How do I explain this? Max, you help me out here, because it's very hard in my head to explain group of death really quickly, because it's about like getting those top 3 spots and the teams you have to contest with to get those top 3 spots, whereas Group Green was more equal in terms of like the skill difference between these 2 teams, or between the teams.
The way I was looking at Group Yellow, why I was calling him the Group of Death, is that big names that typically were top contenders when it came to international tournaments. That's why I went more towards Group Yellow. Of course, Group Red was also stacked and maybe more even overall for Group Green. But yeah, this is a big upset right now. And it's been a tournament of upsets, Jason. We've been saying it since the first group, then Group Yellow. It was the same for Group Red. Group Green was a little bit, also odd, I think it's fair to say. And it's just lingering now past that into the survival stage. So, yeah, we are really now in the year, I think, Hodrix, that now we've covered PUBG Mobile Esport for so many years. Any region, any team can be able to compete now for a spot into the Grand Finals. That I thought we had some teams that are like, oh, they're easily going to make it in. But no, we are having those upsets happening almost daily at this point.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy is that, Group Green is outperforming Group Yellow.
76 points. That's insane.
Yeah,
it's
huge. Yeah, which is crazy, but over half those points are from Regnum Caria alone. That's the wild thing. 3 chicken dinners, they already had 2 of those 3 from Group Green, and it's just wild to see Regnum Caria perform so strong off the start, and that is like exactly what you want to do with in their position. And
this is it, PUBG Mobile fans. We are about to step into the 2024 PMGC Survival Stage and Last Chance starting on November 20th. In the intense battleground that awaits, every team ambition ignites like a flare lighting up the sky, revealing the hopes and dreams of everyone competing. The remaining 8 teams from Group Yellow, Red, and Green will battle in a 3-day survival stage, where each match will test their skill and their resilience. Only the top 16 will rise to the Last Chance stage, where over 2 fierce days, the 6 strongest teams will secure the ticket to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals in London. For those who fall short, it's the end of the road, an abrupt descent from the heights they have strived to reach. The stakes are brutal. This is where we will see who truly has the fire to make it to the top. Who do you think will survive? From Group Yellow, Bigatron Knights, the powerhouse from Indonesia, and Vampire Esports, Thailand's superstar squad, entered the arena with everything on the line. Both teams demonstrated resilience in the group stage. Bigatron Knights, aiming to reclaim past glory, last appeared at the PMGC Grand Finals in 2020. Known for their technical skills, they barely scraped through this time, facing potential elimination in the first 3 days before a clutch chicken dinner on day 4 helped them secure that 11th place and a spot in the survival stage. For them, the journey has been a spark, a flicker now primed to flare into something more. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports ignited fans with 4 chicken dinners and a consistent top 4 finishes, leading Group Yellow in chicken dinners outside of the top 3 teams. Known for disciplined rotations, effective entry strategies, and expert use of throwables, they're one of Thailand's most respected squads. Yet the so-called Group of Death spared no mercy, as other teams surged with last-minute victories, pushing Vampire Esports down to 7th place. As 2-time PMWI champions, their mission is clear: survive, ascend, and seize a place among the final contenders. Will Vampire Esports or Bigatron Knights reclaim their spot on the global stage and keep their flame burning towards victory? In Group Red, teams fought tooth and nail for a place in survival stage. Pakistan's ASIA began the group stage strong, leading with top 3 placements in the first few days. Known for their powerful attacks, ASIA boasted the highest elimination count in their group, with 117 eliminations, marking them as one of the most aggressive teams to watch. Yet despite their firepower, they were narrowly pushed to 4th place by Enigma Galaxy on the final day, forcing them into survival stage to keep their London dreams alive. ASIA has never advanced to the Grand Finals, so this stage could be history in the making for them. And just ahead of them, IWNRX, the Turkish beast, finished Group Red with only 1 point shy of top 3, claiming 4th place with 171 points against 3rd place finishers Enigma Galaxy with 172. With star player Seawolf dealing over 10,000 damage and achieving 41 eliminations, IWNRX displayed a resilient spirit that they'll need in survival stage. ASIA and IWNRX came so close to the top. Can they make it this time in the survival stage? Over in Group Green, while they're not the Group of Death, all teams within this group fiercely had an equal chance to climb up the ranks. Regnum Caria Esports, the Turkish powerhouse led by veteran champion Sylas, faced a challenging start in Group Green, finishing day 1 in 13th place. However, with the patience and persistence, they clawed their way back up the leaderboard, securing a respectable 6th place finish by the end of group stage. Despite their rise, RCB struggled to secure a consistent top 4 finish compared to their opponents in this group. To advance through the survival stage, they will need to bring something extraordinary to the battleground, especially against other teams just as determined to earn their place in the Grand Finals. 4 Miracle Vibes burst into the scene in Group Green with a jaw-dropping performance, setting a record-breaking 22 eliminations in a single match, followed up by a chicken dinner on day 1. Dogs spearheaded this achievement with an impressive 8 eliminations in that round. No other team has matched this feat in the 2024 PMGC group stage. However, their momentum slowed down as the competition intensified, leaving them in 5th place by the last day. If they hope to conquer the survival stage, 4 Miracle Vibes will need to rediscover their early brilliance and deliver another miracle performance. The pressure is intense. Can RCB and 4MB make it out of the survival stage? The journey to the top is perilous, and as these teams take on survival stage, their ambition, skill, and drive will flare brighter than ever, visible to fans around the world. Tune in to witness every intense moment as each squad fights to make their dreams a reality on November 20th, 10:45 UTC. Hello PUBG Mobile fans. The highly anticipated Group Green has concluded. Come along as we recap the most thrilling highlights and history-making moments from this week's competition. Starting off with 4 Miracle Vibes, who achieved the highest eliminations for group stage. Their stunning performance captured the attention of every team in the competition. In day 1, match 2, they secured an incredible 22 eliminations alongside a chicken dinner, amazing a total of 32 points in just 1 game, marking a dominant opening to the league. 4MV Dogs' outstanding performance not only carried the team in the top 5 positions throughout the league, but also earned them the title of a weekly MVP for Group Green. On the final day of league matches, the battle for 3rd place was intense, with 4MV, D+ Kia, and Thunder Talk all eyeing for the spot. However, an early engagement in the final match of the league cost them valuable opportunities to climb into the top 3. As a result, their journey to the Grand Finals will continue in the survival stage. Brute Force made a remarkable statement in this season's PMGC League stage. Despite a challenging start on day 1, they began accumulating points from day 2 onward, keeping that consistency, securing back-to-back chicken dinners with an impressive total of 49 points. Their performance was super consistent, truly deserving of their spot in the Grand Finals. This time, they will have finally achieved their long-awaited goal, turning last year's mistakes into success. Despite the setback in last season's PMGC, Influence Rage came in hot this season, showcasing exceptional consistency. Even with early eliminations in some matches, they managed to accumulate crucial elimination points and secure a total of 4 chicken dinners throughout the league, firmly solidifying their qualification to the Grand Finals. Thunder Talk Gaming showcased resilient gameplay in this Group Green battle. Despite a slow start on day 1, they found the rhythm and made a strong comeback on the 4th day of PMGC League stage. Thunder Talk Gaming delivered a standout performance, taking down D+ Kia and secured their well-deserved place in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. Regnum Karya Bra Esports, led by former PMGC champion Sylas, faced a challenging start in the first 2 days of league stage. Despite the setbacks, they fought back in day 3, earning a crucial 19 points in match 4 to steer clear of elimination. Their momentum continued with a solid chicken dinner on day 4. While they came so close to securing a direct ticket to London, they have demonstrated their abilities to deliver strong competition on the global stage. However, their journey isn't over yet. They will need to prove themselves once again in
about that. The fact that he was so ready, raring to go, and now has to wait. Damn, how dare they? But yeah, we'll be heading back over towards Miramar here. Now, interesting map because it's going to be a lot less fights in the early game. Erangel was allowing for a lot more infighting towards those early games because it is a slightly smaller one. Miramar, I'm curious to see how many third parties we will get because this is the type of map where, you know, if we do have a lot of third parties, do have a lot of teams searching for those elims to try and secure a spot towards last chance early, we could have a lot of teams going out in those early games, just in various different sectors of the map, and then have a very limited amount of squads going into stage 5, stage 6.
for our first go around Miramar. The playing path will be on the western side, moving in from near La Cobraria down towards Partona. So the east edges, in general, a little bit harder to get to. We'll have to wait for the circle to see if it will help the teams out on that side of the map to get on over there as fast as they would like to, and see if they can break out that way.
Pretty western-leaning playing path as well, so a lot of that eastern side is cut off, which will make it a fairly tightly knit lobby towards that early game, John, which might actually inspire quite a few fights in the early game. All things considered, we'll see how far these teams do move out over towards the eastern side early on. Void Donkey, though, happy in La Cobraria. Easy pickup for them.
Taking a little bit of a chunk of this map. Are we going to see some drops? Mir and Sejong have some neighbors, it seems, in El Pozo. We're going to have the Vicious, I think, dropping on with them on that northwest side of things. So danger here for the desert to kick things off. Not too sure if anyone's gone down to it just yet. And we do actually have that east shift circle. So everybody who wants to move out that way can do so with relative impunity in terms of the punishment of rotational time spent, which is nice for everybody who likes to head over to El Azahar, over to Impala. We'll see if they can make their way on over.
Let's take a look right now, because circle is far off towards the eastern side, John, which means a lot of rotates going to be happening on the western roads up towards the north and the south. Impala is currently free, which is where Mir and Sejong would usually stand. And right now, they're currently in a fight between them and the Vicious. El Pozo being the only location both these teams could have gone to. So definitely a weird start for us here, with DXAB even peeking their noses in over towards that north side, where Levi is currently leading in the elimination category, I believe, in the squad, in the lobby. We're not a 64-man squad. Don't believe me when I say that.
That'd be a game mode and a half. I'd be pretty happy with that. Seven was able to catch up with some of our teams during the break. So here is what he has to
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Major Pride finally being able to wake up a little bit and get a chicken dinner to start off with. I got a chance to talk to some of their players. I was asking them, why did they start so slow? Was it due to the amount of weeks that they just kind of had to sit out and wait for all the other groups to finish? They said no, it just had to do with them having to change their locations. And on top of that, there was a lot of teams just rotating a little bit faster than they expected to. Hopefully with this team waking up, they'll be able to continue that momentum. One team that definitely needs to wake up is Vampire Esports.
Definitely. I mean, just a Vampire out there catching strays from the in-game report. Like, Major Pride, you know, they're a little bit surprised by this and all of that and all of that. Also, Vampire terrible right now. What the hell, Seven? Out for blood.
Know.
And the Vampire should be too, I suppose.
Dropped in at the end. And you're right. Yeah, they need to get the fangs out right now and rise from the coffin, because they've been sleeping. Sleeping on the job. This is... Where are we going?
Ooh, over the head.
Oh, this is a nice little transition. Okay. I respect it, Observer.
I see those camp paths. Juancho on board. The glider. Getting his rotation. I mean, is that scouting? What's he still doing? Or is he flown that all the way from the west side? Not entirely sure. But
well, I mean, to get to Porto Paradiso, they probably have flown quite a distance.
Yeah, that's true. Throws the knife at it. He's like, I don't want this anymore.
It's rubbish.
Take it back.
Glider's not always easy to land, though, so well played to Wancho. We already saw Shifu have a bit of a stumble on it beforehand. Had about half his HP on the crash. RCB. 46 points right now. First place. Still, even after going down a bad match last game. Looking to pump out, you know, they got themselves 14 points on this game. That sees them very safe going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be a great result. Over these last two matches, if they get 6-7 points on each of them, that'd be a great platform for them to be making their bid for the top of the tables, even in towards their final day of games. Vampire, it's do or die time for them. And they're right next door to Major Pride, who finally found their feet in that last match, but This time, they'll have to do it again. They are in the middle of the circle, though, as are Vampire, so potential for Vampire to thematically win out in the graveyard.
Really central, like you say. It's a good position to be in, but Major Pride being alongside them, bit of a tough scenario to be in. Team Liquid also have been really desperately clawing at points. They've been going for a lot of third parties, a lot of engagements where, you know, it's not always ideal push, but it is going to net them eliminations off the back of it. So I'm glad that they're being aggressive. I think that this is the only day they can really do that on, though, and they certainly need to get some more points. Miramar is their map that they're most well known for. Magnum finding Neil, though, on the cross already. Be careful, some side angles. Another knock goes through to Vitin from Shifu, and Loops gets knocked down by 2.
Chief Aura wielder Shifu. He's out for more this time around. 77 with their dominant display and their hard pressure flex out from Shifu out to that western side. He's going to look to try and convert on these as well. Add some more points to the tally. We'll spot another, and that's a second Elim found for 77. They're looking pretty good. And again, Blank, top 3. There's 2 EMEA teams. Is there anything that we can't do from this region, you know?
Yeah, kind of the best right now. Not going to lie.
Really sick, actually.
77 and RCB. Where is our other EMEA teams inside this lobby, huh?
I mean,
that's the real question.
Come on, step it up, Zeus. This is the rookie team of the year.
That's what we need. I need a Zeus up top, and we're good to go. And then we won't really have lost any slots from EMEA.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, have we? I think one of our teams didn't manage to make. Yeah, it's Twisted Minds, right? They went.
Yeah, we don't talk about them though.
Yellow. They don't count as EMEA. We're disowning them for their mistakes. No, of course we'll be happy to see them come back as long as they fix their errors. Gotta do that. Gotta take the lessons in stride. That's what we gotta do.
I think we have always said for Twisted Minds was the case that they were a relatively newly formed team and needs more time to work with. The other squads have been playing together for a long, long while. And for Twisted Minds, they can come back stronger. But the rest of our EMEA squads, let's go. Doing really well.
Yeah.
Super hot.
Hell yeah.
Other than Zeus.
Yeah.
But I expect Zeus to turn things around.
Hey, at least they made it to the survival stage.
Yeah, I'm also pretty sure that IWB and RX are going to make it in. Fairly certain.
I think that's a pretty solid bet. I think that the teams, well, the EMEA, we're just going to keep on banging on about EMEA, aren't we? Totally unbiased. The teams from EMEA that are least likely to make it in are probably, I mean, given our speed performance, it's pretty solid. They'll make to the last chance at least, but it's 77 and it is Zeus, who are the 2 teams that have that sort of question mark on them when it comes to the EMEA region. And they have so far shown that one of them doing pretty well, other one not so much. West side of the circle getting very, very jam-packed as we turn our attention more to the rest of the world as well. We've had our EMEA segment, but we're done with it now. We're going to turn our attention to everybody else in this one. South Korea, they've got a high finals percentage performance as well. And Mir and Sejong looking to keep that one going too.
Vicious holding them in check, though, at the moment. In El Pozzo's fight still is not concluded. I'm not sure when it's going to conclude either. I think one of their players, Mir and Sejong in Seiru, is absolutely not getting back up on his feet here. Jae-Suk attempts to leave, and there is a ton of shots going his way. Brunosen will finish off Seiru there as he bleeds out to the play zone. Here's Voin Donkey, though, versus Major Pride. Voin Donkey coming in a little bit later than the rest of the squads, but they're on that northern ramp. Here's Stalwart, though, versus DX Xavier, John.
Oh, DX Xavier getting 2 early knocks onto Stalwart. Harajin is knocked on the off angle, but they may have gotten the value out of it, as well as taking down Ogtaguri. That is a great result, leaving 1 player on Stalwart alive. The spray downs for Lamborghini confirming those. And the elims for DX Xavier just keep on flowing in thick and fast. Fearless, though, wants to take the fight. He goes for 1, goes for 2, and things are turning around as Inko sail in with a third-party engagement. A sweep through on the sidelines, and then Ebete caught unawares. Fearless is there to take him down, but it is DX Xavier to put the final nail into the coffin. 2 players for DX Xavier stay alive, 1 down behind the buggy, and needs to get the cover to get the res as Inko bear down upon them.
I love that Fearless is just like, I am Fearless. Another third party coming in, I'll take you down as well. Good nade from Inactive. Another one goes over the top. That will be Parajin out, and just Levi's left remaining for the squad. And that will be the rest of them taken out of the lobby. DXAV won't go any further. Great third party coming through from Inco. They should be able to get Nenabete back on their feet, but 6 elims. Wonderful stuff.
A great result for Inco, taking a lot of those points away from DXavier, leaving them only on those 2 points there. Nasty stuff. And a strong roll-up from the south side. But BTR are now hot on their heels. They're playing from this roadside. You can see they don't want to stay there too long. They know it's quite pressured on that south side to get a foothold further north into the central areas as we continue to head over towards the northern side.
The Vicious having to extract from this location. Mirin Sage John, I don't think they're going much further in this game. Major Pride, though, looking over towards Voin Donkey, who tried to wrap round on their east. Not allowed, though. Major Pride spotted out.
Major Pride do have a great high ground position, but they're spread fairly thinly to deal with this one. And I think AZ turning around is reasonable here, just folding back in with the rest of the team. They now have a brilliant high ground position overlooking Minas Generalis from the hilltop. Voin Donkey, if they take it from them, or if Major Pride rather lose a player on that off angle, it would be disastrous. They can share that hilltop. There is enough room for them and Voin Donkey ID to both just take shots down and down and down at Minas Generalis.
Voin Donkey to get themselves out from a bad situation over towards that eastern side in truck stop. Huge amount of squads trying to make their way in from this western side though, John, and Voin Donkey just taking themselves out of the picture is the right thing to do here. Oof, loops down to 2 from earlier on, and in comes Inco. Inactive, first to face, just runs straight past the neighbor. It does enough damage. Actually bounces back off the wall.
Takes himself down there. Disaster for Loops. I mean, it was unlikely he was going to stand up in that hold, but the first knock would have been great. Rafinha actually finding Nenebete. And that feels like a little bit of a misplaced push. Finally, Doc seals the deal onto Loops, and they go down again. Inco, though, losing a player on the southwest side. That's pretty nasty stuff.
RCB is wild. Damn. Good shots from Elementrix. Major Pride really taking good control over this northwest side, John.
Yeah, this high ground position.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's just giving a huge amount of advantage to Major Pride. And it's not only that, it's great for the fact that they're able to injure teams as they come in, because later on they'll use that same kind of knowledge to know where to push going forward.
Nade out the window from Inco. Keeping 4MV at bay. They have lost one player already. Bad bounce on the nade, not quite connecting. Vitali around the edge, looking for a cheeky little off-angle pick, but it's not going to be sent their way. Inco do only have 2 players. That is far too bold. Baron immediately takes that one down, and no wonder Inco clumsy on the rollout.
I mean, Inco were doing really well this game as well. Being able to get a fair few points, 7 eliminations. I thought they were going to hold this one out in the longhouse. It did not happen. BTR on the southeast, back to their old ways though. Very passive gameplay. Free play from the Vicious. Good shot over towards Seiwu. This is that initial engagement that sort of led to the demise of Mirin Sejong.
And that spray down onto the Vicious, Mirin Sejong as well. Real rough stuff. Tough going, but the Vicious will play on the other end of that fight. And now, from the northwest, they'll try and make their way up. But Major Pride, that high ground that Becca sits on, the position that they've got awarded to them is so tough to deal with now. It's very unlikely that teams can deal with it, but the circle shifting away, putting Team Liquid in the middle, is going to be a little bit of a lifeline.
RMV able to take a good fight with Inco earlier on. 3 eliminations, but that's all it'll be. D+, currently sat in 5th place, just slowly chipping away at the point standings, actually. Although we haven't seen a huge amount of this team in the late games, like 28 points is a reasonable result for D+.
decent start, a good kickoff for them. And again, we're just talking about these mid-single-digit games being so valuable in a tournament situation like this that you will just try and pick up these points. Drip and drop by adding these elims to your count. D plus Kia, though, gets to chime in on that, but their central position is going to afford them a lot of oversight. Major Pride still just covering their back. This is smart from them. They know they're going to need to move forward, so isolating those angles behind them and keeping those avenues safe stops that pressure from pushing them too hard.
RCB did take a knock, but were able to... Well, actually, weren't able to. Down to just one player now. I think that is Loxy all on his lonesome. Osal currently scouting over towards the north side for D+. It's definitely an interesting circle to play here, John, because over towards that northeast side, you do have a lot of it being isolated with the way the terrain works, sloping downwards towards Truck Stop. So the Vicious trying to break in here versus Voin Donkey.
Seemingly getting a good opener, spots one on the off, but doesn't quite connect. Took some damage there from somewhere, actually, which isn't going to be ideal. Hasn't got those stims ticking up. It doesn't actually have any meds in the back pocket. And having a little trouble putting his car into park there. David takes quite a bit of damage. Devastating when you don't have the meds to back it up. Fortunately, there's a couple of first aids in the building.
That'll do. Very fortunate. They're just there, sat, waiting for him. Voin Donkey, though, make the right move. They see the circle is pushing in, so they're going to take advantage of that high ground. Send two players further down towards the southwest and Potato as well as Zeta to provide information, make sure they're not getting third-partied into the future. Loxy's still sitting inside that shack, making sure he stays as safe as possible. But a lot of positions to keep these teams safe means that we do have 11 going into stage 4, almost into stage 5.
Teams are settling down a little bit. No one forced to move by this next circle. Everyone waiting for that pop. In 13 seconds, I'll find out just where they have to go.
The shift is coming in right now. Down towards the southeast with D plus Kia holding really good ground, but as do 77. They can control a lot of this western edge here, John, from that spot, which looks out towards the western side. The best thing with D plus right now is the fact that they do have a lot of high ground play around with, and BTR's finally needing to move. It's no longer a case of sitting around over on the eastern side. The circle demands it, and they'll have to follow suit.
I like the hilltop that Loxy is currently the only player playing towards, but it needs this northeast side, the southeast side, and Major Prize position to conclude. We'll start this off with Voin Donkey and the remnants of the Vicious trying to move on out, and of course they're still very lacking on those meds. The first aid needing to be popped there, but they are very, very low on it. They've been through the blue for a long time with that scrap with Mirin Sejong as well, depleted heavily on resources. Very, very few nades and utility in the pockets as well. That's going to make this so hard to make the maneuver. And that off angle being left at the back there for Zeta, that's going to be the end of the Vicious. Surely he can't make it too much further. Goes down to the play zone, denies the point. Actually, a much more beneficial strategy denying points here in the survival stage. Every single point has so much more impact.
Yeah, it's incredibly important. And especially for RCB right now with Loxy in his position. If you can get any placement points off this game, it would be an ideal result for RCB, considering that they went from incredible momentum to slowing things right down at this stage of the match. What is BTR doing? Are they ever going to move?
I don't know. A little bit of a rhythmic volley there from David at the end, just to cap off their first Miramar lap. 3 eliminations, only the 3 points found, not super big, but still is worth something. D plus Kia shots over towards 4MV. Voin Donkey finally have pressure put on them by BTR. They figured it out. There's a team up there. Ooh, maybe we can get some points. Get out of 13th place, and they only find the one, but that'll do them. That'll do them. We're done now. Back we go.
I mean, for Voin Donkey, I'm not surprised they didn't know BTR was here. They have made no sounds whatsoever. Vampire currently getting cut down a little bit by Zeus on that north side, but Zeus opts to move over towards the northeast. But do get shot at. Aaron going down to Elementrix. And we'll get knocked out. Yeah, tough position to move up to, especially if you don't know there's still players holding on that high ground.
Vampire trying to go for the rollout, the sweep down towards the south, over towards 77. They're trying to keep themselves together and do so successfully to start it off. Magnum, though, finally spotted, and that's Team Liquid all the way from the northwest of their position to find those shots through. Now looking to crawl on back, but getting tagged by these nades, and that should be the flush. Ayala picks it up. Vampire, they're on 3, a little bit low on HP as well, but they are just in this circle. Next one about to come in, 5 seconds. We'll know where we're going.
D Plus are desperate for a southeast shift on this one. That'll do for now. Loxy still in this game, racking up more points as the game goes on. 77 down towards that south side. Does have an off angle over towards 4MV, but Osal moved up real close to 4MV earlier on. The question is whether he has any nades. This is a very nadeable spot for 4MV. They've got to be worried about this going forward.
Pride on the north side flank. They have taken a knock onto Evo Station, but that res can come on through. They will be able to get that one healed up. They've gotten rid of Zeus in the meantime. AZ, though, just covered in the crossfire, and BTR will be able to get that knock. Likely a profile on that crawling player visible on the skyline, so BTR may be able to get that flush. But Voin Donkey ID, they've been trimmed down as well. 4MV trying to move plus D plus Kia. 3 players for them. As we're heading over to the southwest now, Stoned, naded out on the approach in 77 with 3 players. Looking to try and go again. Back-to-back, strong performance for them. Would be very, very good news for them. And they will be able to get rid of the players moving on in. However, Shifu lit up from that off angle for MV. Managed to take that south edge.
I think Vampire's run's done, honestly. Don't get a single elimination on this next game either. Still sat at 2 points. What a horrendous result from this team. Really sad to see as well. Really falling from great heights. BTR trying to handle this northeast side. Elementrix with 6 elims for Major Pride. Last player alive, though.
He is on this hillside as well, across the road from Team Liquid. Maybe, no, he is going to get spotted. And Team Liquid do take him down. That's Major Pride out, but 7 elims. Again, really strong game in terms of that tournament setting. They've got the value out of this game that they needed. Who's going to be able to go the distance, though? Because Voin Donkey ID descended up to the edge of the hillside across the road with their 1 player. I think BTR are just going to put so much pressure on this from the north side. I feel like BTR, now's the time to try and step up. They started the game fairly low down on these tables. They're looking to push off that 13th place, get a big game under their belt, and gain some momentum.
Yeah, it's the foothold to do it on as well. Finally, we give it a chance inside the circle. Really good control on that northeast edge. T Plus lost a player in their process of trying to push 4MV out, so they did retreat back up towards that north side. You understand why they tried to go for it. 77 equally at 3 players, but 5 eliminations starting to really push their numbers up inside this lobby. Loxy went down slightly earlier. Won't get a huge amount of elimination points for his troubles. I mean, sorry, we'll get a huge amount of placement points, but at least 2 eliminations on the match, and they could potentially prop that up for the final match here on Miramar.
Ayala going down to the deck, playing discipline. Takes a couple of shots, retreats back. BTR spreading out over the north side. Difficult couple of ridges sit ahead of them. They've got a lot of sightlines to contend with, so being aware of these surrounding angles is going to be all important, especially with the circle pushing D plus Kia back into their compound, with 77 going to have to sweep out some way or other.
Yeah, it requires 77 to make a move here. Head over towards that north side, potentially take down Team Liquid, but they are as a 4 and have pretty good control, have had oversight for a lot of this game. 77, though, looking at 4MV, finding 2 shots. That's from Shifu. Damn good shots coming through from him so far.
I mean, 4MV, they were trapped right up against the blue zone there. very, very difficult. And now it's just Doc remaining. They tried to make the break for it, but Shifu had the angle. D plus Kia being the other side of this, it's just so tough. 6 elims now, 477, and a second good game for them is booked in. Top 6 teams now remain, but the south side remains as treacherous as ever as Doc falls next. We're up to 5.
Yeah, D plus were able to seal away 2 of the eliminations onto Doc from Favian. 77 need to move up through one of the few areas you could call a forest here on Miramar. Was D plus who have that high ground, and they're going to make that wrap happen. I think they see over towards Team Liquid. They realize the amount of space that they've garnered, and their only real option is to try and face off versus D plus. Initial good shots coming through, but D plus slowly been pushed back here.
Having to hold on the south side, Nolbu launching the nades downhill. Limbo Boom evades. Second bounce on a tree, not so happy there. 77 may actually just be able to sneak around on the foothills, crash into the northeast side of this one. If D plus Kia put too much of a presence down to the southwest edge, this could be pretty cheeky, but they have flexed back out. Okay, they've maintained control. Northeast side getting investigated as well by Sitar from BTR. Meantime, Zeta, given a good fight there. Mythic goes down. And Team Liquid, do they lose more than one? I think they just lose the one and the flush goes through as well. In the meantime, Limbo Boom and the rest of 77 make it up to the wall.
Yeah, unfortunate versus Voin Donkey. They lose a player off the back of that. For 77, I think that, if they wanted to make that play, they had to make it happen a lot quicker. I think D plus were very aware of what's going on. By that point, they were able to set up some sightlines towards 77. I like the idea. I really did like the idea from 77. Just did not come to pass. 27 minutes in, heading in towards our final circle soon. And D plus and 77 have to move. But it's BTR versus Team Liquid.
Ayala, big nade over towards BTR. A massive opening found with the MG3 in the back pocket too. This is one hell of a cannon to be contending with here for BTR. Lovely. The Molotov's there. And there's a second knock. Ayala splitting them wide open here. And BTR don't know what to do. Running for the hills on the southeast side. 77 still staying alive as 4 teams remain. D plus Kia still in their scrap, but BTR split 2 and 2. Lepar under pressure. Team Liquid keep the momentum going. The MG3 on the back lines, but it's up to the auto shotty in the front. Chief goes down. And with everyone on the southeast side getting swept aside, it's BTR on 2. Team Liquid on 2 on the north edge. And there's still the fight going on the south. D plus Kia still alive.
Yeah, they pull out of this one. The question is whether they can get that third player back up in an action. The way this is going, BTR and Team Liquid, neither team is really finding an advantage. Sitar has to be watching out towards this western edge, though. This south edge, sorry, towards D plus Kia. That is an awesome nade. Goes a little bit long. Does a hell of amount of damage towards Ayala. What can D plus do here?
They're back up to 3. They've got this ridge line, but the next zone closes central. That's Team Liquid territory. 2 players alive on the far side of the road. Utility looking sparse. Fabian with nothing to play with. Nolbu nothing either. And Chips as well. A third 0 count on all utility. It is pure gunfire, pure fighting. They've got 6 elims. They're guaranteed a 3rd place, so it's a good game either way. Nolbu gets the refresh as well from the loot crate. And the transition goes well over towards their west.
Really cool bits of terrain here. We'll really force it down to the final moment inside this circle. D plus realizing they need to continue to work this western angle. They can take shots over towards Team Liquid, who should be exposed on this back line here. They just need a wide angle on this because they have this small divot. Good nade, pops high, will take down Ayala.
Stops dead in that divot, and Team Liquid don't have the angles over towards Chips. There's a knock over to the backlines. That's from Fabian. Go to find Bigatron down to 1. Does get knocked in response, so it's a 1v1v2 now, Blank, with Cardozen in the middle. Has got the inside track. Lepar could put another nade in and ruin that. Chips is trapped, and it's Nolbu really who's the main factor here for D plus Kia, unless Chips finds a knock. If Lepar goes down to it, if he steps up a little bit too far, if Lepar is less than cautious, could be disastrous, but he's breaking out wide, playing disciplined. Gets cover, but spotted.
Nice.
Nolbu gets the shot. Cardozen now the last to go for it. The auto shotgun not going to work. And Nolbu up and close and personal. D plus Kia with a second chicken dinner.
You'd love to see it from Nolbu, cleaning things out easily in that end game. Really fantastic plays from D+. 77 slightly slow on their push over towards D+ here, but I respected the choice. I respected the play. But D+ looking really good today.
An excellent run from the South Korean team. They get that hold on the compound against 77, against anyone else who tried to move on in, and they roll out effectively, maintaining 3 players when it mattered the most.
Man, I'm surprised D+ didn't fall asleep there in that compound, considering they were sitting there since like zone 2. Didn't have to move at all. Complete opposite of what we saw Shifu do, where he was driving around like a madman in the last Erangel. But with 2 victories now for D+, I mean, I'm going to say it. I don't think there's any chance they drop out of top 16, and they're going to make it to last chance.
Yeah, them and RCB are looking really comfortable right now. Yeah, top 16. It seems like right now, Jason, they could have a horrible remaining 7 matches for those 2 teams. Yeah, well, we're just in. Like, we're just going to chill and make our way into the last chance. But D+, yeah, they had a good compound here, Hodrix, but so many teams were trying to get a piece of that compound. You had your 4MBs, you had your 77s, but the defense was on point.
Yeah, so good. No blue finishing it up right there. Pa, pa, pa, pa. You know, with a high ground. So strong. And look at those eliminations. I do agree with you, Jason. I think these guys are pretty set in stone. The only concern I may have is just seeing how the next group performs, because if they pop off, then it could definitely be a little bit sketchy. But I mean, considering 2 chicken dinners, I mean, yeah, that should be more than enough to be able to at least secure you to the next stage.
I mean, Jukes, you play 12 matches and that's it, right? If we look at some of these groups, after 12 matches, like some of these bottom teams had like 15, 20 points. I think it's, yeah. I mean, for me, I think they just show up the next group play and they're fine, right? I think, well, actually, what I don't know is there extra prize pool for where you place in survival?
No.
Because we don't have any, like, there's no reward unless there is a monetary value to be #1 in survival stage. There is. Okay, good. So you do get extra money for being first place. All right, so teams definitely gonna keep grinding. I was kind of hoping maybe someday we get points translating into last chance, because if you play really well across, you know, the 4 day or the 2 days, you should kind of be rewarded for it. But maybe that's something we can think about for next year. But yeah, I mean, obviously, again, I think D+, I want to say get slightly lucky in this game, in the sense of we had Team Liquid and BTR fighting towards the north side at the exact same time. 77 were fighting D+, and any one of those 4 teams I feel like could have won if they didn't have to fight at that moment because of third-party potential.
Yeah, third parties were just the name of the game for this match. I have the impression, Jason. You had so many happening around the board. You can even see D+ at one point, I think Satar approaches the northern side of their compound with a car, and they instantly like, oh, are we getting third party right now? And they just instantly start pushing back against 77 in fear of a possible third party. They want to try and wrap up the fight. But luckily enough, Satar was just scouting, getting some info, maybe trying to play a spooky prank on D+ here. But yeah, D+ here, a great defense, and especially we see the game-winning move, Hot Jukes for D+, we're going to see at the end of these replays, is splitting across that southern ridge of the road and just having all the angles you would ever truly need to make sure that game is 100% secured in the bag, that you're going to get it. And even the spot that really was a good position for Team Liquid, they could not use, and then they just come over the ridge with the S12K. Noble destroys them. And D+ Kia, sure, they're given a strong position, but they make full use of that terrain.
Dude, I'll tell you what, even when they don't get a good position, these guys are, like, in my opinion, the best when it comes to rotations at the end of like circle 2, 3. Like they have a perfect amount of awareness of where to be, what areas are most likely going to be free, and then they'll just sneak around and just rotate right into that spot. And yeah, they get themselves in a good position. They get the circle here, but they utilize it to their maximum potential, and that's what makes D+ Kia so dang dangerous.
Well, they got themselves 19 points for this match. Team Liquid 13, if you didn't see on the front page. BTR finally able to step up here. And yeah, Hotjux, Vampire, they were at 2 points before this game, and they're going to stay at 2 points after this game.
Dude, like, I mean, what do we even say at this point? I mean, this is unprecedented bad. Like, even if they won this next game, they'll have some breathability, but it is like, it's so horrible because they're going to be leaving it to the last match in order to try and make this max, man. And we've talked about just how toxic the last matches of stages like this can be. So, I mean, Vampire, I mean, you couldn't have dug a bigger hole for yourself, literally.
I mean,
you could have 1 point or 0.
Yeah,
you know?
They need a win, right? I mean, we'll see. They're going to need a win, but here we go looking at the rankings. Of course, we said it. D+ Kia, they're safe. RCB, they're giga safe right now with those 49 points, so they're going to be completely chilling at the top. But the fact that 77 are up there right now, and actually almost been a top fragging team with Dig Xavier of 29-31 between those two teams. Without a win, that is insane consistency on the elimination front of things. So, like, I'm impressed. 77 came out swinging so far this survival stage.
I like it.
I mean, you look at RCB and D+, they have 2 placement points outside of their 2 wins. So I guess in 3 matches, they only have 2 placement points. It's not ideal, but I mean, they're still gonna be first and second place at the end of the day. And to see Team Liquid able to move up to 5th place, major pride as well. We were wondering, can they maintain the sort of momentum they had in group stage? And we can see they're gonna be currently sitting in 6th place. We move on down the leaderboards here. Bigatron have been able to move up to 10th place.
Dude,
I don't want to talk about too much, but just seeing 15th and 16th place, 11 point difference.
Jason, does this mean that Inko's 5 times better than Vampire right now?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Aldrich,
just in
chill.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Inko
kidding.
has 0
No,
placement points.
it's wild though. It's crazy. It makes no sense. I don't know what else to say. Like, if you were to bet any team that would have 2 points after I think one of the last ones I would say is Vampire for sure.
It's interesting because we did our predictions, and I think a lot of people were like, oh, Vampire, they're easily going to qualify. Like, they're top contender globally, locally. Like, they're up there. But some people, actually, there were some people that were questioning them a lot in the comments of videos and stuff. I was looking around, Jason. A lot of people were like, hey, Vampire, they've been kind of looking a little bit weird recently. And I didn't think they looked this off coming in survival stage. This is a very, very big upset.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
It's there.
He learned from Redox.
Oh, he's smiling first. I don't know, Max. Reading some of the comments, if it's one of our videos, all I saw was Jonathan, to be frank with you.
Also, yeah, I'm sorry.
I saw those over at Pandemonium_News. But yeah, I don't know. They finished 7th in their group, 162 points. They're like 3 points behind D Xavier. They were like 30 points ahead of Zeus, who was in 8th place. It's definitely not looking like the Vampire that we saw before. I mean, again, luckily they do have the day off tomorrow, and hopefully can come back more focused and ready to go into the last day of play. But to say goodbye to Vampire at this stage, it's looking very reminiscent, if I'm not mistaken, of last PMGC.
It kind of is, unfortunately. It's not looking too good. History tends to repeat itself. And we've said it multiple times when looking at this PMGC this year, right? That making it through your group in the top 3 might be the easiest opportunity for you to reach the grand finals. And you know what? Vampire being in 7th position in their group, maybe they missed out on that one golden opportunity. And doing a comeback from 2 points out of 5 matches, with now 7 matches remaining, Hodgix, I mean, they have to get a win this match pretty much if they want to have even just a chance to feel comfortable heading in their 2nd day of play for the survival stage.
I mean, that's big facts. I mean, they really desperately, I can't stress enough how bad they need this win, because like the way I always think about this when it comes to these kind of stages, like if I was the coach or a player here, I would think that if I'm Vampire, man, we got 4 matches left, because the last 2 matches are just so unpredictable, because it is going to be the last chance for these players to survive this. This lobby is too dang strong. And, you know, when it comes to those last 2 matches, we're going to see teams play extra aggressive, half the lobby gone in circle 4 or 5, and it's going to make things so much more unpredictable. So yeah, Vampire, especially in Miramar here, man, they got to pull out the, you know, they got to pretend that this is the World Cup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's what they got to do.
I kind of want to take us back 2 years ago. For those who remember Jakarta for the PMGC that happened 2 years ago, they were at the bottom of the rankings heading into the last day, and they had that infamous, Jason, that infamous Sir Tanny pep talk in the hotel room going in their last day. And they jumped up to 6th place in a day's worth of play. I think they got 2 or 3 wins on a day. An insane comeback. So we know this roster has that potential to climb back up to the top after a really, and I mean a really bad start. They've done it previously in a PMGC Grand Finals, but the point average is 0.4 a game, so I'm now a little bit more scared than I was back then.
I mean, the problem for them is they're going to be sitting like Group Green sitting at the end of day 2, where it's just coming down to fate. It comes down to things completely out of their own hands. And right now they have to hope that teams in Group Red also do not play well, so they don't have too far of a gap to close in on to break out of the bottom of the table. But we'll see. Maybe Vampire can step up here. Now it's very sunny on Miramar. I know Vampires hate the sun, but I know they do love themselves some chicken dinners. Let's see what's going to happen in our last match of the day with John Allen and Blake.
Breaking out the factor 1000 here, necessary for the Vampires to withstand the beating heat of Miramar and all the other teams in the lobby as well. The playing path cuts straight through the middle though, Blank, so a little bit of an opening for a nice and fair start.
Easily done over from the western side off towards the east. Pretty much no contest in terms of locations that can't be taken up here on this playing path in particular. Last match there was a bit of an interesting one, honestly, with a lot of curious positions around the map. Particularly that end game did open things up for D+, I would say. I think that was where D+ could make their way in. They had a lot of cover over towards that southeast side. It was well played, to be honest with you. Chips plays a very vital role off on the off angle, preventing Satar from getting up towards that location. Just Nolbu kind of kicked off in those last moments, so didn't even really need him.
Yeah, he was just chilling. He was like, you guys just vibe out over there. Is El Pozo the new Picardo? Is this
I think
what's
it is.
happening? I think it might be.
I don't know why we're battling for position in El Pozo in survival stage. It's definitely an interesting one for me. Really hope this isn't the thing that kills off Mirin Sejong's chance at a last chance.
It would be kind of wild to be so hell-bent on going for it. I mean, in this lobby, La Correria is open. Certainly on this plane path that we have seen players break out there before, but you've got... I mean, you could even go to Trailer Park, right? It's not ideal, but you can still do it. You can scavenge loot around Trailer Park, around ruins, sweep through the northern side. It gives you some decent rotational options as well. You've got that whole west road, you've got that whole north road, a lot of access to the rest of the lobby. So committing to going for a hot drop in El Pozo at this stage, you're right. It could just be condemnatory.
It's not good. It's not good, and I think that it's one thing that could absolutely ruin your chances. Looking over towards the rest of the map, southeast side is Vampires. 2 points. Very bad. Please do something. I'm poking Vampires with a stick right now, just trying to get anything out of them, just a sign of life, anything. It's weird. It's very, very weird. I mean, going down to Zeus on the western side as well just felt like a very big misplay from Vampires if they just weren't scouting. We know they're not a bad team either. We absolutely know that. It's just the signs of life just haven't been there. You almost wonder if to the point where it's a case of Vampires are struggling because of the mental game today. It's a hard position to be in.
They're coming off the back of a 2-week hiatus because of the group structure as well. Yada yada yada. So is everyone else. You know, it's not enough of an excuse. But Seven, who sent some strays their way during his last report, actually went and caught up with them during the break this time around to find out how it's feeling over in the Vampire camp. Let's take a listen.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Vampire Esports. Today, they have started very, very slow. In regards to how they've been performing in Miramar matches, especially from group stages, they've been able to average about a 10th place finish. This last match, they ended up in 9th place. So they're currently hitting that same stride, but this team needs to be able to turn it up. I got a chance to talk with Sir Tanny. He told me that just timing is absolutely off. But the way they're currently performing, I don't know what they're going to be able to change. I did get a chance to talk to the players as well, and it said, don't worry, they're coming back. So they're still in high spirits. They're not really down on themselves, but with the way the score is currently at, I don't know if they'll be able to make it. Back to you guys.
I mean, absolutely, right? It's good that they're keeping their heads up, that they're keeping their spirits high, certainly in their correspondence with our reporter, Seven. But in general, it has got to just feel crushing, right? There's always that weight, and you can outwardly show that you have a little bit of confidence, sure, but when it comes down to it, it's you in the game, right? It's not what you say, it's what you do, and that matters. And Vampire right now, they're not doing a whole lot of anything. So definitely need to tidy up that timing. If they can do that, that is great news. But at least, Blank, they haven't taken the 4MV route of being like, oh, well, we just didn't get circle.
Yeah, we don't have those kind of excuses just yet, which would have been really bad to be experiencing. I think the fact that they're able to be like, look, we just don't have the timing down. That's a nice thing to be able to say. I respect that. Respect that in a big way. We will see what they can get done. I mean, we know, as Max was saying, these guys, they bounce back. They're like an elastic band. They pull towards these points, get 2 points, then might be able to bounce something back in a big way. But it's getting to the point where I feel like that elastic band just might snap before it does bounce. We'll see what they can get done. I think certainly this Miramar has to be a large one for them, though, if they want a chance going into tomorrow. They need a good 20 points, realistically, to set yourself back up towards that middle pack.
It is 5.5 minutes into the game, and Bitin does not have a helmet or armor. Facing off against an active, he goes down immediately.
Who's chilling? Chilling on the top side. Nothing to be done.
He didn't want to play that game anyway.
Yeah, he was hiding. I don't know. I imagine to try and provide a anchor point for the rest of the team later on, but yeah, not meant to be. Not meant to be here. Stalwart currently on their rock out right now. You feel like with the game, they 15 elims to get themselves a second place, so they've had almost 75% of their points off one match so far. Not ideal. Other than that, it hasn't really been a huge amount of points coming through for them.
Oh dear, the party bus. I'm waiting for the spray down. Here it comes. An opportunity for BTR, but diversion. I mean, Inco know how vulnerable they are in this setup, and they will not be taking any risk that they don't have to, or at least you'd hope they wouldn't. And they'll head on over. As the circle does keep Graveyard towards the middle, Vampire lose a player. Yet again, having a rough time of it. That point goes over to RCB, who are contending with the top ground Stoned.
Oh, Mirin Sejong, it's not worth it. Seiwu currently up against David with an M249 and a DBS. Terrifying combination. Lovely jump shot, but dropping down through the hole, David had an idea of what to do next. Don't, is he going to bounce this?
Oh. I was so ready for him to knock himself there. But not to be. Not this time around. It's just a really awful time. El Pozo, I don't think we've really ever seen this at a competitive level. Teams being so aggressive in El Pozo.
We've certainly seen in the past, like, two teams holding El Pozo together. You know, you hold stadium, you can play the L block here, and comfortably another team can play down towards that south side. And most teams do break away, take a south rotate and a north rotate. This is highly aggressive. And I feel bad for Mirin Sejong in a way, because I think that the way they're playing it is that they have stadium, they take L block, they're pleased with that. Vicious, though, really uncomfortable and not willing to give up the rest of El Pozo, which is not typical behavior of PUBG Mobile teams. But I think because the Vicious are so confident in their fights between them and Mirin Sejong, they're just going to keep doing this. Good shots, though, from Vampire to start things off.
Tony K clipping the wings of the Stalwart roller, doing a lot of damage over to them. This Vampire still have more to contend with. Shreps. Oh, borne down upon by Critter, and two flushes are going to come through thick and fast. It's all up to Tony K now for the Vampires. They haven't gotten a limb yet, and Stalwart have managed to look for the res. Is Fearless nearly down, but I think that res is happening. Oh dear, Vampires. This is, again, disaster striking. Just up the hill from the Graveyard, they tried to rise, but once more, put back to sleep. Tony K does get a little bit of a nap, but finally, they get an elim. A point. Wait, was that taken away? No, they do get the point. Tony K with one. Now, three players left to handle. Into the warehouse they go, moving out the side, does get the reload. The Molotov there to slow things down, but Satchir off the top rope sends on through. Vampire down with one elim. They are now on 3 points total. 77
That's
moving in for a third party.
0.5 point average. Let's go.
Amazing.
There's humongous news here for Vampires. 77 now looking to take down Stalwart. Avenge their fearsome comrades within this lobby of Vampires.
Shifu. Nade up top, needs to be careful. Isolated from 77. They want to cap off a good day with another strong result. Being over that 40-point mark is good news. If you can finish your day around there, you're happy. Right now, 4 teams have managed to make it up. RCB having a pretty treacherous crossing, though. They have made the 50 points today with that one elim that they found so far, but down on their luck slightly trying to make that crossing.
Cardozen taking some shots. That's about it. Team Liquid, though, done pretty well. Up to 40 points. RCB, dear me. If they get a couple more points in that last game, if they can hit 50, I think they'd be pleased with that, but it has not gone well for them. In comes 77, though, towards Stalwart. We're down to 2. Good nade, though. Actually explodes the gas canister on the inside, which is the thing that ends up taking down Stalwart. Kind of fortunate that that's in there, but you'll use whatever you can get.
Hey, you'll take it, you know? You'll take that. Doc. Uh-oh. No, Max. Stop. No, Max. Stop it. No. No. It's fine. It's fine for a V. They're doing okay. They're going to get him back up. I promise. I promise, Max. Xavier trying to ruin his day.
He's so upset right now. He is so upset. Circle moves over towards the western side. It keeps Doc in, but can they pick him up? Apex is going for him. They may just get a Doc back in the game.
I told you, Max. Come on, please. Please don't give them too much trouble on the desk. The nade over the top. Is he back up? Good Lamborghini has the angle. Oh dear, the smoke is the only thing keeping them safe. Reefus needs to protect his team now. They haven't managed to get the res, and Doc is down. They've also thrown Apex at him.
Doc is dead.
A double Doc.
And once again, because Doc wide wraps and then demands a res, they go down to 2.
Uh-huh.
Doc's a liability.
It's bad right now. It's terminal for this team if they don't fix it.
How do you fix it, though? You sub him out?
Tell him to stop. Stop it. You naughty man. You can't be doing that. Not in the survival stages.
Ah, dear me. Well, RMV's day is ruined. Again. By the usual antics. The Vicious rock up towards Mirin Sejong. Can they leave them alone, please?
This is ridiculous now. Come on. Don't be so silly, but they will go in for round 2. They've left the Botso. They haven't left the grudge behind. Mirin Sejong, they are down to 3 already. After losing a player in that initial scrap, a nade goes up high onto the top floor. Not really connecting. Diminor goes very low. I think that might have been to their own nades. We've seen a lot of self-nading going on so far this tournament. The off angle for Mirin Sejong has got a nade being cooked up as well, so could be dangerous. There is the off angle from Zeus on the high ground too. So third party from that top rope. It's Jasuk trying to hold the inside with the pump action. On the edge angle, sees all 3 of them and steps back in for round 2. It's not going to go well. Gets his bell rung, the step out wide. As Brunozin gets that flush. 4 players still alive on the Vicious. It's final on the top floor now. The last to hold it. The pump action doesn't connect onto even one of them there. And now it's only 1 player for Mirin Sejong to stay.
So one last alive here for Mirin Sejong to keep their dreams alive in this tournament. Hoxie finds one onto David. Looks for a little bit more, but that will be all that he's able to get there. 2 knocks. I actually thought that on the upstairs there would be a bit more of a fight coming through. It's unfortunate the first tag on the pump shotgun just really doesn't do too much. Zeus on the north side of water treatment on that angle. They do have a lot of high ground to play around with, but a massive fight occurring down towards the south between 77, 4 and B, as well as D Xavier.
A big old scrap out for the west side of Saint Martin. Baron able to line up on Limbo Boom. Get the spray down. And 77's game may be running dry now. Only 1 player left standing. That's Magnum trying to move up towards D Xavier. That could be a dangerous maneuver as well. And with only 1 player left. He's actually gone further. He's gone past Loops now. trying to make his way through to the north side. In this circle blank, I'm looking at Major Pride. This is another potentially very strong game for them. They're central, they've got high ground, they've got oversight on all of the teams trying to move around them. I like it right now.
E plus Kia, first place, the back of all this.
Oh.
3 points total, which takes them ahead because of the chicken dinner.
The 2.
Breaking the tiebreaker there. Dick Xavier looking over towards, I think it is. Oh, actually.
No, RCB have 2, and D plus Kia have 2 as well, so it goes to placement points after that.
There you have it. There you have it.
Oh, so we do.
Reefus holding his own versus D Xavier. All on his own. Got Baron off far off towards the eastern side. There's a shot from D Xavier over towards Rita. D plus actually been able to find this nice rotate in on the north side. Might be able to pick themselves up a third party onto this one between Team Liquid and Zeus.
D plus Kia lighting up Team Liquid's backline there and moving on in. And that is that third party that you were on about there. They are doing a lot of work on this northeast side. They are now clear in that first place, breaking the tiebreaker with another Elim found. Mythic getting res by Ayala. Can he commit to it? No, I don't think he thinks he can. But Chief, with a big nade, could change the dynamics here. Maniac goes down. That's a Molotov. Darkin takes Maniac down. Okay, that was their own Molotov. And again, it's just this self-burn, self-nades that keep on happening in this survival stage. Is it panic? Is it nerves? What is going on with these players? You don't see this much in any other format.
Unfortunate. Maniac does go down to a tiny bit of damage. We'll knock him out. IL now looking over towards Darkin and Aaron, but here comes D plus on the north side. Chief taking shots. Chips will finish off Rita. Some even more Elim's been stolen away. Team Liquid on 3 means that this should be a fairly comfortable fight now for D plus Kia as they get ahead of the situation.
Yeah, getting to that ridge line to the southwest of it. Excellent for them on the north side. A little bit protected from Voin Donkey as well. They are not moving up to the ridge that sits between Voin Donkey ID and Major Pride, which is on the south side of the road, south of this engagement that we're on board with right now, which means that D plus Kia have a little bit more free reign to move around with. You can see the positioning here can be pretty dangerous. It's also the southwest high ground that could be a problem for them, but no one really stepping too far forwards. Everybody's sat in these valleys right now, Blank, and that's allowing D plus Kia to do what they're doing.
Yeah, no one really actually been able to challenge them too much. Most teams more preoccupied with just maintaining a location inside the circle. Voin Donkey over towards that northeast side. But Major Pride do have a strong spot, albeit being on the low ground. It really does depend where the circle shifts over towards. Because if it heads over towards the western side, obviously whichever team controls that compound on the top of that high ground is going to have a strong game off the back of this. So it's going to be interesting. It's more like stage 6, stage 7 when we can start to call this. Aaron will knock himself with the Molotov. Unfortunate stuff.
That's another self-knock to Molotovs from Zeus in this engagement. That is going to spell disaster for them, but lining up in the corridor is good, as there's Osal on the off angle. Zeus are taken down by it as well. A big nade in from Mythic to find the final player there, but 5 elims for D plus Kia, and they could get a whole lot more with the roll-up as well. They know that this fight's concluded, and they do not have a lot of time to make this work for them, so they're going to go straight in. Fabian repositioning up to the high ground in the long off angle there, making sure that he's got oversight and can back up his team if he needs to. Mythic downstairs, looks for the fight, Nolbu low but not out. Wins the challenge, and 2 players remain.
Yeah, good nade over towards stairs. Dangerous, though, to be honest with you. But they do make it work. One final player left from Team Liquid on the upstairs, but 7 elims for D+. Wonderful game. The Vicious coming in. Always on these off angles. Fabian by himself is going to try and hold them off.
Ooh, multi-angle threat here. The fact that Chips wins that fight is crucial. Fabian is down, but there is an answer. The ridgeline being suppressed. The Vicious can't really step too far forwards. There are off angles to worry about. Loops could also roll on in from the west side here. Osal breaks out. They're looking for this res. They can keep Fabian back up. Again, they can keep this favorable position.
Ooh, nice.
A brilliant spray down from Diminor, able to take him down on the rescue mission. And now there's 2 points right at their doorstep for the Vicious, and Loops do, in fact, sail on through. From that west side, they're looking to crunch, sweep this north edge clean.
Yeah, Neil looks to take some shots over that way. Osal will go down. Nolbu opts to just send out of there, thinking that it's all over. With multiple angles coming through. Dimonar's just fully on the off angle here. Chip should be able to get this shot, surely.
The corner now in the blue zone and manages to finally sneak the shot through at zone 5. So the blue zone is survivable, but unresable. Meaning if Chips can get forwards, he does have a teammate to get back up. But Nolbu's position, we saw that send out, is so exposed to Major Pride, to Voin Donkey ID.
Chips essentially just has to look for another elim here. Bruno's in. Let's just try and confirm that over towards Dimonar. Oh dear, this is tough now. Final player from D+. Either way, good game from them. 9 elims. It's a strong match.
We are seeing these points distributed heavy elim style right now in this lobby. Teams are very willing to go for fights. The dynamic of the 16th place bubble really changing the pace of this. As the shrink goes on, that high ground onto the west that 4MV currently hold, that DXavier desperately want to hold, is now a major factor here. But Major Pride as well on that low ground compound with a nice slice of it. Chips steps up for the fight. Brunozin wins out the challenge with the auto shotgun. And now on the north side, the Vicious up to 8 elims.
It was so terribly close as well. Maybe if you didn't have the high ground, it would have been a different story. If that initial nade actually hit on, it went a little bit far over the top there. Hooked a little bit too short. It's a weird circle because it has gone central so many times. It's really unconfirmed of where the best spot in the lobby is. Right now, Major Pride, though, do hold fantastic position. It's a bit raggedy in terms of a compound, but it gives cover, which is all important. DXavier now moving in over on that western edge. 4MV scared.
Fraser with the angle. Voin Donkey ID do have that position that they can regroup towards on the west side of this hold that we're on board with now. They left 2 players out on the backstop to stop late rotates down the hill from the north side. Maybe late sweeps from the west, but very, very unlikely. You can see they're starting to move back together now. With 2 minutes until the zone touches, they have to hold for a little while longer. And Brunozin still just trapped out in the blue zone. Does manage to spot Rafinha from loops, though. Maybe look to confirm that. 10 extra point on board, why not? Go up to 8 elims, go up to 9 even, rather, for the Vicious on the north side, if you do.
That's a nice shot. It's a very nice shot. And Nino has to push even further forward to even pick him up. Great opportunity for them. DXavier taking control of this high ground. 4MV able to head down towards the southeast side. I think that was the smart decision. As 2 players, try and cut yourself a little bit of the circle that is a bit safer to play from. Levi's, though, goes down to check it.
Donkey ID regrouped 4 players on the hilltop now. They have complete oversight onto the Major Pride compound, but it's the far high ground they're worried about. Baron, low HP as DXavier finally looks to push them out of the way. Around the edge, they find the shotgun. But there's an off. Look at that Major Pride still having their say. Nade over from Reefus to try to stay alive. I thought that one was going to connect from the low ground on DXavier, but Reefus hops out wide and Elementrix has the lineup. Immediately suppressing Reefus as soon as he tries to turn the corner, but Reefus doesn't let it face him. Paragin is down, and they need to try and hold this angle away. Levi's in for the fight, and the spray around the back will work out. 4MV taken out, 6 teams remain. DXavier look for the res.
Yeah, and they should be able to get it. To be fair to Reefus, I felt like he maybe had that one in the bag, but honestly, very good wrap from Levi's in a very stressful situation as well. To pick up that elimination. It's a good thing that at least 1 player stayed alive from DXavier on that front line. Now, BTR, Zuxi, as well as Bruno's in 2 last surviving players for their team.
Voin Donkey ID going for the res. Next shift in 5 seconds time. Will it go to the higher ground? Will it split the difference? Or will it give Voin Donkey ID a big opportunity? It's a little bit split here. I mean, that DXavier high ground is still in. The Major Pride compound is still in as well, which basically means loops, Voin Donkey ID, BTR, good luck.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride, they might just have it in the bag. Obviously, I think on Zone 7 and Zone 8, they likely will have to leave, though. And I think that DXAV currently cuts in quite a lot of space on that high ground down towards the southwest, because this has been just kind circle after kind circle. Hasn't really favored anyone inside the lobby. Give an opportunity for every single team. This is a wonderful rollout coming through from Voin Donkey. Not sure Razor should have stopped short like that, though. I wonder if one of the tires got popped.
I mean, there was a volley of fire from Major Pride to try and slow this rotation down. They know that this is a major challenge position here. And Voin Donkey ID up with 3, up to DX Xavier. As BTR do get taken out, that's 4 teams remaining now. On the northwest side, we got rid of the Vicious last player as well. In the meantime, Voin Donkey ID, I mean, they potentially could get a reset, but DX Xavier don't want to let that happen. The number of nades that they have left may be diminished by their fight with 4MV. Zeta needs cover but won't find it, and that will go to Paragin.
Vexy, though, unknown quantity on the eastern edge. Good shot from Elementrix. Major Pride did actually move out towards this location and respect it as well. I think they realized that, look, we're likely going to have to leave. So why don't we leave now under all this fighting that's currently going on? Vexy attempting to keep things alive for the rest of the team, but Levi's once again stepping up for the squad. Good shots from him. Nadetti equally leading the charge for the squad.
There down goes Voin Donkey ID. With only the 1 elimination, Blank, I feel like the rotations indicated a higher scoreline there, but it is not to be. Major Pride make that flow across the open ground, like you said, under cover of that fight on the south edge. And now Major Pride in a great position to win this one out. But DX Xavier, they could close the day and take back that first place spot. They've had a massive day today and are looking good for that last chance.
Evo Station not able to win the fight versus Loops. DX Xavier is going to take advantage of that. Elementrix very low. Not sure how likely it's going to be to get Evo Station back up. He is out in cover, though. Might be able to pick him up on the shoulders or just go for the res right now. Still 30 seconds before it closes, so a very fortuitous timing on the knock coming through for Evo Station. A little bit of damage passed back over towards Levi's. Not able to get the knock, though, John.
And that leaves DX Xavier in a forward position. If Major Pride had left a player out to the compound on the northeast side, I feel like this would be a done and dusted game. But now that they've fully committed all 4 to this ridge, they cannot really turn around and go back. The sprays will just be too strong. AZ creates a little opening there with a tickle of damage to Paragin, who has to fall back. Nadetti on the off angle there, looking for the nade over towards Becca or AZ. Major Pride 2 and 2, forward and back, linearizing the fight. But DX Xavier have the inside track on the circle.
Some great chip damage coming through from AZ onto 2 players, and that forces them into this awkward scenario. Big nade, another one over the top, might do enough damage, but it stops too long. They know they're damaging, so they have good angles on them. Nadetti is going to have to be the hero in this situation. They don't really know where he's located, dropping smokes, might have to get a side swipe.
Big. Quite connecting. Nadetti with a nade over towards Evo Station on the high ground. They know this rock is going to be a turning point here. DX Xavier still with a small advantage, but Major Pride making gains every moment, every step. Closer to that central area. And it will close central next. A nade over the side.
Nice.
Find Paragin. Big opening for Major Pride, and immediately Becca there for that resurge. Levi's look for the challenge. Nadetti with the crossfire. Low ground nade. Becca caught out by it. 3 players versus 2 for DX Xavier. AZ Evo Station.
Oh, no.
1 goes down, and Levi's and Nadetti holding their nerve against the assault from Major Pride. Another, and Elementrix the last to go. A 1v1 over the top of the hill, and from the top rope, it's Major Pride just about to bring it back under control. It got so dangerous there, and the points don't even get pulled away by DX Xavier. A big win for Major Pride.
Real dicey there in the end game, and for Nadetti, almost pulls it back from the low ground. I genuinely thought Elementrix was going out there in that moment. A good push forward from the squad as soon as they hit that nade, and Levi's as well as Nadetti just had to be ready for it. They found a couple, and I feel pretty upset about that one because it could have easily been a chicken dinner for them. But again, big props to Nadetti there.
Well. Been asking about Major Pride stepping up, and they do it, picking up 2 chicken dinners on the day, proving to us, Hot Jukes and Max Spam, that they can have some consistency here, that group stage was not a fluke, that they're a team deserving of getting to the Grand Finals.
They can hang. They can hang, dude. I love to see that for Major Pride right here towards the end. And this game could have gone the other way, I think, for Dick Xavier. It was really, really close here. But once they gave out that high ground position, Major Pride just came in, used that utility. It still ended up being a 1v1, but a good, beautiful clutch to finish things out.
Look how many smokes are there. They were just like, where the hell is Dick Xavier? We have no information whatsoever. It was kind of tough because of the amount of utility that was just coming out of the side of Dick Xavier. But the most important point of this game for Major Pride was mainly secured because of AZ. He was able to snatch away that rock high ground position away from Parajin Hodrix, and the moment that Parajin just gave it away, high ground control over to Major Pride. They have utility, they have the information. It almost was thrown away in that 1v1 at the end, but Major Pride at high ground is just the position that allowed them to at least contest for that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Elementrix there with 3 eliminations. Good conversion rate as well. I mean, beautifully clutch from Major Pride. And, I'm just going to get it out the way, guys, right? Another sad game for Vampire. I mean, their next game.
Jukes!
It's too soon.
Talk about the positives. Talk about good things.
Okay. Magnum Karya did great. Magnum, just D plus Kia did great. Major Pride did great. I don't know.
You know what? I'm going to bring up a topic right now, Hodrix, that I'm very confused by, and I would like to see that fixed, hopefully going in the other Miramars. And John and Blank were talking about it quite a bit during this match. Is what is happening with the vicious Miran Sejong in the replays that we're seeing in El Pozo?
A lot.
Like, you can share the city. They were talking about it too. Like, you can share El Pozo, like Los Leones, like Yasnai Poliana, very, very easily. And yet, I feel like it's not even Miran Sejong. I think it's the Vicious that's so adamant, so willing to fight for some reason. And the thing is, in the process, it's wounding both teams. So, like, what's going on there?
Yeah, that's kind of wild because, I mean, yeah, Pozo is huge. It is by far one of the, highest loot areas inside of Miramar. So they don't really have an excuse to really engage so early on, especially with that circle. Like, it wasn't like it was, a hard circle on Pozo and they wanted to control it, but it just makes no sense. But at the end of the day, they must have just seen a player that was out of position and just decided to capitalize on it. It doesn't make sense to me considering that there's still so few days left, to be played. There's only one more for them. But at the end of the day, you know what? Sometimes you got to make that decision to pull the trigger, and when you do, you got to commit.
Well, it wasn't only that time they met as well. We saw them actually clash a little bit later on in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know what zone it was in particular, but to see them constantly fighting through each other. But one thing I did want to talk about, actually, Max, that we were discussing while watching, was we had Zeus up against Team Liquid in a little bit of a skirmish, a little bit of a fight, where D+ ended up sending players past the area they were fighting in towards the southwest of it to kind of gatekeep them. And D+ do get the nice cleanup, but Vicious, I'll give them credit. They had a great third party in there to take out D+.
I think it was a really good approach from D+, actually, Jason, sending it down there. They're just, we're just going to use the circle and the terrain to our advantage, wait for them to have to push our way, and we're just going to get 3 eliminations. But they got a bit tunnel visioned at that point, and Vicious, I think, saw that from a distance. Wait, they're not really looking our direction. Let's get in the cars, rock up to the hill, and we're going to third party your third party, and we're just going to get complete northern side control. I think they knew, Vicious, we're not going to win this game. So let's just capitalize on as many eliminations as possible while we are still alive on the northern edge, and that's a good way for us to try and get something of value out of this match. I actually don't dislike it from Vicious. I think that was a good secondary option to just go along instead of trying to go for the win and send it when it was just not going to work out.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, it's just about surviving here, Hot Jukes. It's just about being top 16 at the end of Friday. So you can make sure to get into last chance to be one of those top 6 teams.
And you know what? I want to talk about another team that, I'll talk about the positive, right? And that's D Xavier. Can we just talk about how good this team was today? Like, just consistent points on the board. Because at the end of the day here, we only had 3 winners, right? We had D+ Kia 1-2, Major Pride 1-2, and Magnum Karya 1-2. D Xavier, they didn't get a chicken dinner under their belt, but they performed amazing. Yeah, look at that. First place and didn't get a single chicken. That is insane.
Who needs chickens when you get 41 eliminations, Hodrix? You don't need it. They are completely crushing it. I'm actually quite surprised because we had, before this game, if I'm not mistaken, Magnum Karya win first place? Or did I miss something? Because they fell off.
Oh, yeah.
So now fourth, of course, they tied with Major Pride. It's just going to be... actually, they tied everywhere in placement points, elims, and even chicken dinners. What? I hope we don't have this situation in like 6th and 7th at the last chance. How do you decide who goes? What?
I think it goes to whoever got the eliminations first. Or like the chicken dinners first, if I remember correctly. It comes down to like who did it first. But the thing is,
that's an insane time.
Regnum Karya got their second before Major Pride, so it's probably not that tiebreaker. It's probably coming down to a limbs.
I have to go and ask to make sure.
Yeah, it's not our job to do that, Admin. As we take a look here down the rest of the leaderboard, and I mean, Mir and Sejong going to be in 9th place with 29 points, 28, 27, 25, 25. It was still extremely close between 9th and 13th place. And then we start to see a little bit of fall off by 10 points as we get down to 14. And then, of course, bigger fall off into 16.
We're going to need to see a Sertani interpretive dance in his hotel shoes, dude, or something. I don't know what's going to have to happen here because Vampire, they need a lot of cheering up.
Well, MVP of the day, Nate's going to be coming through here. 1.8 average limbs, 516 average damage. I mean, again, survival time, we're not expecting to see to be super high considering, well, Xavier, they got a ton of their points based off eliminations, but average damage, I mean, that's 516. I think we did see Doc once have like 600 average damage in a day, but 500 is still insane, especially in a lobby like this.
Yeah. Well, if you stick with your team, this is what you can achieve on a more consistent basis, Jason. So I have to, I love the guy, but I got to also be critical when some misplays are happening. But yeah, I knew it was going to be an MVP coming out from Xavier, Jason. It's just, with how many fights it was taken, it was just the obvious pick for today. And Nate T is going to be the one to claim that position with a 3k damage on the day. So definitely some good presence. And I feel like Xavier understood Hot Jukes with how the group stage went. Oh, we just missed out on the top 3. We're not missing out on a spot for the Grand Finals again. We are turning up the heat. We are just, if we see you, we're pushing you. And they have been so successful thanks to that kind of motto they've been following today.
Yeah, just straight up, no hesitation, man. These guys are playing as an absolute unit, and it just goes to show, right? Like, yeah, they haven't gotten that, like, beautiful, perfect position that's just like an easy chicken dinner yet, and it's only a matter of time. Like, once they get that, they're only going to get even higher and higher. But with how they perform today, personally, I think that's definitely enough. I think this is definitely a team we're going to see make it on over to the next stage.
You mean next stage last chance or next stage is the Grand Finals?
No, last chance for sure, right? Last chance I think is already rock solid. So that's going to be big weight off their shoulders. And the great thing about you having such a performance like this at the start is this lobby is still so insane, right? So they can have a little bit more room to maybe even work on things on the next day to prepare for those Grand Finals while everybody else is just trying to strive just to try to make it.
Looking at these top 4 gunslingers, by the way, we have to mention there's clearly a wave of new blood being poured in the EMEA scene. Of course, we mentioned Shifu many times for 77, right? But Eren, we mentioned him as an outlier player in the group stage, and he's doing it again. Like, my man is on point. He's looking for freedom right now, okay? He's breaching Wall Meria very soon, and he's going to be coming for you. So, yeah, Eren is a very scary player. He is. He's a scary guy.
I'm trying to actually look back on some messages we had. I could have sworn we were informed what the cutoffs were last year in 16th place. I just can't seem to find it in the messages. I think it was around like 50 to 60 points, if I'm not mistaken, which is something to keep track of again while we're talking about some of these teams should be through at the moment. Well, we're talking a lot about Xavier. We're talking about one of our favorite players, Erangel. Well, we do have 7 on the stage. We can interview with him. I hope they can talk about how well Xavier's been playing today.
Welcome back as we finish day 1 of Survival Stage. I have none other than Peregrine from DX with me. First of all, congratulations on the performance. You guys didn't really get a chance to play for a long time. I do want to know, you guys had a bit of up and downs, not only just in group stages, but I feel like here today as well. You started off hot in Sanhok, being able to get 13 eliminations, slow down, and then you were able to finish off in a great way. On day 3 of Survival Stage, what would you guys be doing to prevent a slowdown?
Trước hết là chúc mừng các bạn vì các bạn đã thi đấu tốt. Tuy nhiên là chúng tôi cảm thấy là cái phong độ thi đấu của các bạn không có được ổn định, lúc cao lúc hơi chững lại. Vậy thì trong ngày thi đấu thứ 3 cuối cùng của vòng sinh tồn Survival Stage, các bạn sẽ thay đổi điều gì để giữ vững được phong độ thi đấu của mình?
Em nghĩ thì ngày hôm nay tụi em đã làm khá là tốt rồi, thì em nghĩ là tụi em sẽ cải thiện tinh thần hơn để bắn ngày thứ 3 thôi, chứ không có thay đổi điều gì hết.
I think today we have done well already. So what we'll do is to improve our mentality and make no other changes to make our performance consistent.
Right on. Well, yeah, we're all looking. I'm pretty sure Max out there, okay? Peregrine, your favorite player, Max. I'm sure he's going to be looking for you guys to be really consistent. What are you guys' expectations at a survival stage? Where do you guys want to be placed at?
Vậy thì kỳ vọng của các bạn trong vòng sinh tồn này là gì? Các bạn kỳ vọng mình sẽ đạt được thứ hạng bao nhiêu?
Tụi em nghĩ thì tụi em vẫn cố gắng đạt top cao nhất thôi. Thì là ưu tiên vẫn là top 1 đó. Bởi vì top 1 thì càng nhiều tiền mà.
We will try to be placed in the highest rank possible, and of course that is top 1 because it has the greatest prize.
Okay, all right. He's thinking about that. He's wanting to go into last chance with even just the bragging rights that they finished in first place. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Let's be honest, that man's thinking about his Rolexes if he's thinking about the most money you could possibly earn here. Definitely wants to keep things going. And honestly, with the way they have been playing, I loved his answer saying they don't need to change anything in the way they've been playing. Just keep their mentality high, keep everything focused, because the end goal for them, of course, is lifting that trophy over in the UK.
Yeah, my boy Paraparajin is on fire. I mean, really, the way they are picking fights here is truly incredible. I think that their main weakness is them getting third parties because they're fighting so often in these games. So yeah, I mean, as of right now, they're already looking so comfortable. I think they're into the last chance, no doubt about it. But now top 6, that's going to be a different question. And if they, again, maintain these kind of results, top 6 should definitely be achievable for Deeg Xavier.
Okay, well, Max, my question to you is, have you managed to update the GT20 Pro? Or is it still going to be 7 Worlds Gaming here? Because Infinix GT20 Pro, you guys can play like a pro. There you go. You pick one up for yourself with 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. It is the official device here at PMGC. And look at that. It makes Hot Juice look so handsome.
There we go. I'll take that. I mean, it's all that FPS, baby. That's what it's all
That's
about.
the closest you're going to get to that device.
Damn, Jukes, at 120 FPS, you're looking good. You can also look good as well if you join us over in PMGC Grand Finals in the UK, because we still have tickets available between the 6th and 8th of December. You can come enjoy the city, enjoy seeing all your favorite players from around the world, all going head-to-head to see who can be the best team in the world. Tons of activities for you guys to participate in, not to mention some freebies in there as well. But gentlemen, I mean, that's going to end off here our first day of our survival stage. Quickly, Jukes, give you a chance to talk about your quick recap on the day.
I mean, it was crazy. I mean, Deeg Xavier did so good. No criticism. I mean, yeah, what else can you say? I mean, to have such a high placement with no chicken dinners is incredible. Ragnar Karya, I think, came out swinging as well. Man, dude, this is truly the group of death. And tomorrow's going to be even more fun.
How do you go even beyond the group of death in Last Chance? The group of death squared?
Void. I don't know.
All right, well, Max, what about you? Some final thoughts.
You know what? We had so many teams do well, some big upsets here. But if there's one team I want to highlight, Jason, that has like proven us wrong here,
Vampire.
It has to be Major. I mean, kind of to make kind of true. Also, no. I wanted to go on a positive. You know, no, Major Pride. You know, I had some questions like, okay, good in the group stage. How is that going to continue going into the next stage of PMGC? As of right now, they're in 3rd position, tied with Regnum Karabra, which is one of the most improved teams with 2 chicken dinners. I gotta say, you proved us wrong. So, no, good job to you guys, and I hope it's going to continue in their 2nd day here of the survival stage.
Well, they're looking pretty good to get into Last Chance. For me, it's about if they can continue to do so and continue to maintain a high ranking, because again, Last Chance, top 6 teams will be going into PMGC, and we'll finally have all 16 teams participating in the biggest event of the year. But for now, we do have to end off the show. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time for the continuation of the survival stage with, of course, Group Green playing up against Group Ed. We'll see you then.
got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Dance up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. Wanna survive, just stay alive, rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Dance up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next when we go. Clickety clack, firing up like windblown. Don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, grow from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Dance up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive, rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing